Hello, everyone. Welcome to the OS World Cup 2021. It's finally time. We're gonna be seeing the qualifier showcase today. This is Azer, and I'm joined by OMG Force, who's head pooling for the fourth year in a row now. How's it going?
Hello. I'm doing fine. I'm getting old apparently. Fourth year already. I stopped counting because it's too much pain. But yeah, it's fine. We'll hopefully have great pools coming. And how are you, Asa?
I'm doing pretty good. Of course, if you're feeling old, we've also got another guest today. We've got the lovely Doomsday. How's it going?
Yeah, man. It's the boomer crew in. We got to stick together, guys. I'm doing great. I'm so hyped for this. It's finally here. Let's go.
OWC season is always just so exciting, man. It's just like the time of the year. Everyone gets together. People actually just try really hard in tournaments. The competition is super high. It's very entertaining. We do have the qualifier showcase today. I don't know if there's any quick comments you want to get into before we get into it. Fours, maybe.
In terms of the qualifier showcase, it's still 10 maps as last year. We're gonna have 2 playthroughs. If you look through the rules, feel free to read them there. Otherwise, structure, pretty much similar stuff. And yeah, for the rest of the pools and the scaling stuff, we can get through it into that during the maps.
All right. Well, if we're all good to go, let's get into the first map. The very first map of OS World Cup 2021, Nomad 1 by Skyflame. Let's take a look at Confidence Driver.
Alright, I mean, if you know Skyflame, you know what to expect here. It's a Nomad 1, it's mostly focused on the jumps, it's long, so it's also a bit of a consistency test. I mean, Skyflame's style has been cemented in a lot of community tournaments already, and yeah, it's just very comfortable. There's nothing no curveball thrown at you. It's what you expect. The only curveball actually in this map is a short one third part, which has a bit of spacing, but if you know it's coming up, you should be fine.
Yeah, like Skyflame is a good company number one, really. It's like Skyflame number one, not very popular.
That's exactly what I was going to say. It's exactly what you'd expect. It's exactly what people want. He's very good at doing this. It's very nicely structured, you know? It's very
Yeah.
Oh, it doesn't have anything weird in it. It's no model. So while this is playing out, because of course it's no mod 1, Forrest, why don't we talk about a little bit of the pooling team this year? Because there's been a couple of changes and there's some more people involved, right? Like this being the first showcase, I think it would be a cool idea to talk about it a little.
So we just have a way bigger team than last year. World Cups have actually been going quite fine in stocking up their team. Usually it used to be like 4 to 5 poolers, which is also kind of the case for most community tournaments. But since custom mapping is part of the equation, you have to have a way bigger team because you need to have quality assurance in any way possible. This year we have a bunch of poolers, Mazarin, Konyo, Bartek, and I combined to kind of look for maps, check everything, just kind of get the themes of the slots going and just plan out the pools. Then adding to that, we have a bunch of quality assurance people, Kano, HAT, Real Lazy, Mir, and Divas Panda. More on the mapper side and some of the on the player side to like kind of check, and also Hustler, I forgot Hustler, she's the newest edition actually, to kind of give a sanity check, right? Like there's so many maps going on, so many things to just look at. It's easy to have an oversight here and there. And then we also have a bunch of playtesters, like Still, FG Sky, Azerite. I hope I'm not forgetting anyone. Okay,
Nissan?
I think that's it. Nissan actually, yeah. Our DT powerhouse, thank you. I knew I was forgetting someone. And that's pretty much our team this year. To like kind of hopefully get the best quality pools yet to date in the ODC. But yeah, we stocked up a lot in the beginning of this one because last year we noticed we can't do it as a 4-man team. It's just not possible.
Especially with all the custom pooling that tends to happen nowadays, it's just extremely hard to do all of the work required when you have like how many maps in total is this? Like 100 and 120, 140, something like that. Like it's so much work, so you kind of need the manpower to do it.
Oh, also I forgot the BN check slave Mordred. I was seeing him pop his head out in the chat. I'm sorry for forgetting you.
Nice and comfy Nomad 1. It's worth noting, as we're going to be seeing a little bit more in this map. Okay, I guess we're going to Nomad 2 by Devious Panda. Devious Panda Nomad 2. Appropriately named Inexperience.
Yeah, I mean, we had to get a last minute number 2 essentially, and there were a few decisions we had to do, which came to this number 2, and for some reason we thought, okay, I guess it's the number 2 redemption arc from Panda. Right, he used to be the number 6 slave for DVC, and then kinda in the courses he was similar in 2020, where he had number 6 and some upper plate hidden. Well, this year it's his number 2 arc apparently, and it's kinda what you expect out of a number 2. It's dreamy. It has a few more easier shapes and some not too easy shapes in there. As you can see, there's quite a few turns and wiggles here, a little bit. But they're not too harsh on the player side. We try to make it kind of balanced, not too brain dead as a number 2.
Yeah, it's got a little bit going on, some of those mild accelerations. Nothing too crazy though, you can still just no more toot your way through this one. Looking at these. It makes it a bit more interesting though.
I think one thing that I always really like seeing now that like custom pools are standard and we're seeing a lot of like the regular mappers that participate in all the tournaments, I think it's always really interesting to showcase how versatile they can be, you know? Like, I'm sure we're going to be seeing more mappers that everyone's already familiar with from all the other community tournaments and even like last year's OWC, but in like slots that you've never really seen them before. I think it's always just amazing that mappers can just do like so many different mapping styles.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of really good mappers who signed up. I think we had more than 150 people signing up for mapping this year. Ooh. So we had the honor of only being able to actually select people from the signed up mappers list. Because if you have that many more choices, you usually can fill out the entire pool, right? And we only have 120 maps in the entire pool. And if we even custom map every single map, we have a 30 mapper surplus. So a lot of hard decisions were made. But we tried to go for the safe choices, right? If you didn't map a DT2 yet and you have like no references of a ranked map or something, we usually didn't go for that mapper then. We didn't want to take too many risks.
Wait, did I just spot like some 1/3 streams there?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure I saw some different snaps there.
Yeah, that's a 1/3 poly, yeah.
Okay, so there's a little bit of technicality as well as just the pure streaming as well. Mostly the thing for it, but yeah, this has got a bit more going for it. You can definitely see the Devious Panda influence in this.
True.
I think as always when it's Nomad 2, even though it's considered a stream map and a stream slot, I think most of the people that, for most players, this is going to come down to aim, like the flow aim required in this. I think you're going to be seeing a lot of like chain misses if you like slightly misaim one of the curves, right? But even then, like I think like the shapes and the patterning this is simple enough.
Oh yeah, actually as a foreshadowing for the rest of the pools, number 2 will take more of a slot of flow aim rather than like just death streams and just kill yourself, like die stamina level, right? Which was the case last year in some cases, but this year it's gonna be a bit more tame in the BPM and the stream length.
All right, let's get into Nomad 3 now, which is the alt pick. It's mapped by Deka and MNU. Let's take a look at Byoshin Zenkai Girl.
Okay, it's the alternate map and a replay by Nissan, there we go. Mapped by Deka and a collab actually with MNU. Kinda got him on to map this. And I think it turned out pretty well. It's mostly snap aim focused, not flow aim focused. So if you like snapping, this is your map. For like flow aim alternate
good mix of both, I would say.
Yeah, there's a decent amount, but we try to have the focus be snapping. But the core idea was to have kind of both of it, because we do go and dabble into the flow aim aspect of alternate maps later on, but not in this slot, because Qualifier needs to represent most of the other pools, and this is something you will see in pools to come.
I don't think Nissan got the memo though that this is an alt map.
We don't talk about that one.
You always get this in early stages for some reason. I don't know. You can't really make an alt map that isn't single tappable, you know? They'll
Yeah, I
find
mean,
a way.
It is 135 BPM, so if there's a map to be single tap, this is it.
Yeah, it's like on the edge of where you see a bunch of people single tapping it much faster than this, and it becomes far less common, for sure. And the style, like some of these long tap sections, yeah, not many people are going to be single tapping just. A few probably will, one or two on the team maybe.
I think most of this map is pretty straightforward, though. I think most of the difficulty is just going to come down to the aim required for any of those like little square flow aim parts. A lot of them are chained together sometimes. Map is pretty squareable.
It is. I mean, if you see squares, it is squareable. Yes, indeed. But this won't be the only squareable map in this pool. But yeah, it's an alt map. What do you expect? 3 minutes. We also try to keep the average length of the pool when you play it in one sitting at around 30 minutes. So 10 maps, pretty much 3 minutes per map is what you expect. Some shorter, some longer.
So one thing I think is worth pointing out, because I'm not even sure if I know this myself, is this pool going to be fully custom?
Yes. Qualifier was custom last year, and we kept the tradition for this year, mostly to give every player kind of the same chance, right? If it's a fresh pool for everyone involved, then it should be as fair as possible, in theory. That's what we're going for here, and just balancing like a 10 map pool is also easier when you custom map stuff, because you have way more control over song choices and like niches.
What about the rest of the pool? Like the rest of the tournament later on? All custom or?
It won't be completely custom. We try to have a... First we try to find any and all ranked and unranked maps which fit for tourney play, slot them all in, and then we kind of see, are these good, like tournament maps, and do we still want to keep them? We have like 2 or 3 times we take a look over stuff, and then once we are good with the things we have in the pools, we start filling out the rest of the pools with custom maps. So first we try to find anything and all that is possible to find. But so far it's looking similar, as a similar ratio to last year in customs versus pick maps.
Alright. Well, the last no mod now. Let's get into tech. Some good old Camellia tech with Mir. Let's listen to Heartless Being.
I actually sweated bullets yesterday when I saw on the player Discord, ODC Discord, someone say, nice Camila tech map, and I'm like, wait, did I leak something? Because 10 minutes earlier I sent the map pack to Troskar Streamer, and I was like, oh no, did I post the wrong channel? Oh, Jesus Christ. But no, I checked, nothing happened. It's a Camila tech map, it's Mir. I mean, Mir and Camila, name a better duo, right?
There is none. Trick question, you can't.
Exactly, and fun fact, this was actually planned to be round of 32. Then it got, no actually we got him for semifinals, it wasn't hard enough, so we moved it to round of 32. We finished mapping it, it was too hard, so we moved it to quarterfinals. And then we noticed, wait, this is actually better balanced for qualifiers, so it got moved around like 6 times. And got changed so many times, but yeah, we finally hit the mark. This is a Camila tech with 172 BPM. It features slight velocity aim, it features a bit of rhythm, some 1/6, some 1/3, and a bunch of aim control. And it's just a mix of pretty much anything and everything you can expect of a tech map.
When it comes to like, you know, a varied tech map with a bit of everything, Mir is a good one to go for. These high SVs into this control, you know, 1/4, 1/3 as well. Looking pretty standard Mir from what I'm seeing here. It's always a good thing though.
I think I will say this probably doesn't have as much slider aim as maybe people are used to. I would say this maybe tips more towards finger control. There's still like obviously a lot of sliders, but I don't think any of them are particularly like challenging.
Oh yeah, Mir definitely stepped out of his comfort zone for this one because he doesn't usually map with high SVs, and there's a lot of just feedback going back and forth. I hope the map turns out to be pretty fun for players. We will have more slider velocity focused maps later on, way more slider velocity focused maps. So if that's your jam, we'll have you covered later on, but we can't really go down too hard in a rabbit hole for like a 10 maps map pool. We have a lot more ways to incorporate it in later stages.
I hope to see it. It's always fun to watch the high SV maps with high tick rate. or at least higher tick rate. But yeah, these sliders are definitely, you can get away with them. You know, not many ticks in them. It's mostly about the control. I agree.
All right, 4 maps down. That's going to be all the no mods. Let's get into the hidden pool now with some Buto Tome by Mof.
Okay, Buto Tome featured artist when? Yeah, we just try to get Buto Tome into every single year for ODMC because if you noticed yet, somehow some featured artists always get introduced after being featured in ODMC. That's kind of weird. It's like, hey, these players actually like these featured artists and they're pretty playable for high level. Let's get them on. That's how it feels to me, at least, just looking at this in retrospect. So, I mean, this is like, what, the 3rd or 4th year in a row we put in Buto Tome. They're still not featured artists. Okay, going back to the map. It's a Mof map, and it features consistency is the main difficulty, I would say, with a lot of just pattern aim and aim controller here and there. It's a very kind of varied hidden one. Has a few streams here, squares in it, and I think the main difficulty though is definitely being comfortable on this for 4 minutes straight.
And avoiding just pure aim hidden ones. I mean, the last couple of years of tournaments have moved away from having another no mod one as hidden one, which is a good change. So they definitely look a lot more varied. Some of these bursts on these tricky anti-jumps, making it a little bit more spicy. Still looks relatively solid though, relatively comfy, I guess.
I mean, it's still a qualifier stage, of course, but I would say you can define this map having a lot of control, like both in aim and finger control. I think we're seeing a little bit of the finger control part of it now. Has a little bit of everything. It's just a little bit more subtle. A lot of like micro aim adjustments needed for a lot of the little bit more of a snappy pattern during the cat times, I would say. It's still very straightforward, but yeah, that aspect is definitely present in this.
Few doubles there for sure. A double section actually very heavy doubles into doubles off those jumps.
Got a little bit of everything. We even fit some good old Atama no Taiso square jumps in there. Spoilers. Map is pretty squareable. I think they're coming up soon actually.
Yeah, it's at the end of the second guide.
On Pentagon. Oh, you're pushing the boat out there for us.
Dude, I paid a lot of attention in math class. I know all of the shapes. Just told Mof to just send him all the shapes. Oh, there we go. Atama no Taiso jumps. No, but yeah, we tried to get stuff varied in hidden ones, especially early stages. For example, a reference map for this one was Romanska Aryamaru, which was a run of 32 hidden one, I believe, last year. And that one was really varied and just had a lot of positive responses, and it's kind of the idea behind it. To have like accessible maps, but also kind of varied, so it's not too brain dead, and still different from normal one.
I think I kind of want to go back to how you mentioned how not the entire pool is not fully custom. I'm kind of interested to see like what maps came out this year that are usable in this context, right? Because a lot of the community tournaments, like all the big ones nowadays, are almost fully custom, right? So a lot of the mappers will make good maps on their own, but not have any presence in tournaments. I'm kind of curious to see if there's anything good in there.
Oh yeah, we definitely noticed the influx of custom mapping just take the unranked section at least by storm in the past year. Just looking through the unranked section, you see a lot of tournament maps, and we didn't really create any arbitrary rules where we are not allowed to take them, so we just see anything we can see and we can pick, we just go for it. But yeah, we'll hopefully have represented the ranked section a little bit. We tried.
Alright, well we talked about Mira Camellia being a fantastic pairing. Here's another pretty unbeatable pairing. Let's take a look at half-slashed Toho.
Oh yes. Oh, you love to see it.
I mean, yeah.
My first comment on this map was this is going to be the lowest average score in qualifiers.
And I don't think you're wrong. It's a Project 18, so yes. I think that's mostly the case because you don't really have that much of a format team. This one's 155 ppm, has a lot of aim, a lot of kind of snappy aim, you definitely, if you don't snap it, I mean, you're in for that time. But also a bit of aim control patterns. Not too harsh, but they're there. And if you're not comfortable with it, and if you don't snap those either, you need to be kind of comfortable in this, I would say.
This is an aim map.
Okay, Aza, we get it. You're good at aim control.
I'm not. I can't play this actually. The spacing, like the 5-note bursts and the triples, the way they're spaced out is going to catch a lot of people. It's just one of those patterns that like you feel confident on, but you play it and you just miss all over the place. It looks really innocent. So yeah, I think some pretty low scores on this. It's not too hard though, but yeah.
Yeah, some of these overlaps. I mean, I guess some of the other little gimmicky parts we've seen in the pool so far have been kind of tricky. This does look quite hard though, but I guess everyone's on the same playing field, so it works out. Yeah, I'd say this looks pretty tricky. Some of these overlaps.
I think the overlaps are really consistent, so if you get it once, you should get it every time. I think the main difficulty is being able to snap and follow the spaced triples and the 5x burst properly, and then some of the back and forth and like the triangle aim parts. And obviously, if you can't aim any of the single tap parts, that's on you. I mean, there's no help in there, to be honest, because that's essentially what you see in all approach 8 hits nowadays, which is just kind of pattern aimy style.
Do you know who this player is, by the way? Forgot to put a name in there.
Give me a second, I can give you the player name in 5 seconds. It's Nissan.
Ooh.
Yeah, Nissan, yeah. He's actually, surprisingly, we got him in on for DT replays, and he's got some really good feedback for hiddens as well. He really likes his approach 8 hiddens.
Yeah, mapped quite a few recently as well. Had a few like lower approach rate maps ranked, I've noticed.
Well, that about wraps up the hiddens. We're at 6 out of 10 now. Only Hard Rocks and DTs to go. So let's get into a pretty nostalgic song. I think people are going to be very familiar with this one. It is Dispel by Yogurt.
Yeah, 200 BPM, mostly jump focused Hard Rock 1. It has a few double cylinders, so a slight amount of synchro, not really a lot. It catches you off guard like the first time around playing it, but otherwise it's fine. It tries to double down a bit on slightly awkward aim, but we tried a lot to buffer it in a way that it's still very comfortable to play. So in some cases I think it looks a lot harsher than it actually plays, because we tried buffering stuff out of sliders and into triples, so you have always a break when going from like a square type pattern to a triangle whatever, so the spacing variance and the angle variance is mostly buffered.
Do hope this has some squares like the OG. Oh, there we go. Right on cue.
Wait, I didn't even notice.
There we go.
Ace, I told you before you played this map, this is squares.
I forgot.
Hey, if there's one map for squares, it's Dispel, okay?
You're right.
4 out of 10 now for maps with squares.
Okay.
They're making a comeback, dude. I really like this for custom pools when people just map like really old songs that everyone's familiar with, but just with like a modern twist, you know?
Yeah, like actually having proper rhythm. Yeah, I get it. Now, following the song, yeah, pretty cool criteria to follow for a modern map.
You can stretch that definition a bit.
But yeah, I think also a note I want to make for the rest of the tournament and the pools. Hard Rock 1s last year used to be pretty much a normal one, but kinda extended, right? This year Hard Rock 1s are slightly different, but we're not going full courses, where it's like completely different, and some of the extreme maps sometimes. We try to have some versatile Hard Rock 1s in the future. which aren't things you really expect, but we'll keep it grounded. We won't go too ham.
I think a very understated challenge about making a full map pool that is all custom mapping is trying to way to balance everything out before the maps even exist. You know, it can be a little bit. It can be a little bit tricky. You're trying to like allocate a little bit of that to these slots and a little bit of that to those slots, and sometimes it doesn't mash very well. You end up with an unbalanced pool, so you gotta bin some things. It can be pretty challenging.
Yeah, we unfortunately had to bin, I think, 3 maps so far out of a lot of them. I'm gonna get to the total when we get to later stages, but we unfortunately had to bin a few, which always sucks for anyone involved. But yeah, sometimes you have to do it because it's hard to like plan out everything perfectly.
Alrighty, second Hard Rock now. It's another familiar Hard Rock mapper in Cloyd. Let's take a look in Ophelia.
Oh, good artist though.
Oh yeah.
Some Cloyd as well. Classic, small circle size mapper. Popular on Hard Rock. Lots of CS5 maps ranked.
I mean, Cloyd just signed up as a mapper and he puts MSC's 5-1 trigger in this application. I mean, you cannot not put him on CS5 after writing that command. This was actually, I think, the first custom map done at all in the entire tournament. So this is really old at this point compared to the other maps. But yeah, it's kind of thing control-y, a bit aim control there, and should be a little bit tapping heavy.
I think the impression I got is that internally this is probably the pooling team's favorite map in the qualifiers.
Oh yes. At least on the mapper side, most of them, if not all, love this one. Player side, also, a lot of people like this one. Yeah, I mean, it's a Cloyd CS5 map. Can you really go wrong here?
You can't, yeah. This just doesn't miss. Always happy to see this.
Yeah, otherwise, Hard Rock 2 will stay pretty much similar as last year. We won't... I think we hit most of the Hard Rock 2 marks last year. People really like aim control in some ways, like pattern aim, they do like that. People don't really like streams too much on Hard Rock 2, but a few people do, so we try to... fun fact actually, before we started ODC, we had like a month of just retrospectively looking at all the previous pools, like the last 2 or 3 years of pools, rated them, checked what worked and what didn't, and then tried to extract why it worked and why it didn't. Wrote down a lot of different themes for maps which work for different slots, like stuff on CS5 doesn't really work if it's too overloaded, and then try to build like a Lego. It's like building something out of Legos. That's what we pretty much did for this year.
It's a great way to do it, actually. Great way to look at it.
All right, let's get into double time. First one by Impure Pug. I believe it's Impure Leg now or something. Kokoniiru Kara. Some good old Ito Kanako, I think.
Yeah,
Also
I mean,
kind of somewhat of a nostalgic artist.
yeah, you see a lot of ranked maps everywhere, pretty much, of this artist. It's representing the Eroga part of ranked maps, I guess, because there's so many Eroga openings of just generally ranked and just mapped. This one is DT, and it's speed focused and has a little bit of aim, but it's mostly looking towards the tapping side. So if you can tap this should be really comfortable and free, I would say.
What AR base is this? AR 9.93? Is that like
8.4.
AR 8.4?
Yeah, 8.4.
Not too high then, actually.
We actually had a lot of discussions about high approach rate and how we want to go about it and represent it in pools. And the thing is, high approach is mostly being used in conjunction with really easy base maps. If the base map is complex, high approach rate makes it so much harder. If the base map is simple, it doesn't really do too much except make you a bit uncomfortable, right? That's why we didn't really opt for a higher approach on this one, because it's a little bit more complex than just, aim DT1, and it took away from what we want the map to be.
I think one of the challenges for qualifier pools with DT is always trying to fit all the different skill sets that people usually want in there in only 2 maps. I think most of the time people will want more than those things, right? Usually DT pool will have 4 maps, so it's very hard, I think, to fit that into 2. You kind of have to make some sacrifices. I think the DT pool doesn't have much aim, does it?
Yeah, the DT pool doesn't have a lot of aim. That's mostly because in later pools you have Nomad 5 for just pure speed and do 3 DTs, so you have like 2 speedy DTs. Not having a Nomad 5 in qualifiers means we need to go 2 speeds, although 2 speed maps, or like something about being just tapping heavy. Because if we don't, we underrepresent speed compared to the rest of the tournament.
I do kind of agree with that, even though I guess a lot of people would see DT aim as a very core skill for a lot of players. But with the existence of a Nomad 1 and then you got a Hard Rock 1, which is kind of aimy, you'd have to make sacrifices somewhere. I think speed is the place for it, because you don't get speed anywhere else in this small of a map pool.
And I think also like the approach rates on the map are like low enough that it doesn't necessarily feel like DT, you know?
Yeah, I guess you can kind of look at it as like a no-mod-ish approach rate. But it's not so dense that becomes an issue. It's
this is just straight up AR10, right? So like, could just straight up be in the mod 5, you know? Just that the song is sped up. It's really weird. I mean, the last qualifier map now. Let's look at some Dada some Dada DT.
Of course.
Another staple.
I mean, you can pretty much guess what DT2 is. If DT1 was already speed focused, it's gonna be a bit more finger control focused and stamina focused. Also, if it's Dada, I mean, do you really need me to tell you what this map is about? It's not CS5 approach at 8, so you can take that out the equation. Yeah. A bunch of doubles, a bunch of uneven nodes, a bunch of like 3/4 gaps you really need to pay attention to. Like, it's really easy to... some of the doubles have 3/4 gaps, and if you press them too early and you don't take the like slight pause into consideration, your accuracy can suffer a lot, because it's present for the entire map, so be wary of that. Otherwise, good luck. If you're speed gated by this map, just don't play, trust me. It's horrible if you don't have the speed for this.
Another thing like we talked about with Cloyd, it's like you already know what slot he's mapping. If Dada's in your custom pooling team, you already know what slot he's mapping. And probably the artist too.
I think he has a big backlog of songs he just keeps handy for the moment to strike. Hey, I'll make you a map for the tournament. I have this whole folder. It's like 10 gigabytes wide.
I have a big folder. It's called the Umineko soundtrack.
Okay.
I was gonna say, didn't really get a chance to say it for DT1, but I think both of these DTs are probably going to be seeing the highest average scores in qualifiers. Maybe this one not as much, but there's those types of maps where if you can play it, and if your team is able to field 4 people for it, there isn't anything in here that is like that missable, you know? Like, it seems to me like the type of map where if you can play it, you're just going to FC this every time.
Yeah, I agree. That's kind of the base idea, because if it weren't the fact, then I think that DTs would represent more niche skill sets, which I don't think would represent the rest of the tournament.
You know what that means is accuracy matters a lot, guys. You want the good seeds.
Or you just have a good team for the rest of the pool. I mean, could also work out. Just click the circles, guys. Just FC. I don't see the issue.
Yeah. Alright. Well, that's the qualifier pool in its entirety. A lot of pretty, I would say pretty safe maps in there. It's a pretty inoffensive pool.
There's some spicy maps in there, though. You know, there's a few that do stick out being kind of tricky. You know, Hidden 2 stands out as one. That Nomad 2 as well is quite long. That stream map, so... a few tricky maps in there, but style-wise, yeah, it's what you'd expect. I don't think too many people are surprised by that.
Yeah, it doesn't have anything that is too extreme or requires too niche of a skill set, especially when I think there are 51 countries playing. I believe 51. It could be a little bit less depending on if they all submitted, which I think is the highest amount of countries playing in OWC so far. Kind of has to be a little bit inclusive, right? So I think a lot of the maps are very simplistic for now. Would you say so, Forrest?
Yeah, we tried to go for accessibility first and foremost, and when we go for something niche, we try to have accessibility also as a forefront, because if you have a team of only consisting of your country, you can't build a super team around anything. So you have to do with what you've got, and the more niche we go and harder we go into niches, the more like we just completely favor like the top 3 teams essentially in the tournament, right? Which just have way more player base, like bigger player base. But yeah, I hope everyone will enjoy the pools. We've got a lot of cool maps coming up, I would say, without spoiling anything. And just as a side note, we also have tagged all the custom maps with tags. So if you just look for Qualifier, Nomad 1, and you download all the maps, you can look for the stuff in your local sound browser. We have hidden some tags in the maps, so just finding the maps is a lot easier. I mean, just write down OWC 2021 Nomad 1 and you will find the Nomad 1 in your local sound browser.
Alright, well, that about wraps it up for this week. Again, as a reminder, qualifiers are not they're not streamed, at least not here. So be sure to look out if you're curious about the qualifiers to see if any of the teams themselves choose to stream it or not. Sometimes they do. It can be a little bit interesting. If not, though, at least for the official OS live stream, we'll be back next Sunday, I believe, most likely, in order to show off the qualifier results as well as the next map pool. So be seeing you guys then. If not, is there any closing notes you want to touch on?
No, I think that's it for me at least. Thank you guys for watching, and we'll hopefully see you next time.
Alright, welcome to OWC, everybody. See you next week.
Greetings, user. Neural link established. Ready for takeoff.
Welcome, everybody. It is time for the World Cup 2021 qualifier results. I think it's going to be a good time. Lots of surprises. We've seen 50 teams play this year, 2 more than last year. And so we're going to talk all about that today, as well as showing you guys the next round's map pool right afterwards. So I am Azer. Today we're joined by Dio.
Hello. Pleasure to be here. Pleasure to be here on the first official OWC stream for this year as well. Very happy to be here.
Yeah, Dio, our local player expert, I think. Good to have on the seed reveal, I think. And of course, we've also got Doomsday. How are you doing?
Hey, what's up, Azer? What's up, Dio? Are you guys excited as I am to get this reveal on? Oh, it's every single year. This is always one of the moments, at least for me, watching, casting, just seeing who's made it, who hasn't, and with so many teams having a go this year, there's a lot of eyes on this right now to see how it's panned out.
I think there were a lot of really interesting changes for a lot of the top 16, top 24 teams from last year as well. I think there's a lot of eyes on some particular teams. I know Brazil, Canada, Chile all had some really different expectations, I think, this year compared to last year due to some roster changes. So I'm excited to see exactly how those results pan out. There were a few other teams as well that had some really solid roster upgrades this year. So it's going to be a fun results list to go through, that's for sure.
Yeah, on top of that as well, you know, a few new names as well popping into the OS World Cup this year. Some new countries as well that I believe haven't had a chance yet. Of course, we had Cambodia play the qualifiers this time. Of course, we'll find out how they did in a moment, but yeah, seeing new countries have a go is always fantastic as well.
Yeah, I think personally, I'm a big fan of seeing all these new players every year. So many countries swapped out so many people, and a lot of them are very new names to the general community. You know, like if you've been paying attention to a lot of the tournaments, especially I would say like 4-digit tournaments or just lower tournaments, you're going to be aware of them. But as far as like the big stage goes, if you think of all the big community tournaments this year, maybe have had less exposure. So finally, they get a good chance to show their worth, and a lot of them certainly did. There's a lot of pretty interesting player performances, I think, that are very fresh names, and I think were a little bit unexpected.
Yeah, and so many teams where, you know, even established teams have been completely swapped out this year. And it's not only the new teams, but also just seen as established teams that all of a sudden have a fresh set of paint, you know, new paint. But hey, I think looking at this, we might just about be ready.
Yeah, I think we're pretty good to go. As always, there's 50 teams to go through, and it is already kind of late in the day, so we're going to be going pretty quick, I think, for a couple of these. So let's get right into it right now. Seed number 50, Colombia.
Unlucky for the Elmic squad this year. Not a very good performance out of qualifiers. They had a few people swap out to put on more Elmics, but the extra similar names were not quite enough to get them through this year.
They needed more Elmics. Cambodia up next as well. Again, fresh team. Have never played the World Cup before, so.
Yep. I mean, always nice to see new teams, but not this year.
And Latvia as well. Last year's qualifier ranking for them was 47th, so pretty standard performance, I would say.
Yeah, swapped out a few good players, notably a Colibed, so understandable that they unfortunately don't qualify this year, so good luck to them next year.
All right, Israel up next, actually. This one might be a little bit of a surprise, but considering that last year they got 25th, but they also had Mr. Potato and Silver, so I think losing those two people proved to be a bit of a big hit.
Yeah, it did, really. Missing some hard carries like that. Unfortunately, no progression this time, but we'll see how they do next year. Thanks for playing, though, guys.
All right, Portugal as well. Last year got 33rd, so barely missed out on playing. This year, not so much barely, I think. A bit of a downgrade in performance, but...
Yeah, I think losing some of the stronger players in like King Lizard and Misery from last year definitely hurt their overall performance. So, unfortunately, the rebuilding year not quite panning out with the qualification.
Decent hidden scores, though.
All right, Croatia up next. I don't actually have their last year's placing, but they did not qualify last year either.
Nah, they didn't. It's not going to be this year either.
Yeah, they did actually have a full 8-man roster this year, which is really solid, but yeah, not quite enough.
All right, Hungary, who is doing an exact repeat of last year, actually. Last year they also got 44th, and now they got 44th.
The consistency on point right here. Sadly not the kind they'd want, though.
Yeah, again, an upgrade from 6 members to 8, but still having the full roster just not quite enough with how competitive it was.
All right, Estonia actually at 43rd this time. Again, a little bit of a downgrade similar to Portugal, losing a lot of their pretty key players. Having a hard time keeping up, it looks like.
You know, Ansenth, no Abyssal this year. Tiger Claw as well was fairly solid for them last year, so even with adding Sidra and Revo, it just wasn't quite enough for this round.
You know, Switzerland, who got 43rd last year, so again, pretty consistent. Pretty decent DTs, though, actually.
Yeah, and Hard Rocks as well, but Hiddens and Nomads not quite going to be enough to get them progression this time, though. Not this year for the Swiss.
All right, Belgium now as well. Pretty similar roster to last year. Last year they got 36th. I think it's always a little bit sad for me seeing these guys because I think their players have been playing for such a long time, right? So I would have liked to see them qualify, but maybe next year.
Yeah, especially Hanori and 5 Joshi. Hanori playing 20 out of 20 maps in the qualifiers for both runs through the qualifying stage, but just not quite enough to carry them through this year.
All right, Slovakia up next. Again, kind of a similar story. They got 34th last year, so barely did make it. Not going to be this year either, but yeah, lots of presence in community tournaments, I think, from a few other players.
Yeah, a lot of these names I do see a lot. Unfortunately, though, just not getting the performance needed to qualify this time. A lot of good lads on the Slovakian team, but hard luck, guys.
All right, up next, Vietnam. A little bit of a better result. They got 42nd last year.
Yeah, the unfortunate run for them this year. They had Sin and Uechan play very well this year, but the rest of the team just not quite strong enough scores. I don't think Sin played 16 maps and had 9 scores counted and still had the highest average, so really solid performance from that player, but unfortunately, again, not enough in a 4v4 setting to carry them through to qualifying.
Okay, we're now moving on to Thailand, who did get a pretty decent upgrade. 45th last year out of 48th, I think. So now they're up 38th. They're moving up a little bit, which I think is a bit surprising considering they lost some pretty key players.
Picked up some decent ones, though, so all in all, definitely strengthened this year. Not quite enough for progression, but, the upward trajectory is there. Hopefully we'll see them continue that trend on.
7 new players on the team and they actually improved their seeding. That's definitely a successful rebuilding year for the team. So solid performance from a new squad.
This is always good to see. So moving up now to Lithuania. Pretty similar result from last year as well. They got 39th last time.
I think
a little bit.
Yeah, interesting changes in for players like Pain Singer. Definitely a lesser known name, but still solid overall. And six new players again and improving the seeding from last year, so call it successful and move on.
Yeah, good to see Paint Singer having a go. He's been around a long time, and it's always lovely seeing him have a go at OWC. It's not the first time.
All right, the next 4 teams now barely not making the cut. We've got Peru, Arnold, and the boys not going to be in the OWC this year, unfortunately.
Yeah, Arnold with 871,000 average score across 19 maps played. He really tried. He really tried. It was close, 4 seeds away, but just barely, not quite enough to carry them into qualifying.
That is such an insanely high performance, by the way, just to have a reference point. I think Arnold, with that stat, is the 26th best player, I think, in the whole qualifier stage, and his team doesn't make the cut, right? So it's a bit unfortunate.
Oh, it's an improvement, though, from last year, so you've got to give him props. Getting closer, just not quite enough this year, unfortunately.
Up next at 35th, we've got Italy. And again, speaking of rebuilds, I think we had a little bit of a lower expectation for this team. They still didn't qualify, but I mean, so many new players and losing all of their key players, I think, like 7 new people on this team, right? So
yeah, it was a massive rebuilding job. Like, so many key players not playing this year compared to last year. So, so many of these new players giving it a good go, and they got really close. But sadly, it's going to be one of those years where we don't see Italy in the brackets. But you have to give them props for giving it a good go, despite, having to start from almost scratch. Ryuzaki was the only player returning from last year.
Okay, up next, we've got Denmark at 34. Again, barely not making the cut. That's 2 years in a row that they got 38th last year. Eimville certainly tried, though.
Yeah, he, again, is the only member who
was Nomad won, by the way,
last year. And yeah, Nomad won. They were number 5 as a team, which is pretty solid. But again, Eimville, the only player from last year, played 20 out of 20 maps for the team. All 7 other players on the team, completely new additions or returning members for this year. So really solid performance from Denmark. Again, improved their seeding from last year despite rebuilding 7 new members. So overall, very solid.
Yeah, a few good players as well that have made a name for themselves this year. Katberg has been very impressive, Van Darby as well. It's not quite enough, even with that insane No Mod 1 score, getting 5th overall. Unfortunately, the rest of the scores just didn't match up. So close, though.
All right, it's the most unfortunate position for New Zealand, who gets our 33rd seed this year, so just barely not making it, man.
You gotta feel for him a little bit. I mean, you had Zoomer playing 19 maps and getting an average score of 625k, so overall a pretty solid performance. And they're only a 7-man roster. I think that's a really, really strong performance for a team that doesn't even have a full roster, almost ends up qualifying, just barely not able to get through. You've got a lot of players on this team who are generally very good players, but it's just not quite enough. The overall performance in Nomad and Hidden in particular, holding them back a little bit from qualifying.
Oh god, it's always tragic. The seed 33, so close yet so far, but it's something to build off of. I mean, we didn't see a team from New Zealand in the last World Cup. It's great to see them back, and hopefully that becomes a fixture once again, because they have had some good squads over the years in the Ost World Cup. Not going to be this year, though, lads.
So that's all the teams that unfortunately did not qualify this year. Best of luck next year, guys. It's always nice to see you play, regardless if you get to the bracket stage or not. I'd like to address something that's been in chat for a little bit. We did have 51 teams eventually, but unfortunately Kazakhstan failed to submit a lobby and did not really have a presence, so unfortunately they did not get to play. So no, they did not qualify, unfortunately. A country who did qualify, though, our first entrant into the bracket stage, Uruguay.
Oh man, you know what? I feel like Uruguay have been a country that in the qualifiers the last few years have been so close and yet so far, but they've made it in 32nd place. And many names here finally get their chance in the bracket stage. You know, the likes of Darnit, Rabo, players like that, they're waiting for their chance.
Yeah, Rabo in particular, 17 maps played, submitted 9 scores out of 9 on the maps that were counted, and averaged 650k out of those scores, which that's a very solid performance from any player to have. And the rest of the team was honestly all really not that far behind. 6 out of 8 players with average scores above 500k for this roster. So really overall solid performance, a good team performance in a team setting, which is what you want to see, especially going into early stages against the eventual #1 seed, right?
All right, up next, also a new team that did not get to make it last year. It's going to change this year. Welcome Spain to the bracket stage. Got 35th last year. Now they made it.
Yeah, this is an interesting placement for Spain. They've got some very strong scores on, ironically enough, the AIM maps and then the tech maps. They've got really good Nomad 1 and Hard Rock 1 scores, and they've got really good Nomad 4, and you can kind of call Hard Rock 2 a little bit of a control-focused map as well. So really good scores on those maps.
Yeah, they're definitely solid. Antonio, though, of course, on the Spanish team. He's been making waves the last few months, and once again, doing it, in this one, 20 out of 20 maps played, averaging 700k, very nicely done from Antonio. They'll be hoping for big things from him.
All right, up next for the Seed 30, a repeat performance again. They got Seed 30 last year. It's Austria one more time. It's Goose Fedora and the boys.
The classic Austria. You always see them. They're always managing to make their way in. You see lots of new names come in and out for the Austrian team, but they always manage to get in and give us a few good games in the OWC. Goose Fedora has been around for so long now. Tomodoy as well. Sparksay. A lot of old names at this point. And an overall solid performance across the board, especially on Hidden. And DT1 as well.
Yeah, they had a few players on this roster as well who played a lot of maps and still had average scores. In fact, their 4 highest average scores from Goose Fedora, Tomodoy, Farmist, and Nuharo, those are also the players who played the most maps for this team. So their solid core is very, very strong. There might be some maps where, one of those core members has to sub out for another member who might not be quite as comfortable, but very, very solid core for this team. So you can expect some solid scores in the early rounds.
All right, up next, we've got Argentina. A little bit of a slightly worse performance in terms of seeding. They did get 23rd last year, but still just as good.
Yeah, this is a interesting performance from the Argentinian team. They have very good speed players, especially. You look at DT1, DT2, Nomad 2 from this team, all of the sort of tapping-based maps in the pool, and they had very, very solid performances on all of them. Not bad performances on Nomad 1 and Nomad 4 as well, so look into those types of maps to give them a way in for some upset points.
Slowburn and Zeta especially did pretty well in the qualifiers, especially around the DT maps. They put in a lot of work for the team in this round, and yeah, I mean, if they're going to build a nice squad around those speed maps, definitely going to be a strong base when the actual map pools start coming out.
All right, up next, it's Mexico, almost with a repeat performance from 27th to 28. I think largely due to Riot this year, who kind of popped off.
Yeah, Meg, Riot has been doing bits as well. An excellent one this time around. And looking at the scores, actually a really nice spread of good scores across the entire pool. You know, number 2 and 3 there, getting top 20 on that DT1 as well. Really solid across the board.
Yeah, and in addition, you definitely do get the pop-off performance from Riot, 730k average score across 17 maps played for him. But you've got some other really, really good members on this team. Saint SFT, Halipers, and Wolfie all putting in really solid performances, very high average scores from them. And one thing to note is that Hebel didn't even play qualifiers. He didn't have time to practice during the week. So this is a 7-man roster without Hebel, who I think a lot of people would place as one of the best players on this team as well. So definitely a team to look out for in round of 32, losers bracket round 1, to try and pull off some upsets when they do have that full 8-man squad.
That's a good secret weapon to have for sure, actually. Now you mentioned that.
All right, another new entrant in the OS World Cup. We've got the Czech Republic, who finished 37th last year. Now they're in at 27th. What's up with that? Look at that! Look at that Nomad too. By the way, what is that? That is not a 27th seed score, guys.
Nomad 2 DT1, man. These tapping players, these speed players, Avenito in particular, very, very solid for this team. So, building around some of the mainstays from last year, I think it worked out very well for them with these new additions.
Yeah, it already helps out, I say, a decent core. I mean, they've always had a decent core of players, Czech Republic. Pogus CZ's been around a long time, so has Nitrom. Yeah, as you mentioned, Avenito having a really high average, averaging 800k across the maps he played, including that Nomad 2 and some of those DT maps. A big reason why those scores, the Czech Republic did so high on them.
All right, so let's move on now. Seed number 26, we've got Malaysia.
Oh, you know what? Malaysia last year actually had some very good matches, some very entertaining matches. I recall they had a good upset against Norway last year.
Yeah.
They're back again. The stronger seed and definitely a stronger squad. With many of these players doing very well in community tournaments recently. And look at some of these individual scores. And number 3 getting rank 14 on that. And the low AR hidden as well, rank 17 on that. Some handy control in the ranks here.
Yeah, these were pretty solid additions for the Malaysian squad. Shimon in particular as a new player, 645k average on 11 maps played. That's a very good average for that player. So sort of looking to some of the older mainstays, Rampax and Wuhua in particular, to continue their good performances. 9 maps played and 750k average for Rampax, for example. Wuhua not far behind, 700k average. So those are definitely the two members that they're going to build the rest of the rosters around. And overall, solid performance. No super standout maps, but nothing really dragging them down either.
I think this team will be watching out for those VTuber maps that might be coming. They're well prepared.
All right, up next, we've got Singapore. Again, pretty similar performance. They seeded at 22nd, I believe, last time.
I think this is one of those teams that a lot of people look out for every year, because a lot of these players are generally very solid in community tournaments, and you sort of see them throughout. Plus the new addition, or I guess returning addition, of Amelia and Seal this year definitely put them on a bit more people's radar. Tebi has been improving a lot in community tournaments. GS Blank in particular is very, very good as of recent in 2021 in community tournaments alongside Artisan. So kind of interested to see how they do in the bracket stage, especially when their MVP in qualifiers was actually somebody else.
Yeah, Lost Light actually making waves this time around in a team of very accomplished players. So that bodes well for some of the backup players as well. A good solid squad here, and I think a lot of these players could definitely put in MVP performances when needed.
That's always such a scary thing to go against when you think of all the names, and then the guy popping off is someone that you're not even thinking about. It's crazy. All right, up next now we've got Ukraine with a slight upgrade to their seeding as well. I like seeing them so high though.
Yeah, Ukraine are always a fan favorite. I mean, do we have to mention the Ukraine against South Korea match last year again? Are people sick of that yet? Because it was insane, by the way. And this time they're even better. You have an even better squad this time around. And a lot of those names return. A lot of that core return. A couple of swaps. Look at that DT1 score, rank 6 on that, over 4 million points.
Yeah, this is a roster that I think a lot of people are even familiar with from 4v4 community tournaments. I remember playing against this roster in GAF earlier this year, GAF Season 7, maybe last fall, I think. But this is a roster that has been teaming together in community tournaments, building that team synergy all throughout. And it really shows because the average scores for almost all of their members were above 500k. 4 out of 8 members with average scores above 600k as well. So their core roster is very, very strong for this team. They're going to have relatively consistent scores across each round through all of their players, which is really valuable to have when you're in that 4v4 setting, and just a little bit more score on one other player really can make that difference in close matchups.
All right, up next we've got Finland. And I think also Finland, pretty significant roster change. But again, we keep talking about those core of players, and this is it, man. They've got a solid core on this team.
Yeah, these are changes on this roster that I think a lot of people were concerned about. Freeze gone, Jarkek gone, Samoyed, Stu's gone, Buki gone as well. But these 5 new players, Ataraxia, Savilju, Zipe, Apacito, and Amacetic, if you play rank-restricted tournaments, or if you've been following Osu True Skill for the past year, you might know some of these players, and you might know just exactly how good they are. Every single one of them had 500k or 600k average score on this team. It's actually crazy just how consistent the whole roster is. And they've got players who definitely prefer some maps. No one player besides Ataraxia really in on the vast majority of maps. Ataraxia and Bullocks playing 9 and 8 maps out of the ones that were submitted. But generally, man, it's just such a solid roster overall.
It really is. I mean, people are going to sleep on this Finland team, but this is a good squad, man.
Like to point out also, congratulations to Ataraxia for getting the top score on the low AR hidden. That's not a name you would probably expect, I think. Very fresh newcomer and top score on low AR hidden. So that's very exciting to see. Moving on next, we've got the Netherlands, also with a pretty similar result from last year, even though a couple of pretty key roster changes, but it looks like they've still got it.
Yeah, it's great to see Netherlands putting in a good showing here again. They are missing a few key players. No Taku this year, no Amnesia. But the backup they've got have definitely helped fill the gap. Got Kushper, Cosmic Wolf on board. Upep as well. Very nice mechanics player. Going to be doing well here. Or Luciano is renamed now. A good mechanics core here as well. With the likes of Scaravania, Vivlium, Luciano / Upep. I think a pretty decent 4-man squad here for a lot of the mechanics picks.
Yeah, they definitely do, and it very much shows Nomad 1, Hard Rock 1, some of their best scores. Nomad 2 also really solid, but even then, some of the more sort of tricky maps, like Hidden 1, Nomad 4, Hard Rock 2, are all pretty solid scores for this roster as well. So in addition to those mechanics players, you have some people like Jackie Lamb, for instance, who are very good at some of those more gimmicky picks that can, pull off an upset score here and there.
The legendary Jackie Ack. You love to see it. Except in tournaments where he actually has really good Ack. He always says he can't do it, but he just does it. He's a good player, Jackie. All
right, I've seen a lot of excitement in chat for this one. Turkey at seed 21. I think largely off the back of Raikoho, who had such a monstrous performance, getting I think 13th overall in like the individual player performance. Like that's insane.
Yeah, Raikoho is the main reason that this team qualified so high. Out of his personal best scores on the 13 maps that he played, he had a 950k average score, which is that's like nearly full comboing every single map. Even if you only count the maps that were actually taken towards his team score, his average is still 865,000 with nearly 99% AC, and he played 13 maps. So this is an extremely strong player. If you've been watching open rank tournaments and open rank 1v1s, you've likely seen him around. This is the fruits of that labor right here, is this kind of qualification seed for Turkey after being 32nd out of qualifiers last year.
I wanna expand on that actually. So we briefly talked about their Raikoho scoring so well, but if you take all of the players' personal best scores, so like no matter if the score counted, like all your combined personal best score, Raikoho is the best player in the qualifiers. A 946k average over 13 maps. That is above everybody else. Imagine that.
He's good, man. But it's not just about Raikoho as well. You know, some other players in this team had a good performance. Jilrain there actually had a really nice overall performance on the maps he played, as well as and Heironi. I think definitely Heironi is going to be a powerful addition to this team as well in later rounds. They've got a good squad, Turkey, and they've definitely improved year on year. This year's no exception, man.
All right, good to move on now. Let's take a look at China. Got seed number 20 after, I think, missing some very important players, but I think they at least are still there, more or less. But I think missing Crystal and GGBY, My Angel Miku, I think that's such a big loss. But it looks like it doesn't even matter. Look at that low AR hidden, that Nomad 1. It's pretty good.
Rank 5 on the low AR hidden. They got good taste in maps, China, for sure. Yeah, this even though they are missing a lot of their key players, you know, there's no GGBY and there's no Crystal. And let's not beat around the bush. Them missing out on Crystal is a massive loss, but their core is still very strong, and this is a solid seeding. Genshin Phobia, formerly known as Gynophobia, formerly known as David Q2, solid player in community tournaments. I'm a Burger Fox has put a shift in. Extreme, Ematexi, and a veteran of the tournament scene for many years now. Still got a very decent squad, even if they are missing a couple of the players they're most known for. Still a scary team, this.
Yeah, and I just want to expand on the sort of main squad. Lolo233, aka Milk Tea, Genshin Phobia, I'm a Burger Fox, and QQ had at least 15 maps played for every single player there. So those four are absolutely the core roster. Genshin Phobia right at the center of the team with all 20 maps played during the qualifiers run. It still had a 640k average out of all the maps that were chosen, and 700k counting the best maps, by the way. But the best average on the team is actually a new player, Strife. This guy's hard rock scores are really something else. I think he's going to be a very solid addition on some of the more niche maps, and even then the core roster can very clearly put up incredible scores on some of the very different sorts of maps compared to what their niche players are good at.
All right, up next at seed number 19, we've got Norway. Again, a pretty repeated performance. I think they got 17th seed last year, but yeah, pretty solid across the board. And look at those Nomads. Honestly, Nomad 3, Nomad 4, excellent job. I think it's worth noting, though, I think the biggest upgrade for this team this year is that their core of players, like all of their players, have seemed to stepped up their level a lot. Like there isn't really a big carry in this.
Yeah, they definitely had a lot of people step up their performance overall. You had very high average scores for basically all of the players, as well as two new additions that I think are pretty solid for the team. We've seen Nineric pop off a lot in recent open rank tournaments, Penguinzy as well, having really solid performances around the year in 2021 community tournaments. So definitely a team to watch out for overall. And you can see the fruits of some of their labor here. Number 5, number 6 on Nomad 3 and 4, number 17 on both double times actually, in the overall hidden performance that is incredibly solid for this team.
Yeah, Norway have, they're always stereotypically the hidden team because they have such good hidden players. But honestly, I feel like their strength is more in mechanics these days with the likes of Fiel, Melva, Marcus, Nineric, And of course, GN and Yokes Pie can fill in where necessary. They have the tools for the job. Really good mechanics backbone in this team, as well as that explosive reading power in Yokes and GN. Yokes had a very good qualifier, actually. Very good qualifier performance.
Yeah, Yolk's actually at the 20th position for average score personally, so very well done. Moving on now to Taiwan, who we were honestly a little bit worried about after losing the majority of their core roster, like Flask, GFMRT, Zane Riser not here, but it looks like that doesn't even matter. They still got the people to replace them, and rank 3 on tech, I guess.
Yep, tech team right here in Taiwan. I mean, they still have the players to make that happen. Of course, Shield returns, Sheen and Noriko returns, Dazzlewind, Spines Knight, some of the core of, the previous very strong Taiwanese rosters. Yeah, they are missing a few of that motley crew in likes of Flask, GFMRT, Zane, Riser. But you know what they got in return? The legend himself is back, Mr. Rucker. You love to see it.
You definitely love to see Rucker back for this year's OWC. Absolutely a legendary player. I mean, he's been playing the game since, for how long now? At least over 10 years for sure. I mean, this guy is an absolute mainstay of the game itself, and seeing him back in is really, really cool. This is another team where you've got really, really consistent qualifier performances across the entire squad. If you're just looking at the average of their best scores for each player on each map that they played, 7 out of 8 players had an average score above 600k for this squad. So this is a very consistent team performance overall. And even if you're just looking at average score from the maps that were taken for their qualifying runs, those 7 out of 8 players still have an average between 750k and 540k. So this is a whole squad that really put in the effort, and there's maybe 2 players that you could shout out as having really insane performances, which are Shield and Shino Noriko, which shouldn't surprise a lot of people if you've been watching open rank tournaments this year.
Sure, the seed's a little bit lower than it was last year, just a few rounds down, but this is still a very scary Taiwanese roster, especially early game.
All right, a bit of a newcomer to this placement range. Here is the Philippines. Big upgrade, I think, very largely off the back of a single player that had a pretty crazy performance.
Yeah, this is a roster that I think a lot of people looked to and said, man, these are some really good upgrades this year. But even some of the mainstays from last year are still just putting in massive work, particularly Hyuk. He played 19 out of 20 maps, had 10 out of 10 scores counted, and regardless of which way you look at his average, he had an 880,000 average score across all of the maps that he played, which is just absolutely phenomenal. I mean, his average is 200,000 points higher than the next best player on his team in My Angel Fubuki. This is a player who will absolutely be the carry on basically every single map for this team, because that's how it was during the qualifiers. Especially early rounds when you do get 17 versus 14 as a matchup, for example, you're really going to be looking to that player to put in the solid performance needed.
Yeah, they are going to need it, of course, but with that performance, that is a very confidence, inspiring performance from Hyuk. I think as a team, though, this is a strong team. I mean, rank-wise, you can see they're very highly ranked. Doesn't mean too much, but there are some powerful tournament players in here, and I think we could definitely see, more of a skill ceiling, actually, out of this team once they really gel and make it happen in the OWC. Some good team scores as well. Look at that, Hidden 1. That Hard Rock 2, the Precision Hard Rock, man, 3.5 million almost on that is very solid. Nice mixture of highly scoring maps there.
All right, up next, it is Brazil at seed 16. Lots of changes again this year, I think. Not too many roster changes, but lost a couple of their key players, and I think Carito, one of the newcomers, getting MVP, only played 6 maps out of 20, but still getting an 877k average, which is excellent.
I mean, even despite some of the changes, Brazil are still Brazil, and they've still got some very scary players. Of course, Mouse Easy, he may be tablet easy now, but he's still a very solid player. And with the likes of, Korean Maluko in there, Mistia returning, X Louise, Sanjulift, it's a strong core. But you have some new players like Defons who have been making waves this year. X-Kirito as well. Only just making the rank range. Actually, I think he must have dropped down after he signed up, but on the very edges of qualifying, but he makes it here.
Yeah, one thing to note about X-Kirito is that he was actually ranked 2000 like 4 months ago or so. He actually dropped rank for some community tournaments, and so he has a much higher skill cap than you would actually initially think from this player based on his solo rank. He was a carry for Brazil in their rank 5000 World Cup earlier this year in that team, and he's definitely showing that on these early stage pools, this qualifiers pool is only a 6.5 star pool, really, and he's putting in the performance, man, on this pool. So despite missing mainstays from the roster like Nissan and Tusk from last year, Dada as well gone, these new additions in Defons, Tones, and X-Kirito absolutely turning it on and making sure that the team does well.
Rank 2 on Tech. That Camellia score. Ooh.
Yeah. I would say the next 8 teams or so, it's been pretty close. It's actually been very, very close in terms of the seeding order on them. So we're gonna get into the mishmash of the top 8 now, the rush to get the top 8. Unfortunately, Romania at 15. Well, it's not really unfortunate, honestly. I think it's still a very good result. And I think Romania somehow ends up always in the seed range where they're always just kind of like terrorizing the higher seeds, because after all of the things that Romania's done in OWC, you never really want to face them. It's you never know what they pull out,
Yeah, it's really interesting seeing this team in this seeding, because I think it's very clear where their weaknesses and strengths lie. Badu number 2 on the low approach rate hidden map, only second to Ataraxia, who we discussed earlier. But this is a really solid team overall. Nanoya number 3 on Nomad 2 as well, so they had some really solid single scores from these players. But Eternum and Badu are basically the two-man carry squad for this team. Badu going in for 14 maps, getting an 881k average, and Eternum going in for 18 and getting an 854k average. So those are the two players that the rest of the roster for each map is built around. Definitely two very different players, however, in terms of how they play. Eternum, a very, very solid speed stamina player, and Badu definitely not that. So the roster is, sort of based around the dichotomy between how good they are at these two very different skill sets.
Honestly, looking at these scores, though... Oh, sorry to cut you off. I just want to mention, looking at the seeding, it looks like the DT scores may have not been what they hoped. Because look at all the rest of their scores. Look at those no-mod and hidden scores. And even the Hard Rock scores. It seems as though, the Hard Rock 2, those last 2 DTs, not quite up there, man. Some very good,
a lot of potential for
scores,
both. A lot of potential for more there, but I think just looking at Eternum and Badu again, if you rate the player performance, I think Eternum comes at 19 and Badu comes at 21 out of 400 players. So really, really top tier stuff. Again, really scary, I think, once the pool gets harder as well. Up next, we have got Australia, Rip Pick'ems, at rank 14. One very important key distinction. Actually, so something that's extremely important. Emrek did not play the qualifiers, and yet they still are the number 1 DT team. What is that?
Imagine not having the best, arguably the best DT player in the world until still top scoring on DT. That's actually kind of crazy, but when you look at the roster, it's not really a surprise, is it? Jordan LR7, Dummy, Suffix in there, Milo Milkshake. That is a terrifying double time team, and that's not even including Mr. Eck. It's something else, man.
Yeah, the overall team really did very solidly for this squad. Not having Emrek obviously hurts, especially on a lot of the rest of the pool outside DT, because I think this squad is really built to just speed abuse a lot of teams in this tournament. But they've got very, very solid scores on, for example, the Hard Rocks, on the sort of mechanics maps as well. Hidden 1, Nomad 1, they have very, very good scores, which is not all that surprising with players like J2B and Machine on the team as well. So really solid stuff from this team overall, despite missing their best player during the qualifier round.
No doubt, though. I mean, once Emrek returns to the squad, though, they're going to be a force to be reckoned with for sure. I don't think anyone needs telling. This is a good team.
All right, up next, it is Russia. Ooh, lots of changes in this one again. I think a lot of people were pretty excited to see the new players, but also a little bit sad to see players like Elementary and Gasha not play, but doesn't seem to matter too much. They've still got it, doing very well.
This was a big team-wide performance for the squad overall, and if you look at the individual names on this team, I don't think they really have a single player who is definitively their strongest player. You can make the argument that, you know, whoever goes in for the most maps and does the best in qualifiers is their strongest player, but really they've got such a small range on their average scores between, you know, 630 and 850k among their top 7 that it's hard to even make that distinction anymore. This is a team where everybody pulls their weight, everybody contributes, and they're all kind of good at the same sorts of things in general. They've got really solid scores on a lot of the more tapping focused maps. They're also very, very strong on Hard Rock, the 5th best team on Hard Rock overall during this run. So really scary team. I think everybody knows Russia as the team that sort of demolishes early stage, so I think a lot of the middle seeded teams are going to be very scared to go up against this roster when they do have such a consistent team performance.
It's a good ability to have that. You know, if you have 5-6 year players be in contention for a map, it allows, you know, your top 4 to be very comfortable on that map. You know, having a versatile roster like that's powerful, especially in the early game, and hopefully they can make use of it in the late game, because they do tend, when they get to like the very, very late stage, they may fall off a little bit. But with all these new players, we'll see if that changes. It's a very good squad, this. Nice score from Mr. Future on the Hard Rock 1, getting ranked 5 on that as well.
All right, and up next, it's Hong Kong. It's seed number 12. It's A21 in the boys.
The FC machine, A21 himself. But, you know, with the rest of that squad, that's a decent squad. And, you know, maybe a few years back they were known as the team that had very low-ranking players but demolished higher-seeded teams. But now they have a higher-ranking squad, you know, with the likes of MCY4, another beast who's been doing well this year. Shiraha Yuki as well has had an excellent year in community tournaments. Dragbit 3 as well has been contributing very well. And also, RLSC is a really cool addition. I feel like RLSC is the sort of guy, you see him on like every like hard no-mod map that has like a no-mod only top 50. You always see RLSC near the top on like almost every ranked map like that.
Yeah, he's just a crazy, almost like gimmicky consistency player. It's hard to describe exactly what he's good at, but definitely has his niche, pulled off some good scores in the qualifiers. But interestingly enough, those top 4 ranked players on the team, Shiraha Yuki, MCY4, Dragbit 3, and A21, were actually the top 4 average scoring players for this team. And they also all played at least 14 maps during the qualifiers. So that 4-man core for this team is just incredibly strong. A21 obviously is the player to look out for. Number 15 overall out of over 400 players who played in the qualifiers, and an 860k average score no matter which way you look at it. So this is a player who has an incredibly strong, consistent base of other high-ranking players to back up that sort of carry performance, and that makes them a very scary roster to go up against.
Those Hard Rock scores, man. Woo, look at them. Both of those really, really solid.
Even the Nomad scores as well. I mean, single digit on Nomad 1 and Nomad 4, number 11 on Nomad 3, and number 10 in Nomad overall. That is a crazy performance.
Yeah, it's worth noting again, A21 placing 15th in the player leaderboard, so excellent job. I think we were all looking forward to see what they could do in OWC, and yeah, it looks very promising. Up next, seed number 11, it is Sweden, just quietly getting better and better every year somehow.
Yeah, this team had some very good scores this year. They had Scylla actually just sort of pop off on a bunch of different maps. Number 3 on Nomad 3 and number 4 on Hidden 1, even though the rest of the team wasn't there to back up that Hidden 1 performance. You can't discount early stage having that carry performance and being able to just mess up some of the lower seeded teams. But Scylla and Reedcat in particular had some really strong performances. Reedcat played all 20 maps and had an 820,000 score average, which is a very, very solid performance. Scylla as well with those standout pop-offs, 850k average on 8 maps.
Not too surprised to see Reedcat once again being just such an important piece of the puzzle for his team. But yeah, this is a team that I feel has so much potential. I was super excited about them last year, and I'm excited about them again this year because they have once again improved once more. That is a very strong seed in such a competitive OWC. Very nicely done from those guys.
Yeah, worth pointing out, number 2 overall on Hard Rock for this team. Number 2 on Hard Rock 1, number 8 on Hard Rock 2, and number 2 overall. Number 12 on both Nomad and Double Time as well. So really, you're just looking at Hidden as the place where this team needs to find, you know, somebody to fill in a little bit. But the rest of the map pool, they're gonna be very solid on no matter which way you pick it.
I can't believe Reedcat is rank 0. How does he do it?
We're getting into a little bit of the danger zone here. Lots of contentious teams for the top 8, but we've got France at the top 10. I believe this is the first time in a while no, actually that's not true. They were 7th last year. I remember France destroyed so many pick'ems from getting 7th in qualifiers. They get 10th this year though. A couple of roster changes, but I think most notably Ekoro coming in and kind of just making a statement.
Yeah, Ekoro jumping on the standard tournament scene this year has been something else. I mean, we all know him as the easy flashlight player, but this year he's just shown that he's just an everything player. He has been so good this year in tournaments, and he's backing up what is already a very good team. The seed's not quite as high as it is last year, but I think this team, for the most part, is definitely stronger. A lot of those core players, you know, Just Man returning, Thunder returning, the Poon, of course, making a return for this one. They're keeping that super important core and adding to it very nicely, I think.
Yeah, one thing to note is that the average score for Ekoro is a full 100,000 higher than the next best average score on the team coming out of Justman. I think the two players that a lot of people would point to as the traditional core 2 for the team in the Poon and Musty are actually number 4 and 5 in terms of average score, but that's not saying much when their average scores are, you know, 750, 670k out of the two players. The Poon still playing 20 out of 20 maps during the qualifiers, and Musty playing 12 out of 20 maps in qualifiers, so this is a team that has quite a lot of people who can go in for a lot of maps. Ekoro and Justman playing 14 and 12 maps out of qualifiers respectively, and just put up some really fantastic scores sort of across the board. I don't think any player on this team is necessarily lacking, especially when you consider that, you know, even the lowest average scoring player in Nero on this team still is just that niche carry performer where when you count the scores that were actually taken, it's a 726,000 point score that contributes massively to the overall team performance. So really solid stuff coming out of France this year.
Worth noting, Justman getting the top score on Nomad 1 as well. And while I briefly talk about that, also it's worth noting that there was not a single SS in the entirety of the qualifiers this year. A lot of pool difficulty went up a lot, so a lot of these number 1 scores are pretty indicative, like, of really high accuracies, right? But still no SSs at all. I think this is the first time this ever happened.
I'm trying to think. Yeah, it's definitely usually at least 1 or 2. Like, even if it is comes down to something like, say, the low AR Hidden from someone who can just play it so competently. But yeah, I suppose it's just a testament to how tricky the qualifier pool is this year, even. This week, yeah.
All right, just outside of the top 8 at seed number 9, it is South Korea. And yeah, Flying Tuna did very well. I think everyone is expecting that. But I think a lot of other solid performances from other people on the team. And I mean, look at those HD and HR averages, right? Like, top score on Hard Rock 2. Excellent job.
Yeah, that top score on Hard Rock 2 coming off the back of Doomsday Fanboys number 2 on Hard Rock 2. Doing you proud, Dooms? All the Hard Rock picks there?
He's doing me proud. My boy, he's so good. I'm so happy to see him make the team this year, actually. Really cool Maz player.
He's a new addition to the team, also alongside Rank AJ and Mayas, but yeah, Karuna Flying Tuna as the sort of mainstay carry duo for this team, definitely showing they've still got it this year. Flying Tuna, of course, very, very solid performances around community tournaments all throughout the year. Karuna, not so much. Hasn't been around community tournaments, but very clearly, 17 maps played, 9 out of 9 scores taken for the team's overall performance, and still averaging 750, 760k across all of those maps. So still very clearly has got that really solid performance in this qualifier stage alongside Flying Tuna. And when you get to this point with these types of seeded teams, all of the average scores are going to be really solid. Basically every member on this team contributed massively, whether they were a mainstay on the core 4 or whether they were just in for some particular maps here and there. They all did very, very well.
Yeah, so much power throughout this entire squad and every single one of these players. This squad is super strong, no matter what gets thrown at it. I mean, looking at the scores, maybe they got a slightly lower score on the No Mod 3, No Mod 4, a little bit on the No Mod 2 as well. But honestly, I think in match, this team can definitely do a lot better on that No Mod 3, No Mod 4 style. This is a scary squad, man. This is a scary 4-man squad.
And it's even scarier when you notice that Carter didn't even play the qualifiers this year. He wasn't even there for their quals. They've got this score with 7 players. They were number 9 this year with 7 players. So no Karcher, they're still almost top 8. This is a very scary roster.
That is so hard to do. At this level, you need all 8 of your players in almost every single country to do anything, right? So props to them. We're going to move on now. Our first entrant into the top 8, it is Bubbleman and the boys. Let's just talk about this for a second. I know there's a full team here, but before we even talk about anything, let's just take a look at Bubbleman's accomplishments in the qualifiers. Bubbleman's obtained number 1 on No Mod 2. He's got number 3 on Hidden 1, number 5 on Hidden 2, number 2 on Hard Rock 1, the best score on DT1, and number 3 on DT2. That is such an absurd amount of MVPs that nothing is ever come close to this. No one's even come close to this level of dominance from a single player. That is such a crazy performance.
Before you ask me how does he do it, I have no answer. He's just Bubbleman.
He's Bubbleman. That's the answer.
That's exactly it. I mean, this UK squad this year, very, very strong. And I mean, it's a very good seeding as well. I mean, not only did Bubbleman absolutely just destroy the qualifiers in his own performance, but there were some really good performances from some of the other squad as well. Kingling got rank 1 on which map? Of course, it was a small circle size map. That's what he does. Rank 1 on Ophelia. But on top of that as well, just some really strong scores across the team as well. Majora, who has been on an absolute tear in terms of his own improvement. His skill ceiling is rather large at this point, Majora. And he had a good run on the maps he played this time as well, really contributing to the qualifiers. Also, shout-outs to some of the new players joining. Gemsy, playing his first OWC, very, very strong aim player, but also very capable hidden player, including low approach rate. So, a good low approach rate little wild card there in Gemsy.
Yeah, it's a little odd to see this team. On DT1, they had the top 3 players in Bubbleman, Malteser, and Majora. And then they had a very, very solid DT2 score, number 5 overall DT team. But they've also just got a really incredible Hidden Reading roster, number 7 on both Hidden 1 and Hidden 2. So this is a team that is definitely versatile, that can score really highly on a wide variety of maps. You have to be that good in order to place this highly. But like Gazer talked about, I mean, the single one-man performance from Bubbleman is possibly the single best qualifier performance we've seen. Top 5 on 6 out of 10 maps. Top 5 on 6 out of 10 maps on the majority of maps in the pool is just absolutely crazy. Kingling as well played 15 maps and averaged 712k, so it's a very solid core roster and a very solid speed core as well. So I expect this team to still make a deep run this year. They've clearly got the skill cap for it. I'm excited.
All right, we were doubting them a little bit potentially, but at seed number 7, it is Japan, losing 2 of their really important players, but doesn't look like it matters. Still placing 7. I think it's a very, very high seeding. They placed 11th last year, and I think it's worth talking about how good Varvalian is too.
Yeah, number 2 on No Mod 2 for Varvalian, number 1 on Hard Rock 1 for him as well. You look at the overall team performance for this squad, and it is 16 maps played for Varvalian, 850k average on his personal best scores, 790k average out of the maps that were actually taken towards the team performance. So this is a really, really high overall performance for him. But even then, there were actually 2 players who are in on a few less maps who actually did better. Rollpan in on 9 maps, 5 out of 5 scores counted for the team, and an 850k average. He had a really strong performance, and I don't think that's surprising if you look toward community tournaments this year. He has been popping off recently, even in duo tournaments where you need to be in on every map, so he's got that versatility, and he definitely showed it off here and on half the maps and had a very solid performance. But I mean, the rest of the team as well, basically everybody above a 600k average for this team. Actually, literally everybody above a 600k average score for this team. So this is where we get into the territory of every single member of the team just being that good and contributing that well to the performance. You really do have to watch out for some of these particular players to just pop off.
You know what, though, actually, an interesting little stat about this team is they have, I believe, not 1, but 2 ClickX players or TapX players in Haga. And I believe Autolean is also TapX or ClickX.
Really?
So, yeah.
Ooh. It's
I
a team
mean-
to watch. That's such a wonderful play style. I don't know how they do it. All right. That's Japan at seed number 7. Let's look at Poland at seed number 6. What? They still got it. I think mostly just due to one player who goes by many names, many name changes. It used to be Chomic Box until last year. Now it's whatever this is. I'm not going to give it a shot.
I actually got clarification on the pronunciation from one of my Polish friends.
Oh, please go ahead.
It is Maliszewski.
There you go.
The pronunciation for it. And yeah, he had a 914,000 average score across 20 out of 20 maps played. What? He's
Yeah.
number 5 overall by average score with 20 maps played? Everyone above him played less than 10 maps. That's how good that is. This is the single best performance, I think, throughout all of the qualifiers this year, because 20 out of 20 maps played and 915k average score is just crazy, man.
God, he's so good. He's been ripping up the community scene recently. Some of the biggest team tournaments, he has been doing bits, taking out some very big players as well. And I'm glad to see that he's keeping that momentum up into OWC. And man, you add that player to this already explosive wild card of a team in Poland. Sometimes you get them just bulldozing everyone in front of them, and other times it doesn't happen. But that's a strong trump card to have in a team like this, for sure.
Yeah, we also, we want to shout out the really strong performance from Maliszewski, aka Chomic Box, but also some of these other players on this team are just that good that you get a really ridiculous overall performance. The number 2 average scorer on their team in Mustache actually played 18 maps also and had a 750k average. So these are players who are in on the majority of maps and still getting really high average score. That type of versatility on a core 4 where you have Mark, Marucha, and Rafis also in for 11 or 12 and 11 maps respectively and still getting above 700k average. I mean, those are scary players. Notably, they did this without Wubblewolf. This is a team that gets seed number 6 without Wolf playing at all.
Wait.
So being able to add him in on some of the maps that come out later on in these map pools is a very valuable tool. Why do we have, by the way, multiple teams in the top 10 who played with 7 players during qualifiers, by the way?
Yeah, that's what
Scary.
is this?
That's really scary.
Exactly. I was going to mention as well, they got rank 2 on the lower approach rate hidden, and Wolf wasn't even playing. What?
Also no Bartek, by the way. Also no
Bartek.
Bartek this year because he's doing the map pools instead. So
They're missing 2 beastly hidden players. And they still did that. That's an insane hidden roster, even without those 2. Crazy.
All right. Well, there's only 5 teams remaining, and here's a bit of a newcomer. I would say this is a little bit of a plot twist, but I mean, we've kind of seen this one coming. We hyped this team up a lot. Last year placing at 20th seed, but big upgrades, and there you go. They pay off. 2 number 1 scores from Indonesia and Lifeline. being right behind Melishewski or Chomik Box, I guess, clocking it at 905k average over 16 maps. But if you look at like the individual scores on this team, there are just so many players at the top of the leaderboards. You've got Lifeline at number 6. You've got Krez at 17. It's just honestly fully expecting this team to do really well, and here they are. We've got Skydiver at 40 as well, and yeah, I mean, you can probably talk a lot about this team, right? It's a little bit of a new team that we haven't seen too much yet, but I think we'll see a lot of this year.
Absolutely. I think, to be honest with you, people that have been following a lot of these players won't be too surprised at this seeding, but even then, seed 5 is very, very high. But the performances warrant it. Lifeline has absolutely been on excellent form last 6 months. Krez, absolute beast. And Skydiver as well, even though maybe he hasn't been too active this year, still shows he can hang there, even with those crazy players that Indonesia have now. And Ro as well. And I feel like not enough people talk about how important Ro is to this team, especially for the gimmick maps.
Yeah, and I do want to talk a little bit about Ro, because this guy is part of that core 4 for this team. If you just look strictly at average score, it's actually Dito who has the highest average, but it's only because he played very few maps on this team. Very solid on those particular maps, but when you're looking at how strong a team is overall, you're looking for players who can go in on a wide variety of maps and still come out with fantastic average scores. Lifeline, Krez, Skydiver, Ro, those 4 players all played at least 12 maps, all had at least 6 scores counted, and all had at least a 750k average across like between 12 and 16 maps. Those are crazy average scores for those 4 players, and if you've been keeping track of open rank tournaments this year, you know Krez, Ro, and Lifeline have been putting in work in basically every single tournament. They have been practicing all year long, and you know, I've said it before, this is the fruits of the labor throughout the past year for this team. So much improvement for so many of these returning players on Indonesia, and the new additions in Krez and Dito definitely paying off for this team. So I am super excited to see how Indonesia does this year, especially with ridiculous performances in every mod besides Hidden. Hidden is the only mod category where they weren't single digit, and even then, they're number 10. Like, this is a fantastic team.
Yeah, that DT1 score, man. 4.6 million. Ooh, man, that's spicy.
All right, well, Dio, you said you're a little bit excited about Indonesia, but I know you're very excited about the next team. Why don't you tell us a little bit about
Have ye little faith? Have ye little faith in Chile, man? I got so much flack for predicting this team top 4 on our prediction stream. Yeah, I was right. This team is that good. They are that good. Intercambing in particular, 900k average across 20 maps. What else do you say besides this guy is the carry to look out for on this team? And even then, I think a lot of people, myself included, were looking at Matthew to really pop off. He definitely did. 18 maps played and a 730k, 770k average across those 18 maps that he played. But the versatility of the remaining 6 players is really what allowed them to get this high of a score. Daniel, Montenegro, number 37, all with very high average scores. Gonza as well, with a 726,000 average score across the 4 maps that he had counted towards the team's performance. And even then, Zazreed with a 700k at the 7th highest average score is a 700k from him. This is a ridiculously strong roster overall, where they've just got, 2 very, very strong mainstays in Intercamping and Matthew, and then 6 other players who can just go in on whatever maps needed that plug up all the holes, especially anything on Hard Rock, man. Number 1 overall team there.
I think this is a really good sign for Chile, not just because, obviously, this is a very impressive performance. Ridiculously impressive. Look at that improvement. 17th, then 4th this time. But I think this team have a really good skill ceiling, If they can get to the late stages, they have Intercambing, and they have Mathy, and they have Danielle. Just looking at the skill ceiling on this team would terrify even the absolute best late game teams. I think it could give pretty much anyone a good game on a finals pool just with their core 3. This is an exciting team, man. I'm really excited to see where this team goes.
But really though, like I genuinely am. You look at like their skill progression over the last like 3 or 4 years, where it was essentially just Mathy and like pretty much nobody. And they were struggling to get out of groups or even pick up a single win. And then Intercamping comes in, and a lot of their other players like number 37 and TFGE start popping off last year, 2 years ago. They slowly get better, and now they're at Seed 4. What comes next? You know, like, I'm very excited to see how good Chile can like potentially get the next year even then, right? Because honestly, this is such like an upward trend. This is the biggest like upward trend for a team we've seen in a very long time. So definitely looking forward to that. In our top 3 now, there's only 3 teams remaining.
What's it gonna be?
Who's it gonna be? I don't know. I mean, I think everybody knew this team was gonna be here, but the actual seeding it was gonna be at wasn't so sure. But Germany, top 3 this year.
The runners-up from last year, what a fantastic final between Germany and you-know-who, but once again, they are back in with an improvement. Yeah, they got 4th in the qualifiers last year, but they get 3rd this time with a very similar roster, but they have some key changes. There's no Neox or Smarty from that squad, but they've replaced them with some very capable players in Kriller and KHZ. Kriller has been incredible in tournaments this year, and KHZ is one of the premier stamina and stream players recently, very infamous for incredible stamina scores. Great addition to this already well-rounded roster.
I want to touch on that real quick because there's so many big names on this team, but Kriller being one of the new additions, easily I think the MVP in this team. Didn't play all of the maps, but got 930k in 13 maps, which is 2nd place in terms of their personal best, right behind Raikoho. So again, if a team last year, we talked about this like last week a little bit, right? In a little bit of the prediction stuff. If a team like last year can take you-know-who to tiebreaker in grand finals, and they add players like Kriller and KHC, what happens?
Well, they get number 3 out of qualifiers apparently, but this is still a squad that is just incredible. I mean, even like you said, Kriller, 13 maps played, 7 scores counted, and KHZ, the other added member this year, played a single map and just drops 900k. I mean, is a very, very solid player. Just comes in, drops the mic, and leaves for the one map that he's needed for. The rest of the team, though, looking to White Cat, Okinamo, Dust Ice to put in the performance that they always do, and that definitely happened. White Cat playing 19 maps with a 775k average, and Okinamo and Dust Ice playing 13 and 14 maps with over 700k averages themselves. So this is a team where you have a very, very consistent core in those 3 players, including Kriller, and then the rest of the roster is sort of subbing in where needed. So very, very scary roster overall.
That's worth noting. Also, White Cat got the number 1 play on the Nomad alt map, Nomad 3. But yeah, I mean, we didn't even talk about like most of their other like big name players, right? I think they're all kind of mainstays, so everybody knows what to expect. But I think in the interest of time, we can move on to seeds number 2. It's Canada. What? I'm gonna do the same thing I did last year because what?
And deja vu here.
I mean, yeah, Canada last year got really good because of a lot of really good speed players, and then lost all of them. And then it turns out they're still really good. So, yeah, I mean, lots of big changes. I think the scariest thing about the Canadian team this year is there isn't really one player to look at. Like, everyone pulls in their weight. Like, you could look at Vespirit, who mostly does a lot of the gimmicky things. He doesn't play a lot of maps, but is one of the top scorers of the entire qualifier stages, even though he's only played 4 maps. And he's basically top scored almost all of them. Or Zudi and Nick, who present an excellent core, both getting over 850k averages in like 14 and 16 maps. But like, there's just such a wide distribution of, I guess, credit to this team, right? Like, it's very hard to play against, I think, because they seem like a very, very well-balanced team.
Yeah, I mentioned this about Russia as well, where you have such versatile players that for any given map, you can have 5 or 6 players who could play it, and then the 4 you put in for that, gonna be super comfortable. That's so powerful, and especially you combine that with just have a really good, they have really good chemistry, really good mentality going into games. They have a great setup going into pressure situations like this. And that's probably why they did really well again in the qualifiers.
Yeah, this is a team where even a lot of your new players this year are still very seasoned tournament players throughout the community. Xylus, Curtis, Vesprit, Jeremy, and Muffin Slayer all are really, really experienced tournament players in general. Obviously, I think first OWC for all of those players this year, if I'm remembering correctly. But this is
Yes, it's new for 5 people, and the other 3 just played their first time last year, so it's a very, very fresh roster.
That's
Yeah.
insane,
Uh,
actually.
that is insane. Placing number 2 with that roster is an incredible accomplishment. Really well played from Canada. And I mean, looking at the Nomad and Hard Rock scores on this team makes me very scared for any team that tries to go up against them. You talk about versatility. Well, the Nomad pool is basically 4 completely different styles of maps, and they were top 10 on every single one of them. So that absolutely points to a very wide variety of skill sets on this team. And like you said, the top 4 players all playing very different sorts of maps really speaks to that.
I think most notably those Zudi, Frankie, and Xylus getting pretty high placements on a lot of the Nomad and hidden maps. But just looking through like their mod results too, like you can't really pinpoint what they're good or bad at. Like they have really strong placements and also some weaker ones in like all of the mod pools. So I mean, I think good luck to anyone who plays against them. I think strategy is going to be pretty important. Of course, though, there is one team remaining, so I'd like to congratulate our seed number 1, United States. Again, crazy development. I mean, who could have seen this coming, right? United States just getting better and better, going from seed number 1 to seed number 1.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, go on, Dio. You should take this.
It is a little bit of a development, though. You sub out 5 players on this team. Yes, you get back, a completely seasoned tournament veteran in Digital Hypno, who has been there for 2018 and 2019, I believe 2017 as well, so has 3 previous years of OWC experience with this team, and won at least 2018 and 19 as well with them. But subbing out Kablaze, Apraxia, Vaxay is gone on this team, Rectigon is gone as well, BTMC also leaving the roster. I mean, those are 5 very strong players that you sub out, not to mention who I think most people would call the single best tournament player in the world in Vaxay is now gone. But the players who come back in, Digital Hypno, Arison, Exarch, Taquito, and Utami, those 5 players played really fantastically, and I think it would surprise a lot of people to know that some of the newer players had some of the single best average scores across the entire tournament. Utami played 12 maps but had 7 out of 8 scores counted with an 884,000 average. But even in spite of that, the entire team is huge. You can say that the average scores for this team were all way above average because basically everybody has average scores around that 800k range. This is a team that just has the full roster consistency at every stage, and it makes them so scary to go up against 7 out of 8 players with an over 800,000 score average for this team. That's just ridiculous.
It's unparalleled, right? That's why they're number 1.
I think the real question is, out of all those teams, that's placed below the US, how or will those remaining teams match this terrifying team? The fact that they're missing players like Vaxay, that is definitely a hit. But the fact is they have a stock of insane players. They can swap in and out, and they are still the team to beat. But we'll see what happens during the tournament. We'll see. This is a very competitive OWC. Nothing is decided yet, and I think this year could be very close, even with this team. I'm excited to see how other teams match up to the US team this year.
Yeah, well, congratulations to all the teams who qualified for the World Cup this year. Of course, the stream today is not quite done yet. We'll be taking a leave, but I'd like to pass things on over to OMG4s and a couple friends who are going to talk about the next round's map pool.
Hello, everybody. Thank you guys for the wonderful qualifier results showcase. I mean, wonderful performances by everyone all around. And hopefully the map pool was also enjoyable for everyone involved to be playing. My name is OMG4s, I'm a map pool selector, and today I'm joined by someone who actually went from a mapper to a playtester to a map pool selector this year in the span of a week. It's gonna be Mazarin. How are you, Mazarin?
Yo, what's up? I'm doing great.
And next to management, we also have a bit of a supporting member here, Quality Assurance Team, to be a sanity check of RWBC this year around. It's gonna be the one who leads the pools of courses. It's gonna be Harslesh. Hello. How are you?
What's up? I'm doing pretty well, although sanity checked by the insanity is a recipe for disaster. But
Yeah, that might have been... you know what? We're so glad to have you on board. Because my insanity plus your insanity cancels out. We'll hopefully be sane for the end of the day. Well, yeah, we'll start with the map pools, I would say. I think that's what everyone's gonna wait for after this qualifier result. And we'll get right into Nomad 1, I would say. It's gonna be Imi Divine's game map by Now Tomorrow. It's a custom map. And it's 6.4 stars, 185 BPM. So a bit of a lower BPM. And the low BPM allows us to increase the spacing of the jumps a lot more and just get you into that uncomfortable jump spacing. Otherwise, it has jumps, it has bursts, it's a Nomad 1. You're welcome.
Yeah, I'd say on average the star rating is a bit deceptive for this one, since it's so slow. And there aren't many one-point bursts, which could raise the star rating further.
no mod 1 TM, right? Alright, when it comes to no mod 1, like, we know what happens, right? You have, big jumps, and that's kind of the deal. This one has a bit more interesting jumps than you'd expect out of, like, your typical farm map, though, so I will say that. So, like, a lot of, 2014, 2015-ish sort of patterns, except with much bigger spacing. That's why the absent are some of the 1-2s for the most part, and present are a lot of these, like, zigzags, not new comboed. So.
Yeah, I think the choke points will be this triangle pattern, for example. It's pretty easy to mess up.
Oh yeah, I think that happens like 3 times in the entire map, right? Like at the beginning...
In the beginning and the middle, I think here, yeah.
Yeah. And I think right after the break or something, like somewhere at the end there should be something similar. But we could be lying, I mean, see it for yourselves. Don't trust us, we might be the map selectors, we should be the experts, but you know what, at this point, seeing so many maps, it's all a blur, it's just all a blur.
Oh, and watch out for the slow slider, soonish.
Yeah, also it is worth noting on the, CS is 3.8, so you've got a little bit of that, you've got a little bit of that, like, raw aim requirement being squeezed out, as opposed to, like, the slight precision, so that comes from, like, 4.2 on a lot of jump maps these days, so...
Oh, yeah, that's a really interesting thing we actually talk about a lot, which is just go big circles. In the Nomad 1, so you just have more raw aim movement. And it's something we definitely want to explore a bit more. You're gonna see a lot more CS 3.8 this year. It's totally not because we can't properly balance the maps to begin with, so we just added CS 3.8 to nerf them. It's definitely on purpose. Like this one. This was definitely not too hard when we first saw it. 100% not. I can assure you that.
Yeah, definitely force.
Yeah, so get me on some of that copium, bro, like...
By the way, I lied about the slider. Bartek actually hated it so much that he forced the mapper to change it. It was a fast slider.
So if you dislike slow sliders, you're in luck. Bartek is present.
It's true. Bartek has definitely left his mark on this pool, so... But yeah, it's funny with that slider, I think it was forced to be changed from a slow slider, and then it became, like, really fast, and because the mapper, now Tabori, everyone knows this guy loves to meme. This is no exception. So he put a fast slider instead, and then we had another playtester, like, say, no, you need to do something about this slider, this is still messed up. And so he changed it last second.
Aserite and I played the map. I think Aserite and I missed the slider because it was too fast. It was pretty fun. But yeah, this was Nomad 1, and we'll start right with Nomad 2. Mapped by Wakaba. It's Noah Primal Screen. Mazin, what can you tell us about this map?
Well, for starters, this map is the slowest Nomad 2 in the entire tourney. And other than that, it's... I would compare it to last year's Leaders map, but say it's way more intense on average. basically there's not as much downtime because the song choice is better, I'd say. The whole song is more streamy on average.
And what would you say about the focus of the map? Is it more stamina-wise heavy, or is it more stream aim focused, flow aim focused?
Oh well, this year we have a bit different approach on Alma 2s. There's not as much of a depth stream focus. There's way more flowing focus, I'd say. And streams are generally shorter compared to last year. No ridiculous 200 note streams, well, especially in round of 32.
Alright, nice. Harvey, this mapper. It was so funny when I saw Wakaba's Hidden 1, I believe, in Perennial. I was like, this guy made a really good normal 2, but it's on Hidden 1. What if we just get him for normal 2? And then I got him on for DLC, and then like a few weeks later I noticed, wait, you put him on a normal 2 in Corsairs! It just happened in parallel. I was so surprised that he actually did a normal 2 in Corsairs.
Actually, I think he did it when Perennial. He did Nomad 6, so he definitely did something a bit out of his wheelhouse there. But yeah, no. You look at this is actually a recommendation from the playtester Skill himself. He's like, put my man Wakaba in for the Nomad 2s. We need to see more of this. And I'm like, okay. So we tried him in Corsairs. Song was a little suboptimal. Now we got him a better song. And I think he's delivering. Right, this is exactly what I think people want to see in a Nomad 2.
But he didn't have to change anything at all in this, I think, right?
There were a few angles. There were a few like Spartan flows, I would call them, which is where you have a jump going to one direction, like, and then the stream starts and goes 180 degrees right where you came from, which is really easy to break on. Like there were like 2 parts of that we changed, but otherwise it was pretty good to begin with. Yeah.
Yeah, we didn't change the CS, the air, nothing. Oh, only the OD. Yeah.
Delivering for sure. Also, I just got word that Wakaba's actually a girl, so that's
okay,
what I got from the sidelines.
That is great information. There we go. Wonderful job. Thank you, Wakaba, for mapping this.
Yep.
I mean, also Noah featured artist when?
True.
Yeah, I know a certain mapper that starts with a D would really love to see that. Like, it's just waiting to happen.
Alright. Yeah. Consistently difficult, very comfortable all around. I hope you guys will enjoy this one. Alright, going into the alternate map, Nomad 3. It's gonna be a ranked map this time around by Moth. Not his map set though. And it's an alternate map, which is on the easiest side in terms of patterns. There's not too complex patterns present in the map, but the way the map is difficult enough is mostly due to the consistency of it all. You have just a long map, miss potential pretty much everywhere. At the second half, it becomes slightly harder. Because of the solo, and there's like a 2 or 3 patterns that are slightly harder, a bit more complexity, but otherwise, I mean, a consistency alternate node map.
Yeah, you might have seen this song in other tourneys. They often use the tablet for this set, but this is the second tablet, I believe.
Let me check that for you. And you are incorrect. This is the third top diff. The second top diff is by Neon. Close enough though.
Yeah, this is a Kuyusu set, so I'm sure everyone has seen Kuyusu alt maps, like they've seen the sets. And this Moth map is actually kind of towards that style. I definitely remember Moth having a much cleaner and more straightforward style, and he's kind of shifted away from that, and for the better, as just alt maps in general have shifted away from that sort of space stream geometric sort of style.
Yeah, and in this case, I also like that this has a good mix of flow aim and snap aim. Where if you take a close look, you see those half circles or almost circle streams, but plenty of snap patterns. There's also a back and forth, 1/4 for 4 notes or something, like in the true third part, I would say. I guess that's the most snapping you can really have in something like this. Also,
and by the
shout
end-
out to Nissan for single tapping this.
And at the end of the map, there's a transition from a 1/4 pattern to a 1/3. Watch out for that.
Yeah, this is actually I think the longest map in the entire pool. If you don't count the tiebreaker. Yeah, it actually is. I'm not lying. Hey, I got my stats ready. Wonderful. Yeah. If you notice that this pool is easier than the qualifier pool, you are correct. The qualifier pool is set to be difficult, difficult is set to be between round of 16 and quarterfinals. So next week and the week after that are mostly gonna be more similar to the qualifier pool. We're gonna start off easier and then we'll slowly scale up once again.
Yeah, that was the back and forth.
Over quick, huh? But yeah, no, 4-minute alt map, like, you know, what can you do? That's most of the songs, like, they tend to be these songs tend to be on the longer side, so 4-minute common standard for this. It was common with like the Val, like Vocaloid alt maps, and we're seeing that here as well.
Yeah, I think that's probably Tech and Alternate are probably the hardest songs to like actually choose. In terms of like song length, you always have to like bank on more length, or like have a bigger length budget for those songs, because all good alternate songs like 4 minutes. And finding a 3 to 2 minutes long alternate song that is intense throughout for tournament viability, it's a pain.
And then Tech's got the opposite problem, right? Of like, oh, it's always 2 minutes, and then you have to find something that's actually intense for 2 minutes.
Yeah, 1 minute build up, 30 and then 30 seconds of like intensity, and that's it. That's the climax.
Yep.
Alright, moving on, we got Nomad 4. Speaking of Tech, we got the Be With You mapped by Altai, a custom map. Mazarin.
Yeah, what
Tech.
can I say? Altai popped off on this one. This map is really good. I love it. It's pretty different from the qualifiers one. I think it has a way larger slider focus on average compared to the 1/4 pattern. You're gonna see like sliders right out the bat. Yeah, right here.
Man, for some reason, when you say Altai popped off,
Really did.
I felt a hint of sarcasm for some reason, but I think
no.
that's just the way
None at all.
it is. I mean, yeah, it's I like to draw parallel lines to and comparisons to courses, where I think a lot of the maps ended up being a bit more aim focused. That's something we try to mostly not have. Also, shout out to these sliders here. You definitely need to be aware of them.
Yeah, practice the map.
If you're not, you can miss here 100%. But yeah, otherwise, we try to still have that tech feeling in a map, but it's like low star rating obviously, so you can't have too much like cut streams galore and too high of an SV. Well, hopefully the map feels techy enough for every player involved.
Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of pretty messed up sliders. Some of them have ticks on them, so I think the tech element is definitely present. Yeah, watch
Yeah, you
out.
have to follow the sliders.
Yeah, sliders go brr. We'll have more sliders go brr maps later on, trust me, but yeah, this is the introduction to tech, I would say, in this tournament.
Oh man, you even tossed in fast reverses? Like, woo! No, this is
really enjoyable.
definitely prepping players for what's coming.
Alright, and we're going right into Nomad 5. Speaking of courses comparisons, doesn't this one seem a bit familiar to you, Harvey? Do you want to take the wheel for this one?
Oh man, I remember this. Yeah, so this is this map was actually featured in Corsace Open 2020. It is a No Mod 5 by now this point an iconic No Mod 5 mapper, none other than Zelf. This is the map that got it all started. So it is exactly what you signed up for. 200 BPM burst, like first chaining into burst. Like this is you just can you tap 240 BPM, and what a way to start off on round of 32 with something that actually requires speed, right? So even though this is a bit slow for a lot of the people that actually focus on this, I think people will still be overall satisfied with this.
Yep, around the 32 to 40 is pretty high, I'd say. Like on average, you have you see 230 often, 255, as in last year OWC.
Yeah, last year I think it was 222, 225, yeah, like really low. So it ended up being a bit more streamy, which wasn't really the idea behind it, but just for balancing purposes, we had to go for it. But yeah, this one it's short, spicy, has a bunch of bursts for you, like obviously occasional double or something, but like, I mean, I think this is a quintessential number 5.
Yeah, there's not much being controlled. Like most of the doubles are just under the sliders.
Yeah. Shout out to Nissan for carrying the replay so far. We will have hopefully more replay variety later on. But so far, I mean, Nissan just popped up.
Yeah, this guy decided to play the pool one day and he FC'd like literally every map. What can you do?
Yeah, pretty much. Thank you, Nissan. Alright, and we'll get into the hidden bracket. It's Hidden 1 Sound Solar Bubble Flower by Keking or Ilchaz. This is a custom map, also another featured artist song. And this one is a really interesting one. So, Maizran, how about you tell us what this one's all about?
Yeah, this one is like, it's kind of aim focused, but it's slightly awkward. It has a lot of these kick slider jumps. It doesn't look hard, but it's really easy to miss on, I'd say. Like, everyone felt that way who played it. There's also a 1/3 part in the end. It's not really complex, it's just phase doubles mostly. You can probably even single tap them.
It's gonna be hard to actually get a full picture of this halfway, I would say. Like, I think you definitely need to see more than half of it, but it is very easily missable. Like, playtesting gave us a lot of varied scores all around. Do not underestimate this map at all.
Yeah, I can see it. There's just a lot of jumps just kind of require more focus than you expect them to. A lot of this patterning looks really simple. It looks like, oh yeah, it's just some like 1-2s and some triangles and such, and then it's just not. And then you just have like some cut streams that just come at you, sort of a thing.
Yeah, exactly. It feels like it needs more focus than like your average map, for example, compared to the No Mod 1.
This is definitely along the lines of the qualifiers Hidden 1, actually, where it's just, you know, it's just like, oh yeah, it looks totally normal until it's not at all.
Yeah, here's the 1/3 section.
Oh yeah, there's some stuff going on. Definitely feels like kind of a weird consistency sort of pick. Ilja is a pretty good fit for that.
Yeah, because it's like intense for the entirety of it, it's rather short. But you know, short and sweet should fit the bill for this one. You cannot lose concentration for a single second, except for the break maybe. But yeah, that's about it. Alright, and we'll get right into Hidden 2 with the most... Alright, this is a Delis and Mirage collab. I think Dallas mapped the entire part of his sections on an iPad.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. This is insane. Absolutely insane, but I love it.
Hey, can we talk about the miso soup thread? Or
No, we
like,
don't
the
talk about the
repeats
miso soup
files?
thread.
Like,
They post. Oh no, we don't talk about that. That is a story for another time because we'll get right into Hard Rock 1. Jesus Christ, and it's gonna be a old map. I'm not gonna pronounce the name. You can read it for yourself at the wonderful cars at the bottom. It's a 210 BPM jump map with a few bursts here and there, and it was recently added actually. Mason, did you take a deeper look at this? How recent it is?
I've played it a bunch back in the day, and I don't know, it's pretty consistent. It's like 210 BPM. And previously we actually had a 210 BPM old map too. I don't remember the song name, because it's also
very
pretty
Japanese. Yeah.
It was basically a pink hair Japanese song Hatsune Miku map.
Oh yeah. But like this one was deemed a bit more engaging and not too wonky because that map had like really awkward things in it. This one more so. I mean, it's RSC, right? I would say it's almost like the birth of this. I mean, let's get Harvey to talk about RSC. What can you tell us about RSC here for this like stage of the OS mapping history?
yeah, okay, so this is a 2013 map, so I classify this as early modern, right? So when you talk about like fathers of the generic mapping style that we see today, RLC definitely comes in hot. Like this is the same year that he released the Pretender, so everyone knows that map. So it's kind of that sort of style. It feels like Natsume Rin-esque though in a way too, with how you see a lot of like low spacing linear like wiggle sort of stuff thrown in along with the geometric jump patterns. So you've got that going on, but overall it's still just like pretty comfortable in terms of jumps. None of the patterns are really hard to read. It's just some of the spacing might be a little wonky if you're not used to it, particularly out of sliders. But otherwise, nothing crazy.
Actually, initially, Bartek suggested the Skyster look on this, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and you were like, let's do the RLC one because the Skyster one was already used.
Yeah, Skyster was used back in 2016, and we do have the rule in RLC. We cannot reuse a map or like a difficulty in the next 5 iterations of ODC. So fun fact, that actually makes it a lot easier for the future the more custom maps we have, because you can't really reuse custom maps because they're not taking anything out of a fixed pool of ranked maps. So like you could maybe start seeing some 2015, 2016 repeats in the next years. Who knows?
Yeah, otherwise, I'd say this fits the bill pretty well for what you'd expect out of a Hard Rock 1. It's on the higher BPM side, but most of the difficulties coming from jumps. Like, yeah, there are a couple streams, but streams are all shorter than 9 notes, so they're also not too crazy to aim. Also, the BPM is high enough that AR10 actually feels comfortable, so even if the patterns are a little wonky, reading this shouldn't be too difficult either.
Alright. Also, thank you, Bartek, for getting the replay on this today. And we'll get right into the next map, Hard Rock 2, the CS6.5 Precision map. And it makes me wonder, another featured artist song? This one was actually, I believe, a custom map from a different tournament. But we are repurposing it for the Hard Rock 2 map here. Also, the star rating is a lot higher because of the recent star rating adjustments. So one thing I can definitely tell you is star rating is all over the place. Don't trust anything really what you see because you see some wild changes. And if you think something was 6.4 and it's only 6.55, well, play it yourself and see if it's actually that much more difficult. But yeah, this one is all about precision, has jumps, pattern aim here and there, and some of the bursts. It's, I would say, a mix of both, but mostly focused towards the aim aspect.
Yeah, this one's like also lower on the BPM side than the other one. As a result, it might require a little more focus. Higher AR at lower BPMs tends to do that. So 172 BPM, not exactly the most comfortable BPM to read AR10 at. So beware there. And just in general, like combine that with the CS 6.5, you do require a little bit of focus. But the actual aim requirement is not that insane. You have a lot of jumps that kind of like, you know, occupy the same portion of the screen, or they're really linear to follow, and then you know, focus on smaller circles, so you don't have to worry too much about it.
Yeah, for Hard Rock 2, this doesn't do many play field manipulations, and you can see it comfortably makes you move from one side to the other, and so on.
Also, fun fact, this is, I believe, a collab between two mappers, one of them being Alderia and the other person being Calicube.
Yep.
Who maps just about the ending. Who knows, maybe that's a map we will see in the near future again.
I was looking forward to seeing Obama Cube actually, but
True, yeah, I think I would rather see Obama Cube actually.
I guess Cali wouldn't be that bad though. Cali
I mean,
Cube.
we still have time, we can still bin Cali and get Obama Cube instead, I would say.
True.
Alright.
Definitely doable.
That's the plan for after the showcase. Alright, we'll get into the next map. That was the Hard Rock bracket. We'll get into the double time bracket, DT1. Hard Rock has a dance by Yogurt, someone who you remember from the qualifiers on Hard Rock 1, this time on DT1, Mazarin. What's the focus of this one?
Yeah, it's pretty much your bread and butter DT1. You have your jumps and some slight bursts, but they're really not the focus of the map. And if you can aim this, then bursts are definitely not going to be a problem. I think it's worth mentioning the star rating too. It's like pretty high for a DT1 compared to the Nomad one, but as far as already mentioned, star rating changes.
Yeah, this one was really wide. When you play a 6.6 star DT1, and you're like, what is this 0.2 stars higher than Nomad one? You play it and you're like, huh, this actually isn't that hard. And then we played the multiplayer lobby and we got the best scores on this one. I don't know, it's really, how should I put it, misleading on like stuff like this, where you just have low spacing because of the high BPM. It's so much more comfortable than like the high spacing, low BPM Nomad one.
Yeah, and it's especially notable if the Nomad one is not as focused on one ports.
Yeah, also something noteworthy is in the KIs you see a bunch of jumps and then triple or two. So like you have a few triples here and there, as you can see, those 3 triples there. It's like it kind of spikes into the jumps, into the triples, but if you have enough speed, they shouldn't be too much of an issue. But you do have a slight speed requirement, so you can't just like fully alternate the map and be like the slowest player on your team as LFC.
Yeah, I don't have much to add on this one other than Aragay. I would say anime. That's the trademark, but I know a lot of mappers that would get really upset if I, you know, did not distinct between anime and Aragay. So gotta say that out there for the boys. And
yeah, I mean, we got some good informants in our team who can probably differentiate between both. We'll probably just get a list for the next stage pool, so we don't make a mistake there. How dare we?
yeah.
Alright, that was DT1, and we'll get right into DT2. There's BDT, another custom map by Elchir. Low spacing, bunch of bursts, it's DT2. There you go. I think that's about it, isn't it? Also, it's a cool song.
I mean, you basically did just say it all, right? You know, not the first, probably not the last time we'll be seeing Elchir in for a speedier map. Pretty much what you'd expect. If you remember his Nomad Pride from last year, here is you know, the DT2 variant of this. It is worth noting that DT2 is on the higher BPM side, as opposed to like you normally expect DT2 as, you know, your mid DT BPM sort of thing. This is 248 BPM. This is definitely the speed focus pick. But it feels like just it has those like Nomad 5-ish elements where it's like you have bursts into singles and you kind of have those repeated. But this is basically, can you tap the BPM quickly? That's kind of what's going on.
Yeah, this one has more of a burst consistency check rather than checking for speed. The Nomad 5 has many more 9-note bursts.
Yeah, fun fact actually, DT2 was supposed to be for round of 16, and we actually swapped them. I believe the same happened for DT1.
Yeah.
So pretty much the round of 16, DT1, DT2 just got swapped to round of 32 because that's just the way it ended up being. So yeah, this is on the easier side. We'll get higher BPM after some rounds. We also have more spacing in our DT2s and stuff. Don't worry, so if you ever want even more of a speed challenge, you'll get it.
Yeah, that is... I see. So, I do have to ask, what prompted the shift of having like the faster map in DT2 versus the slower map?
Oh, actually, I don't know. To be honest, every year seems to have a different ordering. Like, usually what we did once was just ordered all the DTs by BPM. That's something what we did 2018. And now we just do DT1 aim, DT2 speed, DT3 whatever, and then later on it's just like kind of a slot has a slided entity. But otherwise,
okay.
I mean, it's what it is. Yeah, and we'll get to DT3, and hey, Harvey, wanna tell us something about this map? How did this one come about?
Oh man, how did this one come about? Okay, so this, first of all, the top difficulty for this was mapped for another tournament, Nyx Winter Cup, 1v1 tournament that happens in January. So this is the Grand Finals hidden, AR8 hidden, but I needed to make a spread for that. And so I'm like, hey, do you guys need a DT finger control, Vic? I need to make this spread. And I've been slacking on it. And they're like, yeah, hey, we need to replace this, like, 210 BPM thing that we don't like. So it's like, you can just map this. I'm like, great. So that's that big efficiency. So I went and finished this difficulty, and the rest of the spread while I was at it. So that's what we're seeing here, right? Like 224 BPM. It's definitely a lot about like space bursts and space triples. It's got some doubles and such. So finger control is necessary, but nothing too crazy. I think it's like more of, it's like you can tap this, you should be fine. Just don't lose focus because it's a little bit trickier to aim some of the bursts than you might initially expect.
Alright, nice. Anything else to add to that, Master?
Yeah, we had to buff this one a bit. At first it was a bit too easy, but we decided on buffing the spacing and we hit the target exactly, I think.
Oh, by the way, be careful of the slider. I think FG Sky and I both missed on it. Even though we knew it's gonna come up. I don't know. If you're not aware of it, you might think it just stays on the right side.
Yeah,
I mean, maybe we're just brain dead while play testing this, but it can happen.
Yeah.
Alright, but you know, Harslashed and Zuno, like a Toho song, name a better duo, I'll wait. Oh yeah, next map, it's gonna be Free Mod 1 by Kisada, another featured artist song, and it's gonna be a Yusumi method, background and method, I would say. It's, I would say, a spiritual successor to Panda Heroes map from last year, where you have a lower approach rate, high density, and a bunch of bursts and jumps. So both hidden and harder will be balanced in that way, in a pretty low-ish BPM with 176.
Yeah. So this map reminds me a lot of another map I really like from Kisata under her old name of Apafi, known as Renai Syndrome. I think it was actually by the same artist, and it might have struck a little bit of PTSD with that song name for some people, since infamously that Renai Syndrome song was used in one of the BN tests of like 2016 or 2017. So, but anyways, yeah, no, Lime song, a little bit streamy, pretty comfortable overall. It's kind of what this map is. I will say though that this map, speaking of maps that had to go through some iterations, I think this map went through like 10 iterations.
Yeah.
So
Have you had to? It was a bit too easy at first. Let's just say that.
And with the buff nerf, nerf.
Yeah, we ended up like over buffing it a bit.
Yeah, I do think it is. I mean, it really depends on what player you are, but I would definitely say it's like 60-40 for harder difficulty. But I think we got a decent balance here for I would say a generic-ish 3-mod-1. But yeah, we'll try to move from the generic 3-mod-1 into the a bit more spicier 3-mod-2, another featured artist, but also a ranked map. Mazarin, what can you tell us about this one?
Yeah, I knew about this map, but I didn't even think of slotting it in. Bartek found it, and I was like, yeah, let's go. This is good. It has alternate section later on in the song, and the map, obviously.
Yeah, it's 200 BPM, has jumps, has bursts, and the alternate section. I think it's definitely a very varied experience. A lot of things happening at once in this map.
Yeah, it's very well rounded, this map. Does a lot of things.
Halfie, are you still trying to take it all in, or do you know something about this map? Have you seen it in
Look,
the wild?
all I know is that if you didn't tell me that Bartek pulled this, I would have guessed that Mazarin pulled this. This is like his type of song, his type of diff name, his type of background, his type of slider design. Like this is like a Mazarin. This is a Mazarin pick in thought and spirit. So
yeah,
I kind of forgot about this map.
Also, fun fact: the map it does show 6.2 star rating, but that's the star rating I believe after Howler. It's 5.68 before Howler. Or at least that's with the old star rating because I have the old values in front of me. Yeah, this will hopefully be remedied in the following week when we get all the updated star rating values. It is approaching 9 flat on normal and 8.7 OD. So it has a bit of density aspect with the 200 BPM and approaching 9 flat.
It's also pretty short and sweet. That's always a plus.
Yeah.
yeah, BPM changes, space BPM changes, lots of 200 BPM consistency, a little bit of aim. Like this thing has it all.
And now we have to mentally prepare for what is coming up. This one also has a lot of history. Oh no. But yeah, it's time for the tiebreaker. The DJ Sharpman fake promise Nisemono by Takeki? What? It's a custom map? It has jumps, it has bursts, it has the background as a reference to the ranked version by Urushi, and oh, I don't know where to start. Maybe you guys will chime in first before we start with the history behind this.
Where do I even start? First of all, what? Like, Takeki? This is not... So, Takeki, aka Nana Abe, you know, if you've been following tournaments for the past couple years, you've seen a custom map of his. He usually does, like, an aim pick. here he is getting his tiebreaker, right? Like, never would have seen this coming, but it makes sense in hindsight. But a little bit of backstory on this one is that the cooler Bartek wanted to see Fake Promise mapped for round of 32 tiebreaker. And so he was like, alright, I want this map. And so Fords was like, what the hell? Like, mappers need to be able to, like, pick their songs. You can't just make them map songs. And we, like, name dropped this in another server in a voice chat. And then, like, Takeki picked it up. And he's like, yo, this is a banger! So I'm like, so then internally we argued for, like, couple more days. And I'm like, Fords, you need to let Takeki map this. Like, you need to put him in for this. Mainly, so we you know, here he is, the Bartek enabler himself, delivering a banger round of 32 tiebreaker.
Thank you, Bartek.
Jesus Christ, like, trying to tell Bartek that's not how it works, and then it works. I'm just surrounded by Bartek enablers. And that's also where the copy pasta came out. Takeki was like, dude, this is so long after he finished like 3 minutes. I don't know how to finish it. And then he found the copy pasta he created. Hazard outdated, OMG was overrated. Long have we waited, Bartek activated. Like, Bartek being enabled here, and that was his motivation to finish the map. And to be honest, this turned out pretty well. I would say it's a pretty balanced tiebreaker all around. You have a lot of longer streams, you have some bursts, you have jumps, mix of comfortable stuff and not comfortable stuff. We have these sliders into 1/6. They are stacked, there's no spacing, just be sure to not get too many 100s.
Yeah, compared to last year, this one is way more accessible, I'd say, because this song isn't variable timing, and overall it doesn't have as many BPM changes. It's basically just this 1/6 part.
Yeah, I'd say this is a tiebreaker, just a natural fit for Takeki, as his style has kind of evolved over the years. Started as the No Mod 1, like DT1, HR1 sort of guy, and now he's using a lot more varied patterning and you know, some weirder angles, and he loves to get those streams in there. So it's like a bit of for all about the tiebreaker, right? Multi-skill, and you know, apparently he's a DJ Shrapnel fan, so sure, why not? By the way, the Bartek enabler himself is Bartek himself. So Bartek enables himself. Like, that is that should serve as an inspiration and a warning for those of you in the audience.
Also, I would argue Takeki is his partner in crime.
He's definitely complicit. Yes. Yeah, it just kind of goes, right? Like, doesn't really slow down, you know, jumps, there's streams.
So I think that's a good thing for round of 52.
Yeah.
You don't, like, test too many things at once.
All I'm saying is you're not getting bored playing this. I guarantee it.
Yeah, at the ending there's a bit more of a focus on longer 3/4 sliders and some doubles here and there. So you do have a little bit of rhythm, if you want to call it that. It's just not, you know, the same consistent what half jumps into triples or whatever. So you do have a bit of variance all around the song.
Oh yeah, I did also just notice it's got that CS 3.8 aesthetic that you were talking about. Yeah,
this
cool.
map definitely wasn't too hard when we first saw it. No, it wasn't. 100% not. This was deliberately chosen to be CS 3.8, like every other CS 3.8 map this tournament. 100%.
Bartek was really trying to assess this.
Yeah, he did. He did, but it's really hard when you have the 1/6 part. Like, it's really low spacing, but it's pretty easy to 100. And it's so long that getting an actual assess on a match is gonna be absolutely insane if you do it.
Yeah, the length is a bit of an interesting one. I mean, this is nearly 7 minutes. at least in terms of song length, I think the first minute or so is skipped, though, right?
Yeah,
So-
it's good. Yeah, it's just like
So-
6 minutes.
6 minutes, you know, most of the time when we see tiebreakers these days, it's like around 5. So this one's like definitely towards the long end. Pretty interesting.
Yeah, I mean the background behind it is it's mostly like it's just up to song choice really. If people find better 5-minute songs that suit as a tiebreaker, then that's just the way it is. We could even go down to 4 minutes or 4 minutes 30 seconds as a tiebreaker if it's like consistent enough for the entirety. But there's just I don't think almost no songs in that length or that intensity for tournament viability. So it's like, this is just the way it is. Sometimes 6 minutes, sometimes 5. There's some around. There you go, a 6-minute tiebreaker. All right, and that concludes the round of 32 map pool showcase. All the competitors will be playing this pool specifically for the upcoming weekend, for which we'll get the schedules out hopefully soon. Yeah, I hope the map pools are gonna be fun to play and are varied enough for everyone to find their niche and also their song of choice. And otherwise, if you guys want to say something?
I think that's it. I think we're good.
Yep.
All right.
Have
then
fun
I'll-
practicing.
Thank you on the behalf of the entire ODC staff, the World Cup staff actually. Thank you for watching. I will see you guys next week.
See you guys.
Yep.
Hello, everybody. It is time. Welcome to the OS World Cup 2021 round of 32. It begins here. 32 teams duking it out for the biggest prize of the OWC Championship. I am Doomsday, and I have the pleasure of casting this first game with us. But I'm joined by a very special person. This is someone who I'm sure you have heard if you have followed the tournament scene throughout this year. He's pretty much been the voice of every major tournament, Mr. Dio. How's it going, man? It's fantastic to finally get you on here.
It's a pleasure to be here early in the morning, 7 a.m. on Saturday. I am happy to be here, though. It is the first match of the World Cup. Like you said, first match of the round of 32. And we've already got an exciting one lined up for you. It's South Korea versus Ukraine. This match was famous last year. Ukraine, the underdogs, taking South Korea at top 8 in qualifiers last year to tiebreaker. And that match was a banger to watch. I'm hoping we get something similar this year. And with the improvement that the Ukraine squad has had throughout the year, I don't think it's entirely out of the question. They've got a fantastic roster on so many of the mechanics picks. They're definitely going to be able to contest South Korea on a lot of those picks. So I'm looking forward to how this one turns out.
Yeah, definitely a bit of deja vu on this one. And it's you know, with it being one of the earlier rounds, it is absolutely the perfect time for Ukraine to be facing a team like SK. And, you know, a lot of the same roster that played that 5-4 last year are returning. The majority of this Ukraine team coming back with a couple new additions as well. But that core that did the work last time, they're back again. And I'm sure they'll be taking some confidence from that result.
Definitely will be. This Ukraine roster, for those who don't follow community tournaments super tightly, has been just sort of all around the place even since last fall with GAF Season 7. They've just formed tons of different teams all throughout different 4v4 tournaments. So this is a team, you know, not only that's gotten a lot of practice in all throughout the year for each of their members, but also has been teaming together a bunch all throughout the year, has been building that team synergy, has been building that confidence in each other all throughout the year. And that goes a long way in a tournament setting where you are more prone to nerves, like in the OS World Cup. And this is the one thing that I think this Ukraine roster is not going to be very good at, is those very control-focused, reading-based picks in the hidden modification. Definitely a solid band there and hidden one for their roster, but the vast majority of these other maps in the pool, they're going to be pretty solid on.
Yeah, definitely want to dodge the more control-based stuff. You know, South Korea have a team that can pick apart players with weaknesses in that area for sure. There are plenty of maps in here that are very much all mechanics, pretty much nothing else, even if it is relatively conservative on the star rating. DT1 banned from South Korea. I think out of all the maps, that is the most likely one to see mass amounts of FCs. Do you agree? That DT1, very standard.
Yeah, pretty much. It's super comfortable all around. AR10, very comfortable BPM as well. And there's just not a lot of patterns in it that can trip players up, even compared to something like Nomad 1 this week or Hard Rock 1, where, you know, in Hard Rock 1 you've got a lot more bursts. It's a little bit more old style, so a little bit slightly more awkward on the jumps. In the same case for Nomad 1, a little bit awkward on a lot of the jumps in that map. So DT1 being super comfortable definitely makes sense as the ban here from South Korea. Again, Ukraine, one of the best raw mechanics teams, and specifically on those DT aim picks, had a very solid score out of the qualifiers. I think top 5 on that map in quals. But this first pick from South Korea also definitely makes quite a lot of sense. They had a really fantastic run on Hard Rock 2 in the qualifiers. In fact, they were the #1 team on the CS 6.5 map in qualifiers. This one makes me wonder, as a little bit different from what we had in qualifiers, a little bit less finger control based, a little bit more almost DMV-esque, a lot of flow-aimy streams on CS 6.5 in this map, a lot of relatively comfortable jumps, but at a low BPM with some pretty high spacing in this one. So definitely South Korea, a solid pick for them after setting that #1 score in the qualifiers on Hard Rock 2. So I'm looking forward to see what kind of score they can put up on this one.
Yeah, I mean, they already had such a good score on the Hard Rock 2, but they were missing a key player in Karcher who didn't play. He's one of their key Hard Rock players for South Korea. And basically they swapped out the only player that didn't full combo for Karcher. This is a scary Hard Rock roster. Fantastic first pick. Definitely the most powerful pick they could have put out here. Thing is, Ukraine have had some pretty decent runs on Precision Hard Rock. I remember, particularly last year, they clutched some key points on the small circle size Hard Rock. So they're capable.
I think to that point, one thing that makes them a little bit better on this map than on the ones from qualifiers is that the qualifiers Hard Rock 2 pick was a little bit more finger control and aim control focused than this map is. This one is a lot more standard in terms of patterning. So with that in mind, I think that does do a favor to this Ukrainian team, who really start to shine when that patterning gets a lot simpler and isn't quite as complex in terms of the finger control or aim control. When they are allowed the chance to show off those raw mechanics, they definitely take that opportunity every time it's given. But first map of the match, first map of the tournament, we do see an early miss coming out of Doomsday Fanboy on the side of South Korea. Flying Tuna, Karuna, and Karcher still holding their combos. Kug, Dench, 1max, and Net Why Not all still holding the FCs for Ukraine at the moment as well.
I see what you mean when you're talking about the DMB style, and you're seeing those just 3-note, 5-note bursts here and there, sometimes 7-note, very DMB-esque. Very comfortable for the most part, apart from just the raw aim, of course.
While we were talking about that, by the way, we've got a 4-way break for this Ukrainian side. Kug, Dench, 1max, and Net Why Not all finding breaks. Karuna following it up on the side of the South Korean roster, but still 2 full combos on Flying Tuna and Karcher. Like you said, powerful addition on the Hard Rock roster for Karcher on the South Korean team, still holding on to one of their 2 FCs, one of the only 2 FCs in the lobby right now. You do see another couple breaks come through for Kug, and Ukraine definitely need to hold on to a lot of these combos, pray for some extra breaks to come out of South Korea if they want to try and take this break point. We were talking about how maybe it can favor them with the more simple style of the map, but right now South Korea holding true to what they did in qualifiers.
Accuracy to say that, Ukraine aren't having too many shakes on this, but I think it's just the odd inconsistency here. Maybe first map jitters. I think that's what it might be for the Ukrainians. South Korea, though, not showing a lot there. It's just Karuna with that break. About 200 combo after the start. Doomsday Fanboy, my boy, is recovering after the early break.
Looks like we are going to have to wait a little bit for 1max to come back in, but with these breaks from the rest of the Ukrainian roster, Kug, Dench, and Net Why Not all finding these breaks now at the 2/3 mark in the map. I think it's mostly over anyway. We've already got a 900,000 score lead or so built up for South Korea, and Flying Tuna and Karcher just continuing the full combo. Doomsday Fanboy, like you said, on the reverse choke right now, and nobody from South Korea missing on that space stream at the end of that section. So this is definitely going over as the first point, regardless of what 1max's score is. At this point, it's 1.4 million team score in South Korea's favor, and one player is not making up that difference for Ukraine.
Just the power pick right out of the gates, working exactly as intended, and that's a pretty solid score. 3.5 million on this. So, very nicely done from SK. No clutch precision map pick for Ukraine on this first one. Not gonna happen. That score's too big.
It's almost as good as their run in the qualifiers. They had about a 3.8 million team score in qualifiers. Not too far off here in the round of 32 on this pick. And you only get one go at it in round of 32. They got 2 tries in qualifiers, so very, very solid score. Only an S rank, 1 slider break for Doomsday Fanboy, and a couple misses for Karuna, but still on the 650k. Otherwise, extremely solid performance from South Korea. So really, really good start to the tournament for them. And that's what's expected from this team. They played qualifiers with 7 members and still placed, I believe it was 9th in the qualifiers overall. I mean, they had a ridiculous run out of quals, either only playing with 7 people.
I think it was only a couple maps that really let South Korea down. Otherwise, their seeding would have been even higher than that. I think it was number 3 and 4. They didn't get the highest of scores. Looks like 1max's powers win out. I mean, it wouldn't have made a difference to the map either way, but if they can't get a hold of one max, that's going to be unfortunate. Hopefully we can get him back on for the next one.
Hopefully they are able to. It's never a good moment for a team, especially early stage. Players' power goes out, and you know it is early stage. A lot of times you can field the replacements on some of these easier maps, but it definitely doesn't help the team morale, and that's almost just as important. So looking to get somebody back in there.
It really is. Actually, I want to mention as well, you know, the players we saw from Ukraine there, the miss counts were fairly low. A couple of players there only got like 2 miss, so I think it really was down to maybe just that first map jitters, you know, the first map of not even just their campaign, but the entire tournament. Maybe they just need a map or two to ease their way in, but I think there's definitely more to come once they get a bit more comfortable, Ukraine.
Yeah, I know you mentioned first map jitters at one point during that map. I think it definitely does come down to a little bit of that, especially on CS 6.5 hard rock. You know, any jitters, any shakes whatsoever immediately makes you miss on circle size that small, or circles that small, circle size that large. Ukraine, not the best map to get first picked into for them, that's for sure. Especially, you know, being up against South Korea, you are the underdogs in the matchup. You do have to have a little bit of nerves going into their first pick if you're trying to repeat the performance from last year. I'm sure it's on some of the minds of these players. So, but they're going with something very different from Hard Rock 2. This time around, it's Noose, the Cup version, mapped by Booyah. This is an interesting map. It's got a lot of really awkward wide-angle jumps all throughout it, and then you go into this, I forget if it's 1/3 or variable BPM section, but a little bit of aim control in this map as well with that lower BPM styling. So very interesting pick in Fremod here for this roster. I expected something a little bit different from them, but this is definitely still a very solid pick. Both of the Fremods relatively simple compared to some of the more awkward maps in the pool.
Yeah, it is. I think at its heart, this is more about the aim than anything else, but it does have that bit in the middle where it just changes gears into this low BPM control. Very much on the more awkward side of aim, though, this, you know, pretty dodgy angles. Some of these jumps take 200 BPM mostly, and it's also on AR9 for the no modern hidden players, so you have that density unless you're taking hard rock. I actually quite like this map. This is a really cool map in solo. It's pretty cool to see it pop up in OWC this year. Just a cool map overall. Good old Booyah.
Yeah, this is definitely a fun map. I played this a few times in various tournaments actually, so this is definitely not a map that I think a lot of tournament players are unfamiliar with. Definitely a lot of people who have played this at some point before, but I don't know of any open rank tournaments that's made its way into recently. No. So this is probably the first time it's in an open rank tournament out of recent, which is cool to see.
I was gonna say, because I don't remember playing this in any of the tournaments I've played. I guess I'm playing the wrong tourneys.
You gotta rank down a little bit. Join me down in 5K. I'll see you there.
I'm not even in 4K. That's brutal. Oh man. Looks like we're seeing the same with the same 4 for SK. I think they're trying to move over rank AJ. I'm not sure if he's gonna come in for this one. That's right. You put Karcher on the hard rock. You stick probably either Flying Tuna or Karuna on the hidden.
I think they're having a little bit of trouble moving mods or moving players around right now. But honestly, there's a lot of options for mods for South Korea right now. Like you said, probably Flying Tuna or Karuna on the hidden, and honestly, probably Karcher on the hard rock for this pick. I would expect Flying Tuna Karcher on the hard rock and hidden. And then for Ukraine, I actually want to see who goes the hidden for this roster. They had NetWhyNot do very well on Hidden 2 and Hidden 1 in qualifiers, so probably them. They are in for this. I think likely to take the Hidden. Some of these other members not exactly super solid on Hidden, can fill for it, but I think partially because of that density, like you mentioned on AR9 base, some of the members who are a little bit better at reading on the Ukrainian roster going into this, likely taking the no mod and then probably one of their solid hard rock players, either Criterion or Magnata Gamer, taking that HR.
I think, yeah, Net White Knight is probably going to be the hidden. Magnata Gamer could be taking it. He got decent act, although after a few misses hampered him. Good kill there. Most likely, yeah, between Net White Knight. Maybe Dench will take the hard rock, because Dench is one of their core players mechanically. Unless they want to trust him with the no mod, maybe. But I think he'd be capable of taking this hard rock there. I think we could see quite a bit of overmodding, honestly. It sounds like we're going to see a lot of hard rocks. I have an inkling we're going to see quite a few hard rocks, especially from SK. Taking that AR-10 over the AR-9, because the map isn't quite hard enough that they're going to be too bothered about the raw mechanics and maybe about the
No, definitely not. I mean, it is still round of 32. None of these pre-mod picks are going to be that difficult with hard rock right now. Especially given the styling of the map. Definitely the 1/3 section, I think, is going to be most difficult with the hard rock, not only keeping the aim control intact, but the accuracy during that section as well can be a bit of a drain, so it's something to consider, but the density during that part with him is really, really tricky to deal with, so you're definitely preferring no mod or hard rock on that section of the map. The rest of the map, however, it's a bit of a toss-up between the mods and no mod. So we'll probably see. It looks like, okay, actually Flying Tuna out for this, and we don't want rank AJ in for South Korea. Apparently it's Maya's instead. So we're getting a bit of a different roster in here for South Korea. And we've got full invites out to everybody once again. I think we're slightly waiting for one max as well for Ukraine.
I think we're hanging on to people to get on the server because a few people need to be moved over. So I think we're currently just trying to pull all the strings right now. I mean, Mayaz playing this will be quite interesting. I think Mayaz is actually a really cool addition to SK this year. He's one of those players that you tend to see a lot on the more underplayed, hard no-mod maps. He's the sort of guy that tends to go for those really cool, like, the only FC on a no-mod map with no mod scores. You see Mayaz a lot in that position. Really cool no-mod gimmick sort of player. Actually.
Definitely makes sense on this kind of map then, especially if he is just going no mod, going for the full combo on this pick.
That's not a bad choice for sure. Just stick him on that no mod. Hey, I think he's filled for some mods during the qualifiers as well, though, which is quite interesting. He did some bits on the hard rock. Hang on just a sec though, we'll try and get stuff sorted. It seems like some players are having some connection issues right now, so we'll get it on quick.
Alright, there we go.
There we go.
There we are into the pick.
Right on cue. It is time to game. So they got free mod 2, and how are the mods looking? Actually, that's a surprising lack of mods there, actually.
Yeah, very base mods for both teams. No overmodding whatsoever. Not even a hidden hard rock on this. Just hard rock for Dench, hard rock for Doomsday Fanboy, hidden for Karuna and Criterion, and then no mod for Flying Tuna, Magnata Gamer, and NetWhy Not. I'm surprised actually at NetWhy Not, no mod, and Criterion hidden. Maybe just the comfort issue on this type of map.
Yeah, perhaps. With it being AR9 base, I guess it's not quite on the same level of density as an AR8 hidden. I guess Criterion can fill in many places where needed. A very versatile player. Just the early miss stuff for his team. Wondering how people are going to deal with that BPM change halfway through. And it suddenly shifts into that low BPM control. Everyone dealing with this part very well though.
This section definitely, I think, easy enough for all of these players. Just a bit of burst and aim section here. But immediately a break when we see the BPM change for Mayas on the South Korean roster. Finds a second miss as well, and Criterion now with a combo lead for Ukraine did not get stripped up after having that early miss, but there's actually the miss that comes through on the flowing section here at the lower BPM. Net not as well, having a little bit of trouble on the Ukrainian roster, and South Korea now poised to take a break point. One full combo up, 3-2 right now on the Ukrainian roster. It's Denshin Magnata Gamer to try and hold on to these FCs, but Doomsday Fanboy, Flying Tuna, and Karuna all still full comboing for South Korea.
Speed up coming back in. 3 FCs to 2. Plenty of time yet, but SK, everyone looks so comfortable on the aim section. It's like a pretty mighty explosion. I don't think it's going to happen here. Definitely closer though, but yeah, that slow part really did split up the two teams. That control section causing a few breaks, mostly on Ukraine, but relatively close, I'd say. Competitive point that. Not enough for Ukraine to take it though.
Yeah, and this is what you kind of expect from this matchup. You know, Ukraine with the mechanics players, very, very solid start to the map. But that slowdown section gave them a little bit of trouble, and South Korea just had a slightly more well-rounded roster for this map, was able to handle the slowdown section better, like you said, and comes out on top because of it. Still a very close point, one break fewer for Ukraine, and suddenly that map is just about tied up. But as it stands, 2-0 start for South Korea, and they are looking very solid out of the gate right now. 3.5 million plus team scores for South Korea at the start of this match. I mean, this is what you want to see from these higher seeded teams, right? You want to see them continue the dominance that they have had throughout the years. And South Korea in particular has a long history of being very, very good at Ostandard, and has quite a few players on the team who are long-standing players for this roster who want to continue to show that they are still at that peak that they have had for already into it, actually. Zazen Mayas, Flying Tuna, Note KJK in for South Korea. Magnata Gamer, Dench, Criterion, and Net Why Not in for the Ukrainian team. The roster for both teams on Hidden 2, I believe, out of qualifiers as well. So no surprises anywhere. We're just going with, actually, Karuna subbed out for Zazen on the side of South Korea compared to their qualifiers runs, but other than that, no changes whatsoever from the initial rosters during qualifiers. So very expected lineups for both teams.
It's the same four that played the last like it's the nature of the beast with this sort of map. You're fine the entire way, but it's easy to miss aim one node, even if it is a relatively simple one. Welcome to AR8.
Yeah, anything awkward at all on AR8 with Hidden is just a bear to try and aim correctly.
Receiving some pretty dodgy patterns coming up here.
Oh my lord, those jumps are just ridiculous. Magnata Gamer finding the miss, but I think it's enough. Criterion and Netline not holding alongside Den.
Oh!
He misses at the very end! No, you're kidding!
No, that
Oh
just happened,
my.
Dio. You're joking. No way, that was the last note. The last note. It's not
It was
even
the-
an exaggeration.
He dropped 3 100s and a miss at the very end of the map, and it actually swung it back over. You've got to be joking. Oh.
No, that's not the way I thought that was gonna go. My god, I mean the ending on that is so troll. It's just so troll. I was thinking it was gonna cause some funny misses. I didn't think it would literally matter this much. Wow.
Wow. Wow, indeed. Full combo for Nope KJK, I believe, by the way. Definitely earns them that point. He had to hold on until the very end of the map. If he doesn't, that choke at the very end there from Criterion is actually enough to pull it back over to Ukraine. But because Nope KJK was able to hold on until the very end of the map when everyone else on South Korea broke, they still managed to come out on top anyway. It's a very good 3-0 start for South Korea. But man, what a point from Ukraine. You know, we talk about this team a lot as being this really mechanics-focused roster, very solid on a lot of the more simple picks. Well, guess what? They just almost took a breakpoint on Hidden 2 away from South Korea, of all teams. Really, really solid performance out of Ukraine. They do go ahead and pick into this double time 2 pick next up, but you know, staying true to the usual colors. But man, that is some improvement on those more reading-focused picks for sure.
Yeah, that was a good team score, honestly. It's kind of brutal that they lost it in such a close fashion, but yeah, definitely good performance there against a strong low AR team. Doing something like this, I think, is a bit more up their alley, but it's definitely up South Korea's alley as well. Anything DT, they have the roster to deal with it, especially at this level. So this one's going to be a tough matchup. I think either of these teams to win, they're going to have to perform highly. More of a speed-focused double-time pick this. 248 BPM. Patterns are relatively simple in their shape, but lots of fast bursts. 5 notes, 7 note bursts at this speed. But for the DT rosters, it should be more about just keeping cool and consistent. It's not too nasty for those speed players. But the fill players may need to try and hold on a little bit more. I think it's going to come down to that more.
Yeah, like you said, the overall speed requirement in this map, I mean, it's round of 32, right? It's never going to be all that high for those people who really are speed players. But those players who aren't quite as comfortable on the skill set, who aren't quite as comfortable with just the raw speed aspect of the game, are going to have to really try and keep the combo together, keep their heads cool, and make sure that everything is held onto correctly. It's a very fast-paced map as well, 2 minutes and 28 seconds after GT. Not quite AR10 on this pick, but they'll need every sort of advantage they can get to come out on top, because this type of map where it really is just, can you hit the burst, can you aim everything correctly, Do you get nerves and shake off a pattern or drop a note at the end of a burst like Zayzon there? It really is what it comes down to on a pick like this. So early combo lead for the Ukrainian roster on their own pick. A good start for this roster on Double Time 2.
Got one max back in as well. Relief, getting the boy back in. And yeah, starting out really well.
Another combo breaks from anybody aside from that early miss at the end of a burst for Zayson. Flying Tuna, Karuna, Doomsday Fanboy all still holding full combos. All 4 members for Ukraine still on the FC about halfway through the map. Magnata Gamer, Dench, Criterion, and 1max. This halfway point is where it's really important to hold that combo though. Early breaks much less impactful than breaks halfway through. And there goes Karuna as well for South Korea now. 1max follows it up with a break of his own on the side of the Ukrainian team. So it's 3 full combos to 2 right now, but not too far behind for Zayson at the moment. You can see only about 140, 150,000 score down from an FC right now. And that's really where all of the score lead is coming from. Otherwise, the combos are completely traded back and forth. I believe 1max actually found a break a little bit after his initial one as well. And there goes another slider break for 1max. So actually now, a bit of a combo lead for Karuna. Finally drops there with a slider break for Karuna. But there goes Dench as well now. It's 2 full combos to 2, but look at that supporting combo from Zayson. It's going to do so much work as Magnata Gamer also drops. And that just about puts the nail in the coffin.
Yeah, big advantage now for SK. They take the lead and they're going to start running away now. Not much of this map left to go. They ain't going to take long to seal this. Man, Ukraine holding on for so long there, but the solo and the bridge there, just a step too far it seems. Doomsday Fanboy finding the break, but they're still fine at this point.
Zayson and Flying Tuna to close it out at the end for South Korea. Flying Tuna matching the FC from Criterion. And Zayson, the early break right at the start of the map, not mattering quite as much. 1 slider break, still enough to put up 900k for him on the map. And looking at all of the scores, it's so close member to member. 1 mil for Criterion and Flying Tuna, 900k for Zayson, 888k for Magnata Gamer, 1 mil for Doomsday Fanboy, and 867k for Dench, and then 680 and 620k for 1max. It's these small margins of score difference just across all 4 members that does the work for South Korea, just that ever so slightly better team performance. And that's what it's about in round of 32, where the difference is between 3.5 and 3 million team score instead of 2.5 and 2 million team score instead.
That's the nature of the beast, especially with a lot of these DT picks. And when you have matchups like this with great DT rosters both sides, it does come down to the odd one slip, the odd little slider break. And that's what happened here.
This is a rough position for Ukraine to be in. Down 4-0, down match point. Next pick over to South Korea. They actually go for Hard Rock 1. I'm a little surprised to see Hard Rock 1 picked into Ukraine instead, especially with how they've been picking throughout this. But after that performance on Hidden 2, you have to be a little worried if you are South Korea about picking into some of those more gimmicky picks in the pool that are left up. So going for Hard Rock 1, going for mechanics. They've won every pick so far. They're up 4-0. Can't call it a bad pick at all. They've got the roster for it, that's for sure. Karcher, Doomsday Fanboy, Flying Tuna, and Karuna pretty likely to stay in. I don't think they need to make any changes to this roster because this is a really solid roster in qualifiers for them as well. They could sub in Zayson, say for maybe, I don't know, Karuna. But other than that, I mean, it is. Karcher was the member missing during qualifiers, and they had to sub in. Actually, Karcher's subbing in for Zayson. He had the lowest score on Hard Rock 1 in qualifiers, so this is a solid roster for South Korea. Ukraine, I don't think making any changes to the core 4.
Yeah, that's going to be the squad. And if you have Karcher available, you just put him on Hard Rock. It's what he does. Zayson can fill though where necessary. He's coming in for Karuna for this one, possibly. That'd be an interesting swap. He is capable, but Karuna did well on the Hard Rock 1 in qualies. A bit of a different map though, this compared to that. This one more of like an old style, higher BPM aim pick. It's very much an old school style. But the mechanics are pretty much the same outside of the slightly higher BPM. Maybe a few angles here and there.
Well, if I remember right, a little bit bursty as well at 210 BPM, which can be something that trips up some of your players if they're not, ready for those bursts. If they're just focusing entirely on aim, you can over-focus on one skill and not be prepared for some of those bursts that are coming up. We do see Zyson subbing in, by the way, for Nope KJK right before the map starts. A slight change for the South Korean roster, putting Zyson in instead. Don't think it'll impact too much, though. Obviously, both of these teams putting in their best roster. They do have all 8 members here for both teams, so
you love to see it. You do. Both these teams missed a player in qualifiers, but they're all here today. Although I don't think we've seen endless tilt yet for Ukraine.
Alright, we actually haven't seen him. We've seen everybody else. I don't think we saw Dusnicky today either for Ukraine.
No.
I don't think it's impacted the roster too heavily for them. They've had all their standout members from qualifiers here in every map for Ukraine. So looking for them to pull out the win on this one as well. Net Why Not, though, with a little bit of a shaky start. Criterion as well with an underaim there on one of the jumps into a triple. So a couple early breaks at the start of the map for Ukraine. If you're going to get the jitters out of the way, do it at the beginning of the map. It's much less impactful than missing halfway through when your nerves have built up all throughout it. But these continued breaks for Net Why Not really not doing them a favor for this Ukrainian team. We do see a break come out from Zyson on the side of South Korea. That does help mitigate some of those combo deficits that Ukraine has right now, but it's still 3 full combos to 2 in favor of South Korea right now. Carter, Doomsday Fanboy, Flying Tuna, all still holding the FC. Magnata Gamer and Dench. Actually, Dench missing now, as I said that, for Ukraine. Magnata Gamer goes as well, and that is just disaster for the Ukrainian roster. 3 full combos to none.
That's pain, man. Yeah, it's looking curtains here for Ukraine, I think. 3 FCs to nothing, and the way South Korea have been playing, the swagger has been just on point for SK. They are turning up like, ODBC royalty that they are. They've been playing super well today. Well, break the Flying Tuna, though. I imagine he'll be kicking himself for that, but it's not even going to matter at this point. 2 FCs still. Well, 1 FC? Wait.
Okay,
still
hold on
to go, maybe we shouldn't say anything yet.
Classic commentator curse, by the way. Doomsday Fanboy is still holding on right now, still holding through the burst, through some of this more intense section in the map, but there goes Criterion's combo once again. There goes Doomsday Fanboy actually now. Look at the combos on Ukraine. Magnata Gamer, Dench, Net Why Not, all over 400 combo. Net Why Not above 600 as well. There's only a 350k, 340k score lead right now for South Korea. I think there's probably enough time. They need to hold, though, for Ukraine in order to keep this match alive.
Yeah, they have to. Can they do it? Is there even enough time, though?
It's going to be so close. I mean, the score is still going up fairly solidly for South Korea. The extra combos on Ukraine are fairly big, but I don't know if it's going to be enough, even if they hold.
It's closing in, They're still holding, all 3 of them. Another break from SK as well. Criterion's the only one breaking for Ukraine. But it's looking like it's not going to be enough. Oh man, that was so close. Incredible attempt, though. It's not enough, though. Oh my goodness.
It's just not quite enough for the Ukrainian roster, and that's been the story of this match, right? They've had so many close maps, anything from their own free mod picks to Hidden 2, now onto Hard Rock 1. They've had very close maps all throughout this match, but never was it quite enough to take down South Korea on any of these maps. And I think that's the statement that South Korea wants to make here in round of 32. You have to think that that tiebreaker match from last year against Ukraine in this very same round was playing out in the back of their minds for this entire South Korea roster, who is mostly the same as last year. But they came to put any of those doubts to rest. South Korea with a 5-0 start here in the round of 32. Absolutely a deserved win, moving on to the round of 16.
Yeah, they very well could have, let that play on their mind. They could have mind gamed themselves a little bit, knowing what Ukraine are capable of, but no such issues this year. SK running out, dominating winners. Ukraine with a good few fights there, especially on that last map and on that low approach rate Hidden. But unfortunately, it just wasn't looking like they were going to take this, really. SK looking on another level right now. Ukraine can carry on, though. They are dropping down to losers bracket. They are not out yet, and they will play next week. We'll see how they carry on that campaign later.
So good luck to them in the losers bracket. Congrats to South Korea on the win, though, picking that up and moving on to the round of 16. We are going to take a short break, but we will be back in about 19 minutes with the next matchup of the round of 32. It's Hong Kong versus Turkey, two middle-seeded teams in this tournament, and two teams that are definitely going to be strong on the round of 32 pool. That is absolutely an exciting matchup. I think Turkey definitely had sort of a revamping of their own tournament scene after last year when they managed to take a point off the United States as that 32nd seed out of qualifiers. They are now the 21st seed out of qualifiers, facing off against, I believe, seed number 12 in Hong Kong this year. So a relatively close matchup in terms of seeding, and with two rosters that are definitely geared up for that early stage. I'm excited to cast it. We'll be back in about 18 minutes with that matchup.
the deepness can't get through. Realize I fall along with you. And you're looking into cold green eyes. Ooh. Suddenly the deepness can't get through. Realize I fall along with you. And we're looking into cold green eyes.
Welcome back, everyone, to the OS World Cup 2021 round of 32. We had a pretty solid start to the round with Korea versus Ukraine. It was a 5-0 for the higher seeded team in Korea, but we are now on to our next matchup. It is Hong Kong versus Turkey. These two teams both relatively close in seeding. Seed number 12 in Hong Kong versus seed number 21 in Turkey. And with some very solid players on both rosters, this looks to be an exciting one. My name is Dio. I was on the previous matchup alongside Doomsday, but I am joined by a different commentator this time around, and actually one of the organizers of the tournament this year, Mr. Chillier Pear. How's it going this morning?
Oh, good morning, Dio. It is a fantastic day for matches, as usual. We've got a good one for us this morning. We had a solid start to the day. We saw South Korea, one of our stronger teams in the tournament, showing their dominance over the Ukraine, who had a very good match. A couple unfortunate points lost there that they could have picked up, but nonetheless, a good start this year. But Hong Kong Turkey, I think this is a matchup that highly anticipated for a lot of people watching this year. We have a vastly different Hong Kong roster compared to previous years in terms of the names we're seeing here. And Turkey, a roster I think that has gotten significantly stronger over the years, from just 2 years ago, barely qualifying in that 32nd seeded spot, now forcing their way all the way up to that 21st seeded spot.
And that's alongside, I think, what a lot of people who are familiar with these players would call an underperformance from some of their other members. So I think it's even viable to say that this team is better than what they performed as in qualifiers. So this is a deceptively strong team, Turkey, right now. They have some really incredible members on particular picks. There are decidedly some weaknesses for this team, Turkey. Notably, their runs on the hidden maps in qualifiers were not super solid, but the same can honestly be said a little bit for this Hong Kong roster. Had some subpar runs on the hidden maps in qualifiers compared to the rest of the modifications in that pool. So I think both of these teams' skill sets mirroring each other a little bit. Definitely, however, much better for Hong Kong on those control-focused maps, things like the tech pick or the alt map. In qualifiers, they have a decisive advantage on, but very, very strong double time performance for both of these teams, very strong hard rock performance for both of these teams, and very strong Nomad 1 performance for both of these teams. Definitely a solid ban out from Turkey, however. Hong Kong in the qualifiers with an extremely strong performance on Hard Rock 1. They actually had one of the best scores on that map, number 4 overall on Hard Rock 1 for Hong Kong, and an early DT2 ban coming out of Hong Kong as well. Turkey with a extremely solid DT2 run in qualifiers.
Very strong indeed. Some smart bans starting off from these two teams. I think we have enough experience here for them to be able to open up these early stage matches with some confident picks and bans here. Of course, that Hard Rock one from Turkey, not surprising. Hong Kong is a very solid, consistency-oriented team with their roster, despite the changes that we mentioned. I mean, you look at Hong Kong this year, they're missing a lot of those flagship players. You're missing Chaos Litz now, you're missing Denier Nezar, you're missing Saku, Hibiki, and iReady, all from last year. But they do have some useful changes to the roster this year. Minecraft 570, MCY4, RLSC Tira, and Muji all taking some spots on this roster. So a lot of that, tried and true Hong Kong player base coming out here. That strong early stage. Raikaho gonna be picking the Nomad 2 to start for Turkey. A strong stream team, and that is an understatement for Turkey. Now we know Raikaho, the top performing player over qualifiers as a whole, I believe. And Hey Roni, the backing player on Turkey, I think for many years now, Raikaho is going to be one of his stronger skill sets in this. So Turkey is going to try and open it up with a guaranteed pick for themselves, hopefully.
Yeah, it's interesting looking at Turkey's qualifier run on this, because I think during run 2, Hey Roni probably joined them when he was not warmed up. Usually a very good stream player, did not have a solid performance on Nomad 2 in qualifiers, and so despite that run getting them 2.6 million team score, it was off the back of a full combo from Zephyrek, off a 750k from Raikaho on Nomad 2 in qualifiers, and a 660k from Misumena. So this roster now, where I assume Hey Roni has a proper warm-up against this Hong Kong team, is very scary on Nomad 2, especially when Hong Kong, that was probably the weakest map that they had, actually, in the Nomad. Almost their weakest map overall. The only map that they had a lower score on was Hidden 2 in the qualifiers. So very, very solid pick for Turkey. This is very clearly a well-researched pick, both for their own skill set and for the opposing teams. They should not have any problems closing this one out. Shiraka Yuki, RLSC, MTY4 going in for Hong Kong on this one. Not super surprising there. You expect to see either A21 or Dragbit3 come in to round out the roster on this one. It's actually going to be Minecraft 570. That's a little interesting to me. He's definitely not who I think of when I think of stamina players. Very solid gimmick and reading player. Oh,
Oh,
never mind.
oh, there you go.
There we go.
Hong Kong has blundered. There we go. Oh, that makes a lot more sense there, I guess. I mean, yeah, Minecraft not half bad at these early stage no mod 2s, but yeah, 3 minutes and 35 seconds of stamina, streaming is not exactly where he, I'm gonna say his top skill set lies, but he's sitting comfortably here. So both rosters right now actually running with 2 brand new players on the roster. We have RLSC and MCY4 for Hong Kong, and Misumina and ZephyrX for Team Turkey. So I'm very interested to see how these 4 new players perform compared to the veterans on either side. I guess Raikoho as well, actually.
Was Raikoho not on their roster last year?
I'm
for
trying.
Turkey?
I think he was last year, but I feel like he seems newer, which is weird.
I would have to assume he was. He's definitely
He was
had
last
his
year.
breakout year in 2021 in terms of community tournaments. So kind of new in the community conscious right now for Raikoho, but player left over from last year's roster, definitely far better this year than he has ever been in the past. You know, looking to Misumina and ZephyrX to go ahead and get us started there. Again, this roster for Turkey very, very solid on the qualifiers. No mod 2, even despite Heironi having a bad run. But very clearly not having the same type of run this day for Heironi. Still on the SS out of the gate. RLSC with a really early break. Probably not going to impact too much, but does betray maybe a little bit first map jitters or a little discomfort on the pick.
Well, some early round jitters is something I guess you can expect, especially when you got half the rosters for your team being newer players. Granted, nobody in this lobby, I think, is new to tournaments in general, but I think, when you're on the stage like OWC, even more experienced tournament players can start to feel the nerves here. Even these early round matchups, you want to maintain this winner's bracket position as long as you possibly can. And RLSC, unfortunately, is not going to be making a good start for Hong Kong here. He's going to time that first major break for them, and Turkey going to continue to just run through their opening pick here. High accuracy all around for both teams. It's just RLSC that's had that trouble.
Yeah, Turkey's dropped a total of 5 100s so far, looking very solid. Oh, there's a 6th 100 drop from Misumena. But overall, very solid. As I say that, though, Heironi drops on one of the flowier sections in this map, one of the more aim-focused parts of the streams. RLSC drops once again, however, really not having a solid time with this pick for RLSC. 3 full combos to 3 now, however. Turkey not as decisively in the lead as they were about a minute ago, but there goes Shiraha Yuki dropping the full combo as well for Hong Kong. It's MTY4 and Dragbit 3 holding on at the moment for the Hong Kong squad, but Raikoho, Misumena, and ZephyrX all looking very, very solid right now for Turkey.
Turkey, they know what they can do. They know what their strong suits are. This No Mod 2 was a confident first pick from Raikoho. I guess they came out of qualifiers, and despite having maybe a little bit of an underperformance, they are going to stay true to what they know that they're good at. And this No Mod 2 is certainly sitting comfortably with them. RLSC going to find one more break, and there goes MCY, and that's going to do it for this map here. Less than a quarter of it left here. ZephyrX is going to find a break, but those 2 FCs holding strong with Heironi recovering perfectly from this. That is far out of time. It's a little bit more aim-oriented on the No Mod 2 this year, might I add, as well. So you see some spacing increases. You got that variability here at that. We haven't necessarily seen as much in previous years, and when you get the flow aim like this transitioning, it's going to be a little bit more difficult for some of those players that are more just stamina-oriented. Dragbit's going to drop that last FC for Hong Kong, and that's going to do it for that first pick.
And like you said, we actually saw most of the breaks in this map where that flow aim was at its peak, around the middle of the pick, where you've got, all of this ridiculous flow aim going on, but really solid first pick for Turkey. The full combo from Raikoho, less than 10 100s. Single-digit 100 count also for Misumina, who had only 6 100s dropped, actually, and missing a slider break for them, but otherwise extremely solid play from Turkey all around, all of their members with really high scores. And that's what you need in round of 32. You need that overall high team score in order to win those picks. So not any surprise that the first pick goes that well for either of these teams. And it looks like we've got our first pick for Hong Kong now. Hidden One. This map actually banned out in the previous round, so happy to see this one get picked.
This is going to be a good one to finally see out here, but I think if there was anything that we were expecting to see out of Hong Kong in this opening round here, I would say that Hidden One probably fits the docket to the exact level that they're looking for here. Last pick going, not too bad for Hong Kong, regardless of the breaks that we saw. Was only about a 540,000 point difference, which is definitely sizable, but when you're at a 4v4 tournament in an early stage, that lead can very quickly disappear with, just 1 or 2 breaks on the side. So Team Turkey taking that confident first pick, I think, with their overall team performance, but Hong Kong not too far behind, so they have full availability here from their roster and all their skill sets to just grab their first pick right here. We're seeing a couple of roster switches for both teams right now. Not too much in terms of Hong Kong. You have A21 coming in, which I don't think is a surprise to anyone for a Hidden One pick. And then Turkey going to make a couple of changes here. We have Chemist and Shinkiro coming in for this beginning one.
Did go over the maps beforehand, but remind me a little bit. This map is relatively control focused compared to the Hidden One in qualifiers, if I'm remembering correctly. A little bit more finger control in this map, a little bit more flow aim from some of the bursts in this map as well, if I remember correctly. So it's a little bit trickier than the Hidden One from qualifiers, I believe.
Yeah, this is more I don't think technically intensive is the word, but I think that might be what I'm going to have to roll with here. It's less standardized than what you would expect from the consistency-based Hidden One more of qualifiers here. And I think we're looking for, that classic style of kecking mapping here that I think so many people have come to expect and notice when you play tournaments. But I don't think we're going to deviate from that too much here. Another roster switch for Turkey before we started the map as well. Eggman Basurm's coming back in once again. I think he makes his return year after year for the Turkey team. We'll see what happens on the start of the Hidden One here. I'm not going to expect too many breaks in the early parts of this map. We generally like to ease into this. We'll start to get some double patterns here. Shinkiro is going to mess up one of these early ones. There's slight overlaps here. It's nothing major, but I think if you're not ready for them, these overlaps can catch you off guard just a little bit. And I think Shinkiro is kind of showing that to us if you're not quite ready for it at the beginning. But everyone else holding strong. We'll see.
Not quite technically intensive, but not quite standard either. A little more control focused, a little more reading focused on the pick. And that is the difference maker for these two teams. Hong Kong, most definitely a solid control focused, reading focused team. Very good on the tech picks as well in any modification, really. So this type of map in Hidden One is definitely right up their alley. You can see the accuracy reflecting that. SS still for A21, Dragbit 3 and M2I4 on 1/100 full combos. Shiraha Yuki with a 2/100 full combo at the moment. And there's another couple of misses coming through for Turkey, both Chemist and Zephyrex finding those drops in this first PI time. Eggman Basurm as well dropping down. Dragbit 3 trades one of those misses for Hong Kong, but it is 3 full combos to none right now, and this is what you want to see from the higher seeded team. Never mind, A21 drops down, but it's still 2 full combos to naught right now, and that is more than enough for this Hong Kong team to build up a substantial score lead, already over 500k in the lead.
Good performance from them again. We saw something similar on the last map, a strong performance from Hong Kong at the beginning, but they just had a couple extra breaks in that middle Ki time than what Turkey had, and I think we're just seeing the opposite of that right now. You have that last break right there from M2I4, but Shiraha Yuki is gonna be able to hold this one down for Hong Kong with the sizable lead that they have. They might be able to advance this to 1 million plus by the ending of the map here. It's gonna be rather close. I think they're just gonna do it right here on the spinner. So very, very strong team performance from Hong Kong on this opening pick. It's just over 3.2 million on a team score. Now that is actually very impressive, even for an opening round of 32 matchup. And A21 actually, despite having that SS for the longest in the lobby, is actually going to be putting up the second lowest score on the Hong Kong team for this map.
Sometimes that's just how it is. You miss right in the middle of the pick, and suddenly your score gets cut right in half. Dragbit 3 missing pretty much exactly in the middle of the map, and that's why those scores are so close. But unfortunately, nobody on Team Turkey, despite the slider breaks coming through from ZephyRX and Agamemberserms, able to hold on to the combo long enough to really contest Hong Kong in any significant way. Those two full combos from Shirahayuki, or one full combo from Shirahayuki, and really high 860k from MCY4. Only one miss on that score, doing more than enough work. Like you said, Chile, you're above 1 million team score in the difference for those two. So very, very dominant first pick from actually both of these teams, but even more so from Hong Kong. Man, that was a really solid performance on that pick. Turkey with the second pick, though, Nomad 5, I think bodes pretty well for them. We saw DT2 get banned out. Well, that map is only 8 BPM higher than Nomad 5, and the structure is very similar for these two picks. Nostalgic Blood of the Stripe by Lar, mapped by Zelt. Very, very burst-heavy sort of map. Lots of consecutive bursts in this map, consecutive triples all over the place. Nothing really above 9 notes, if I'm remembering correctly, so no long streams in this pick, but more so the emphasis on can you burst 240 BPM consistently. Your real speed players are not going to struggle too much with this one, but your fill players early on are maybe going to have a little bit of trouble keeping up with some of the patterns in this map.
So it's another one of those like early stage Nomad 5 moments here where it's not too stamina heavy, but the bursts are really there and prominent, which is kind of the best way that you're going to be able to test this early round Nomad 5 here. But you know, it's kind of funny to see Turkey picking this into Hong Kong. I think in previous years, picking this into Hong Kong would have generally not been a very good idea given their roster, but it's very interesting that Turkey thinks that, you know, they have the skill set, they have the players in that roster to make it enough to take it on this one. They were very confident on their first pick. I don't imagine they're going to be much less confident on this one. I think anything for them where they can kind of get that, you know, Raikaho combo in is going to be massively useful for them in these early stages here. And as long as they can find picks like that, I think they're going to be able to trade this back and forth for quite a while.
I think it helps a lot that Turkey can sort of directly compare the double time 2 scores from qualifiers for both of these teams. Turkey's run on DT2 in qualifiers was just absolutely fantastic. I mean, 3.9 million team score. They had one of the best scores out of any team to play the qualifiers. I believe they were number 13 on the map overall. Hong Kong at 3.1 million team score, definitely struggling a little bit more. Granted, that DT2 pick in qualifiers a little bit more finger control focus, a little bit less burst oriented than this Nomad 5 pick, but it definitely bodes well, especially with that DT2 ban out of Hong Kong. And this is an interesting roster to have. Shirahayuki, Arlasy, MCY4, and Minecraft 570 in for this one for Hong Kong. So we're going to see how these new members can stack up for the Hong Kong roster.
Well, I am very excited to see it. I think all the new players looked very good on their first starting maps here in the first 2 picks, and I don't think it's going to change too much on this. Again, Nomad 5, not generally a technically intensive map, a lot of mechanics here, but some early breaks from Eggman and Raikaho at the start of this Nomad 5. It's not going to mean too much, but it is going to be an early start that Hong Kong is going to need to offset that accuracy from Minecraft 570 right now. But I guess there's overall accuracy drops on Turkey for the most part here. Kemst and Agamemberserms Raikaho, all of them with lower accuracy. Eggman and Raikaho we can chalk up to those early breaks that they found. ZephyRX going to be holding the highest accuracy here until that 100 drop there. It's going to be MCY with the double S, but Hong Kong again showing us they're really strong on those accuracy maps, especially something like a Nomad 5, more conventional patterning. You know, it's less finger control, less aim control. It's more just that base mechanics, and that's something that Hong Kong is generally very, very good at. And they're going to show that through the accuracy like they do time and time again. We're going to see it continually raise on Eggman and Raikaho as we continue slowly working our way through the map, but surely.
Slowly but surely. We do see Member Cerns having a little trouble connecting to everything, but it honestly doesn't matter all that much. We still got 4 full combos on the Hong Kong squad, so even if we do see disconnection issues for either team. Oh, there we go for Eggman. Okay. He's gonna be playing catch up a little bit, I suppose, but this is the early squad for Hong Kong. RLSC actually finding a miss halfway through the map, finding that slider break, but this is a really solid early score for Hong Kong. MCY4 now dropping down as well. Shiraha Yuki and Minecraft 570 now left alone. The 2 lower accuracy members able to hold on to the combo instead of those higher act plays from MCY4 and RLSC. But on the other side for Turkey, there's just not the combo to contest those 2 FCs. It's only Raikaho holding on. Chemist and Zephyrex, have found misses. And even with that miss from Shiraha Yuki, there's just not supporting combo. Now gone for Minecraft 570 as well. But look at the score difference, 600k in the favor of Hong Kong. It's going to be more than enough.
Yeah, unfortunately, Eggman, with the breaks that he found in the positions that they were at, is just simply not going to be enough to drag this back. He would need over 800,000 as his total score for that to happen, and he found that early break as well as another one in the middle, which is just enough to push him out of that zone. Unfortunately enough, he looks very confident on this 99% accuracy, going to be bringing it into the finish, but not quite the performance he wanted on this map today. Raikaho as well with that very early break, a 200,000 point difference from him. Could have actually made a bit of a difference there as well. There was just those little things that make that small difference in these round of 32 stages. These maps not quite difficult enough to catch, multiple players normally, but on something like this, having at least one FC or something close to it is, generally the difference between winning and losing that map. And Turkey, unfortunately, going to let that first break point slip up, so Hong Kong is going to have a good strong stance at the top of the hill here to go into their second pick, which is going to be Nomad 4. Again, Hong Kong sticking to those strong suits. Less mechanically oriented maps here, something that they're going to have a little bit of an easier time against Turkey.
And just to touch on overall how that map went, it's what we talk about with Hong Kong when we talk about these early stage rosters. Hong Kong has so many players that are known for being extremely strong early stage, just being very consistent, and that's how you get that overall higher team score. Even if you have that late stage scaling, if you're not able to consistently put up 4 solid scores in the early stage, it's not going to matter. And that's the ability that Hong Kong has here. It makes it very scary in round of 32, round of 16 matchups, even against some of the higher seeded teams that we'll see them against next weekend. So Turkey definitely has to be scared of this map, though. Be With You by F. Rabi. Altai custom mapping this for the OS World Cup this year. It's a very, very slider-focused tech map, much more so than the qualifiers tech pick. This is really focused on the slider velocity. There's even some slider ticks on some of these longer sliders that really force you to fully aim the slider, fully follow the sliders, and that is the name of the game of this map. And when you have players on the side of Hong Kong that are known for their tech scores, that have extremely good finger control and aim control, it makes it a very scary roster to play tech maps against for any team, let alone Turkey, who did have a tougher time on the more tech-focused, more control-focused maps in qualifiers.
Yeah, Turkey is definitely one of those teams where you would kind of dub them a mechanics team. I think that's what their strong point is, and unfortunately they don't have much outside of that in terms of more specialized skill sets or gimmick skill sets that are more required for a Nomad 4. And again, despite all of Hong Kong's roster switches away from a roster that was so unbelievably strong on maps like this, I think they may have potentially even put together a roster this year that was stronger than previous years on maps like this. I mean, A21 has made significant improvements in what he's good at. We've got MCY4 coming in this year as well to join the roster, which is massive for them here. But I don't think this is out of the question for Turkey. I think on these early stage Nomad 4s, there is always that one point where you can just mess something up so simple, something that you maybe have never even missed before. And I guess, in match is always there's always a first for everything. And unfortunately in matches generally when that tends to happen. But I think with the way that Hong Kong has been playing today, I wouldn't expect to see anything of that sort from them. But we'll get that quick team switch right here. We'll get all the players situated, and we will officially get into the Nomad 4 here. Interested, again, to see how Turkey holds up against Hong Kong on this map. I don't think anyone is really questioning whether or not Hong Kong is going to win this, I guess, based on their track records thus far, but you know, we could be surprised by bigger things.
Yeah, for sure. We did see a pop-off from Shinkiro on the qualifiers tech map as well, so looking to him to really pop off here in the round of 32. He was the player who scored them that 880k on Nomad 4 in qualifiers that actually got them the majority of their team score almost. Only 2.2 million for Turkey during that qualifiers run, so Shinkiro doing a lot of the work there for that team. And if we see an underperformance from Hong Kong and overperformance from Turkey, it's definitely possible. We do see an early miss come out from Zephyrx at the start of the map. But these sliders are really what you're talking about when we were talking about, hey, this map is really slider focused. We weren't lying. All of this map is basically focused on, can you follow the sliders? Can you read correctly when you've got slider bodies obstructing your field of view? And neither of these teams having too much trouble with it, but these super fast sliders, Shiraha Yuki, A21, and Misumena, all breaking on them at the same time. Those are where you have to follow them because of the slider ticks, and the slider velocity is just so high at that part, and it's actually now a slight combo advantage for Turkey, but there goes Zephyrx's combo, and now it's back on the other foot again, Hong Kong with a slight combo lead. 2 full combos to 2 right now. Dragbit 3, MCY4, Chemist, and Shinkiro all holding those FCs.
Strong on the side of Hong Kong. Their accuracy is making a difference once again. High 98% accuracy basically for the entire team. Turkey not too far behind, but again, some of those bigger combos on their team not with massive accuracy. Shinkiro trying to make something happen as Dragbit finds a break. It's not going to be massive, but it is enough to start making that score go back to the side of Turkey right here. They have those 2 combos in Keemston Shinkiro, but they need to hold, and there goes MCY4. That's exactly what Turkey needs right there.
No full combos left for Hong Kong. This is just massive for Turkey. There goes Chemist, though. It's only Shinkiro. That's the member who popped off in qualifiers, doing it once again here for Hong Kong, or for Turkey, excuse me. Is it going to be enough, though?
Oh, it's so close at the ending here. Oh, Mr. Mina finds a break. That might be it. Oh, no.
Oh, man. Those breaks from Misumena and Chemist right at the end of the map. Shinkiro's actually able to hold on to the full combo. There's no FCs for Hong Kong. But again, it goes back to what we were talking about with Hong Kong, this early stage roster. None of these members below 600k. In fact, every member between 630 and 660k. That's what you call consistency for this Hong Kong team, man. And that's what puts them over those lower scores for Turkey. And Misumena having a ton of trouble with this pick, unfortunately. And Chemist just not able to hold on quite long enough at the end of the map. So despite the pop-offs, it does just barely go over to Hong Kong.
Oh, Hong Kong just barely pulling that one out there. Shinkiro, almost the maker of worlds there for them. But that was so unfortunate right at the ending. That score lead just so close. And, you know, you can't make it work every time, unfortunately. But it was the closest they were going to come, I think, on a Hong Kong pick. I don't know where they're going to run now. Maybe they'll start to look towards that DT. Sometimes Nomad 1 is that good breakout point for teams that are mechanically oriented here. You know, we mentioned that last map. Very slider heavy. The ratio of circles to sliders in that map is 344 to 247 for circles to sliders. So generally in maps,
that's pretty high.
You don't see maps that are that close. I guess you could pull up like any other map in the game, and generally sliders to circles, unless it is very slider heavy, I'd say is maybe a 2-to-1 ratio, and you know, this kind of pushes well past that. So they are going to end up going for the Nomad 1 on the side of Turkey. They're going to try it out. The Mechanics team, I think they're going to trust in that aim and consistency that they have, and I think it's going to be a good route for them today. Surprised we haven't seen more of Heyroni on their picks today, but maybe he's kind of sitting to the back burner here. We do have Gilrainen for Turkey on this one, which I believe is a very good player you want to have in for a Nomad 1 on this team. But Misumena, really that new player staying in for most maps for Turkey today.
Misumena has been in for a lot of maps, I think for good reason. They had a very strong qualifiers run. I think the only map where they really struggled was Hidden 1 in the qualifiers, but their overall performance so far in the World Cup has been very, very solid, particularly on these mechanic sticks. 99.54% full combo on Nomad 1 in qualifiers for Misumena from Turkey. So absolutely not surprising that they do pick this up. Even on run 2, which I believe is the run that counted for them, Misumena putting up 840k alongside Raikaho with a 920k, Gilran with a 740k, and Egmembasarms on a 616k. Well, interested to see Shinkiro in for this one, actually. Given that Shinkiro did not play Nomad 1 in either of their runs during the qualifiers, so maybe just a matter of map preference or better practice this week for some of the members over others. But overall, a very solid lineup on Nomad 1 for Turkey. But you can talk about the Nomad 1 run for Turkey. Well, Hong Kong had 3.4 million team score. Dragbit 3, A21, and Shiraha Yuki, extremely solid players on this sort of map. All incredibly good aim players, and Tira as well is a very, very consistent tournament player across a wide variety of skills, especially early on here in round of 32. I definitely have to give credit to this Hong Kong roster. This is a scary team to face on Nomad 1.
I think having played against quite a few of these players in other tournaments and matches before, I don't think I could agree with you more. This is a ridiculously scary Nomad 1 roster that they have put up right now. Dragbit, unfortunately, with a cursor slip on that slider right there. You saw it. He hit the slider right down and it just slipped off, so they lost the slider ball there. Gonna find an early break. Shiraha Yuki's gonna go down as well, but Tira and A21, two players I think that we expected to perform well on this Nomad 1. Gonna be trying to hold it down for Hong Kong. Score lead's gonna stay on the side of Turkey, but it is only 3 FCs to 2 right now. Shinkiro has recovered from that early break. This is a very comfortable map. You can't really expect to see any consistent combos on a Nomad 1 ever, but at 185 BPM and a CS 3.8, I guess this is about as comfortable as you're going to get for, Nomad 1 style maps here. Raikaho doing exactly what we kind of expect him to right now, does finally drop 100, but Misumena, again, continuously putting up that performance, and Gilrain as well. Maybe putting that triple FC here. Shinkiro with just that early break is, basically a 4th FC compared to the combos we have on Hong Kong, so we need to see some breaks from Turkey for this to flip back soon, but not from Tira.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's not the breaks for Turkey coming through, it's more breaks for Hong Kong. Tira just not able to hold on, and that's a break halfway through the map for Tira as well. Just about the worst place you can try and reset your combo here. It does a big number to your score. There goes Dragbit 3 as well as a second break for Tira right in a row. It's only 821 able to hold on to the FC for Hong Kong. Still 3 FCs, never mind 2 now for Turkey as we find a miss from Gilrain. Raikaho and Misumena still holding on to their FCs, and Shinkiro with that reverse choke still on a very solid overall combo. So Shiraha Yuki's supporting combo not quite doing enough to offset that extra score from Shinkiro, and that's where that 400k score lead is coming from, is basically an extra full combo for this Turkey squad.
It really is. Shinkiro, again, negligible difference in that combo right here. 100 at that. A21, the only FC up on Hong Kong right now, and Raikaho is effectively eliminating any chance of that doing anything with the higher accuracy as well. So you either have Shinkiro or Misumena, take your pick on who is basically bonus combo right now for Turkey, one or the other. And, when you're Hong Kong and it's Nomad 1, unfortunately anything can happen here. And, you saw the breaks from Dragbit, Tira with the unfortunate over-aim as well, and anything on these Nomad 1s can happen. You see breaks, from round of 32 all the way to grand finals on just unfortunate, stupid stuff in Nomad 1s. And looks like it's going to go the way of Turkey. We said that they were this mechanics-oriented team and that this was a smart pick from them here out of all the options that they had left. And it looks like they knew that it was too. With this 2-man performance here, Shinkiro will find the break into the ending, but regardless, Raikaho with 1 million plus and Misumena not going to be too far behind. And another confident point from Turkey here, again, a little bit closer than what the Hong Kong ones have been. Despite this, the match has actually been close as a whole. You've had 2 picks around 500,000 score difference in favor of Turkey for them to win, and then that one that Turkey lost just by under 40,000. So they're hanging right in this with Hong Kong, but they're going to have to be careful after this one now, as Hong Kong has their own pick to force this to match point finally, and that's the point Turkey's got to be careful for.
This is definitely as a spectator, as a caster, how you want these middle seed versus middle seed matchups to go. It's just
fill those shoes, and A21 I think is going to be by far the best player that they're gonna kind of put up into that spot. So I think regardless of whether or not he's the strongest reading player on the roster, or for these hidden 2 style maps, especially in a round of 32 stage, I think even players that aren't necessarily comfortable on stuff like this or have it as their main skill set can kind of fill the shoes of some players who maybe fill the reading category a little bit more. These round of 32 8, make the circles a little bit bigger, make it feel a little bit more dense. You put in these awkward, linear aim patterns in the squares, and that mechanic starts to fall apart a little bit. It starts to matter a little bit less. Hong Kong, again, year after year, despite roster changes, continuously comes back and shows us that they are a very strong reading team. And despite those 2 breaks from Minecraft 570 and A21, Shirahayuki and Dragbit3 pulling out some very nice accuracy scores. Dragbit with 100, 150. Shirahayuki with 6 100s. That is match point for Hong Kong now.
And I think, again, it speaks to the consistency of this Hong Kong roster at low star rating that even when they do find misses on 2 members, it's still, 640k for Minecraft 570, 666k for A21. Even on the members who do find those misses, they've still got relatively high scores on each individual member. Couple that with the 2 full combos for Dragbit3 and Shirahayuki, and you have a very scary team score overall. Kenneth with a very solid score on Team Turkey, by the way, not to downplay the performance there. 718k, only 1 miss and 4 100s. Very, very solid accuracy for him. But unfortunately, not the consistent team score to back that up from the rest of that Team Turkey roster. And now, like I said, match point for Hong Kong. It is Turkey's next pick. They do have one more chance to try and earn themselves a point, but they have to win the next pick from Hong Kong alongside their own if they want to try and force this tiebreaker.
Well, if there was ever a time for it to happen in this middle-seeded matchup here, I think round of 32 is the point where we could see it. Unfortunately for Turkey, the only pick of Hong Kong's thus far that they have even come kind of remotely close on was that Nomad 4 pick, and there's not much left like that unless they really go the route of something like Nomad 3 if you really want to stick to that kind of flow aim, but the slider, heaviness is completely down from what you would have there. Turkey's going to go for the double time 3. I think this is a good pick for them in order to get, maybe that 3rd point on the board here, but again, they still have their work cut out for them on Hong Kong's pick after this, and I think that's going to be the difficult point for them. That's where they're going to need to kind of lock it in and try and figure something out there. They have full capability of doing it, but based on the way that Hong Kong has been picking thus far and has been performing on their picks, Turkey's got a long way to go, seemingly left in this match to possibly force that tiebreaker. I think they have it in them to get this 3rd point here, so I think they'll at the very least get to see that match point potential here for that tiebreaker, but I think we'll have to see how this pans out for them first. Not super high BPM on a DT3, it's AR8, 3 minutes long, so a longer map, but a little bit more comfortable. The speed, non-speed players are going to be able to work their way through this a little bit more, which I think is what Turkey's going to have to count on here. They have a decent speed roster, but it's not quite enough, I think, to match Hong Kong's early speed roster as an overall team, which is something that you want to be careful of, especially, again, on a match point.
Most certainly. You need to really be confident in this pick for Turkey. You need to be able to perform very well on it. I think the one thing, though, that makes this pick in particular a little tricky for this roster from Turkey is the fact that it is that lower BPM. It is that more finger control focused pick. It's only 210 BPM. It's really not that fast, even compared to Nomad 5 or Double Time 2 in this pool, let alone objectively speaking. I mean, Hard Rock 1 is also the same BPM. You can see, however, the finger control, the burst requirements in this map still relatively high. The focus definitely on that finger control and burst control in this map compared to something like the other more finger control, or excuse me, more burst focused picks in Nomad 5 and Double Time 2. The finger control early on, getting the better of both Membesarms and Raikaho actually on the Turkey squad. RLSC with a lot of drops for Hong Kong, but all very early on within the first 150 combos, so really not impacting the overall score that much. These drops, however, from Raikaho and Membesarms really damning the score for Turkey, down in the overall score and down over 100k now as well.
This is not exactly the position Turkey wants to put themselves in at the start of this map here. This score lead is going to fly over to Hong Kong now. with 2 FCs to basically what could be considered almost 4 now. RLSC just a little bit behind, but Minecraft 570 finding a break is going to open this up for them again just a little bit, but they need to see 1 or 2 more breaks from Hong Kong. I don't think they're going to be able to see it into the ending here. We've got this slow slider taking up quite a bit of time, and then a pause here before the ending. Unfortunately, Turkey, with 2 of their, I'd say carry players on a map like this, not performing the way they want. We say this map isn't super fast, especially with the finger control. 210 BPM is, you're going to see No Mod 5s faster than in the later stages here. But overall, this finger control just absolutely... Agamemberstorm's under-aiming, Raikaho as well. That just didn't go the way of Turkey, unfortunately. And in a round of 32 matchup against Hong Kong, time and time again, you're going to need to put up that performance. And again, that overall team performance from Hong Kong, absolutely disgusting from them on that. Look at that overall team score. Again, well over 3.4 million, 3.5 million team score from them. And they're going to close out this round of 32 matchup in a 5-2 win over Turkey. Hong Kong proving to us that even despite some massive roster changes, they are loading up here, and they are going to have just as good of a run as they have had in previous years with this roster here. That team performance was something to be reckoned with.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that was a very, very dominant closeout, and once again showing that when it comes to the overall team consistency, they are on top of the game right now. Really solid 4-man performances on basically every map from Hong Kong. Even when most of their members miss, they're still above 600-700k. It is a very scary team to go up against on any early stage pool. Even next weekend, when they do face off against the winner of Indonesia versus Mexico, I think that they are likely to give the team that they do end up going against a run for their money. Good luck, however, to Turkey in the losers bracket. They are not out of the tournament yet. They do face off against the loser of that other matchup, Indonesia versus Mexico, next weekend. So good luck to them in that matchup. And that is going to do it for us for now. We are actually going to take about an hour's break. Our next matchup is the United Kingdom versus Singapore, starting at 14 UTC. So we're going to wish good luck to both of those teams. And once again, congratulations to Hong Kong and good luck to Turkey in the losers bracket.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the OS World Cup 2021. We've got another great matchup for you this morning. We started off strong. We had Korea versus Ukraine at 11 UTC, Hong Kong versus Turkey at 12 UTC, both strong finishes from those two teams. And now we have another highly contested matchup. I think this one very well anticipated, given the UK's performance in previous years, and Singapore with a couple of roster changes that may benefit them this year from last year. But regardless, we'll wait to see what happens in that match. I am one of your commentators today, Chili Repair. I will be joined by none other than this one guy. Good morning.
Hello, good morning. It is wonderful to be back here at the OSU World Cup. It's up with such a banger of a match for the first one I'm commentating this year. Very excited to see how this match goes. The UK redemption arc starts here from their somewhat disappointing result last year. Like you said, some team improvements, some definite progress in that regard, but Singapore, man, not a team to be overlooked. So definitely one to look forward to.
That is the truth there. Both teams with two players being replaced from their previous rosters last year, most notably for the United Kingdom, Doomsday and Ventus not returning for the tournament this year. They will be replaced by a returning Karthi and Gemzy, the new AIM star of the UK for them this year. Singapore, getting rid of Lanjay and Lock-On, will be bringing Emilia and Seal. So 4 very decent switches for both of these rosters. I think, again, it'll benefit them in the later stages for both teams. They're gaining a little bit of skill cap. Emilia, not as proficient in tournaments as what he might have used to have been, or as compared to other players. So I'm very interested to see how he performs in this match today.
Yeah, you know, that's an interesting person because I think everybody that's even like vaguely familiar with Emilia knows that he has this just ridiculously high skill cap, especially on, you know, stuff like aim because of his play style. He is a very, very strong player overall, but like you said, not somebody that you see in tournaments all that often. So definitely a player to kind of keep an eye on as for what his performance looks like. Obviously, you know, the jokes about his accuracy thing, because he plays tap X aside, very, very mechanically sound player. So I think definitely brings something to that roster. But very, very excited personally to see the return of Karthi. You know, especially, you know, after some of his like health issues that we know he's been going through, he's talked about on Twitter and stuff. So good to see him back competing in the World Cup. You know, I think part of what kind of sunk UK last year was their somewhat lower skill cap. It felt like, you know, losing to South Korea wasn't the biggest surprise, and I think it was round of 16. But you know, going on and losing to Indonesia in losers round 3, finishing top 16 after they'd gotten second in 2018, third in 2019, to drop all the way down to top 16. You know, you could definitely sense that some change was maybe in the offing in the year in between the OWCs. So UK, I think, you know, this is, I said this before we went live, but I think this is something of a redemption arc for them. You know, after having such good performances for a few years there, to kind of fall off, I think they're going to want to really show what they've got this year. And that starts early. It starts against this Singapore team here in the round of 32 very early on.
No, absolutely. I think we kind of referred to last year for the UK as that, you know, that rebuilding year that they needed. You know, unfortunately, every team is going to have to go through that every couple of years. It's very difficult, I think, for the morale of, you know, each of them to have to push through that, and especially with a team that had been traditionally as dominant as the UK in previous years. I mean, they're one of the consistently high-performing teams across multiple years in this tournament, and for them to take a turn for the worse to that extent last year was a crushing blow for them. But I think that they are highly motivated this year. I think the return of Karthi is something that is going to benefit them greatly. They've got a lot of players with significant performance, you know, increase from last year. You know, we saw players like Kingling who, you know, making their OWC debut, and this year the improvement across him, and you know, I guess I'll just use it as an example in particular, has been absolutely unreal. Is going to be a pivotal player for them this year. I think, you know, Blue and Malteser and Majora and all those players coming back as well, going to be good for them to maintain this mental status that they have right now. And of course, Bubbleman, tried and true every single year for the UK. Their captain, their rock, is going to be, you know, he's gonna have to step it up this year, I think, to drag them into that maybe top 8 positioning again. But I think they could make it work. But Singapore, on these early rounds, you know, Singapore has definitely traded a lot of skill cap in previous years for a higher skill floor. But, you know, on a round of 32 matchup against the UK, they're going to be able to put up a couple of points here, I think. But I think we're going to have to look for that overall team consistency that I think you want to see so often from these teams.
Yeah, and I think, you know, these teams do both have a fair number of people who are tournament regulars, so I think the consistency probably should be there. Realistically speaking, this pool is not all that difficult, right? I mean, it's round of 32, you don't expect it to be. And guys out there who are in a ton of tournaments, you know, Heavy plays a lot of tournaments, Megamic plays a lot of tournaments, and no matter what, if you play in a tournament, you're going to get that early round experience, right, by default, because you don't even have to win a match to play the first pool. So I think Singapore might be in an interesting spot here where they have a fair amount of experience, but I think the UK, you know, just has that higher overall skill cap, so some of the more difficult maps in this pool may favor them a little bit. Also, one thing that I'm going to look out for here is kind of a funny thing that last year, you know, the joke was that UK kind of got mechanics abused by Indonesia. They picked all the speed maps, and UK really didn't have an answer for it. This year, in the intermediate year, they've really spent a lot of time training and improving that mechanical skill. Guys like Malteser, Majora, the return of Carthy, very, very strong in those the kind of speed mechanics. So I would not be surprised to see UK just go right down the line, you know, no mod 5, DT2, DT3 kind of stuff, where they can really put their finger control and speed at the forefront. And looks like once we get this intermediate issue here sorted out, looks like we are going to be seeing Nomad 5 as that first pick. So curious to see how they perform on it. Curious to see what Singapore can do as well. But I think we should be about ready to go here. I'm not positive what's going on, but
Clan is pulling a funny, so we will we'll see if we can get switched back over. Apparently Bubbleman's game did crash, so
it looks like we're already in.
So we're getting back through.
Yeah, Bowman wasn't in for this map anyway. They're rolling with Malteser, Majora, Blue, Carthy on the UK side. Mega McTebby, Demonical, and Amelia in for Singapore on the first pick here. Nomad 5 kind of eases you into it. You know, this map doesn't really get as difficult, you know, until you get maybe a quarter to a third of the way through. But it does require a decent amount of, you know, early round speed stamina. A lot of triples, a lot of quins. Looks like Tebby the first one to get caught out by that.
Oh, not the worst start ever there. Carthy did find a break a little bit earlier on in the map, and with accuracy relatively similar to what Tebby's is here. It's not going to be much of a difference between these two teams here. It really is the difference on Majore right now being significantly more comfortable on speed in this lobby compared to everyone else. Malteser is going to be right up next to him, kind of as expected. I think Malteser and Majore, two of the kind of staple speed players for the UK, easily, I think, their strongest pairing that they can put up here. You know, you throw Bubble Man in for some of those stamina-oriented picks, but, you know, Blue and Carthy, both very skilled players. This is, you know, and I guess we can put eyes on Majore, especially with the, you know, winning Speed Cup in this past year, is kind of, again, a staple of the speed community as a whole. So having that on your roster for a Nomad 5 like this, you know, basically having a guaranteed FC with high accuracy is pivotal for the UK. And regardless of Singapore putting up two strong combos on Megamic and Demonical right now, this overall team performance from Malteser, Majore, and even Carthy now recovered from that beginning break will be very solid for them. Blue's going to have a little bit more trouble, but regardless, still going to put up well above 600k for a confident first point for the UK. And Majora misses the ending.
Majora, no!
Cannot.
Oh, what did he do?
He slider broke.
He slider broke. Oh, that's so sad. That would have been a very nice early score to get, but it's still an S rank. It's still the top score in the lobby by a bit over Demonical. And yeah, I mean, that's exactly what you want as UK, you know, come into your first pick and just have a very comfy first map for you that even with, you know, a little bit maybe of an underperformance from Blue, still able to win. Tebby and Amelia not having the greatest time. And that's kind of what I was saying, you know, the concern was there for Singapore was that if the UK goes into these kind of mechanics picks, what we've kind of dubbed left-hand maps, Singapore might have some trouble with a few of those. So we'll see what kind of pick they come back with. Try and contest that. It's interesting, you know, you see Bubbleman stepping out for the first map there. I wonder if we won't see much of him in this match if the UK has a strong lead. You know, if he wants to kind of sit back and let his teammates take the stage a little bit more. You know, give them the experience here in these early rounds to really get the confidence up.
I completely agree. I think that if there was any around, I think Bubbleman stepping out for some of these early stages is going to be good for the team to, you know, work together, maybe without requiring that, you know, carry presence, that guaranteed FC. It also takes a lot of the pressure off of Bubbleman. I think he, especially, you know, like last year, it puts so much pressure on you when you are, you know, not
you know, they go the exact opposite of the first pick from the UK, kind of what I would have expected. You know, going into this very classic early round Air 8 hidden. You know, it's basically, you know, kind of that linear geometric pattern aim. So it's just a very, very straightforward early round low approach rate test. And guys like Artisan on the Singapore side, for people who follow along community tournaments, very, very good at these types of maps. Megamic Low Slide as well. Amelia sitting in still. I don't. And confident on anything, but the rest of the team not putting up the scores they needed, and it's hard to compete with a double FC from your opposition. Low Slide and Amelia doing a great job on this first pick for their team.
This is super solid from Singapore right there. Amelia, I think, you know, a little bit less surprising with the strong performance on there. Luzley, not normally someone I think that you would pin down as a awkward aim, low AR hidden pick player. I mean, Luzley, very heavily known for, you know, hidden hard rock, stream consistency, big mechanics maps. You know, a little bit less so for the reading and the gimmick. So it's very nice to see that even players like Luzley are going to be, you know, useful for Singapore on stuff like this. The UK not looking super strong on the early stage reading maps here, and you know, I guess it's a little bit less on the side of reading and more on that awkward aim with the density filling in, but you know, at least Singapore has found a way to get themselves right into this match. They're not letting anything slip away here at the beginning. UK very quickly going to go for the Hard Rock 2. They're going to go for Makes Me Wonder. We're just going to completely change up skill sets 3 times in a row here.
Yeah, no kidding, huh? We go from the Speed Nomad to the low approach rate aim map into the circle size 6.5. And again, you know, with this pool being so early, these are kind of going to be staple maps for their slots. So this 6.5 is low BPM. It's got some bursts and some streams, a little bit of pattern aim, but it kind of fits right in with what you'd expect. And UK has a pretty strong precision roster this year. I mean, we know Kingling, one of the best small circle players in the world. So gonna test the waters here in a different skill set, but another one that they feel they're gonna be strong on.
You know, I think it's very interesting. We've been seeing, and I don't know if UK is going to set their roster as this, but we've been seeing Majore a lot more across these precision hard rock picks and tournaments as of recent. I think, you know, if you looked maybe a year and a half ago, I don't think you ever would have seen Majore in for, you know, as consistently as we do now for these precision picks, but he's become almost a sit-in for the teams that he's been on for some of these hard rock picks here, and it's very interesting to see the skill sets kind of round out for someone like him. Majore, for many years now, has been, you know, one of the stronger players on the UK roster, and, you know, if he's been able to round his skill sets out more over the past few years, being able to back up players like Bubbleman and Carthy on this roster and that set, you know, 4 is another reason that the UK might make a big improvement here. You got players like Megamic on the side of Singapore as well, who are just absolutely like demon precision players. This is going to be a very close map, I think, between these two.
Yeah, this is a skill set that I'm a little less familiar with on the Singapore side. I will not lie. Their precision is something I haven't, you know, seen quite as much of to know one way or the other. But you know, on an early round pool like this, I think anybody that's moderately competent on a given skill set will be able to perform okay. I mean, this is not going to be, you know, the hardest of maps, so we'll get into it and see how things go. Get to see the Kingling Blue Bowman Majora squad taking on Megamic, Demonical, Low Slight, Seal, and you know, another relatively short map, just 2.5 minutes, but decent amount of note density through the majority of it, so there will be a fair amount of combo to build up, and we'll see if anybody's got those early round jitters, because those can cause you to miss on small circles very, very easily.
Yeah, we saw a couple cursor slips in the previous matches this morning that kind of let some points up here, but Blue and Seal going to be trading off some early breaks here, going to keep it pretty even between the two. Blue's accuracy lead is going to make a really big difference here, and, you know, again, we mentioned players like Kingling on this map, who this is so comfortable for him that, like, it's not even going to be comparable to any other player in this lobby, I think.
Yeah, Kingling is like one of the best precision players in this entire tournament. I mean, the guy is incredible at hard rock accuracy, small circle hard rock. Very, very strong on this, and Bubbleman as well, keeping that act up super high. Majora holding the FC with 99 as well, and really nothing on the side of Singapore that can contest that. You see another break from Seal. Low Slight just broke. Megamic with another break for them. So very clearly the UK favored in this early on, already taking over 200k lead.
Well, not much that Singapore can do right now except hope and, you know, that the UK finds at least one break here to make the scoreline closer, but passing that halfway point in the map right now with only one FC on Demonical, with accuracy, you know, that a little bit worse for wear than the 3 FCs on the UK, and Blue, negligible combo difference. I mean, we're about 110 combo down on Blue right now, which is higher than, you know, 3 of the 4 players on the side of Singapore right here. This is just the team performance from the UK, I think, that we kind of expect from them in these early stages here as well. Just a team that has so much tournament experience and how comfortable they are with maps like this, that, you know, it's even with a team as proficient as Singapore at precision picks, it makes it look, you know, like they're just so far ahead.
Yeah, there is finally going to be that break from Majora, so not going to be the 3-way, but yeah, this is just UK. I mean, it's just the UK being better at this skill set. It's pretty much all this comes down to. They are clearly very comfortable with this map and this style of map, and that's a solid score, man. Just under 4 million. That is really, really strong. Blue and Majora, you know, in that 840 to 880 range, and then the double FC from Kingling and Bowman. Demonical with the lone full combo for Singapore. A bright spot in the darkness for them, but clearly not their favorite skill set, and it shows with that result. So 2 very good picks from the UK to start off, and 2 very different picks. You know, you go from speed into small circles. We'll see where Singapore goes after the first pick, low approach rate. What is going to be their kind of pivot point here?
I do wonder if Singapore, Singapore is one of those teams that I think has a strong Nomad 2 roster, but I wonder if they're going to want to chance it against the UK, who is pretty proficient in these more aim-oriented Nomad 2s. I think the spacing and velocity change on the Nomad 2 this week might prove to be a little bit difficult, but I mean, you know, if you're looking at this roster of players, you know, like Lost Light and Megamick and players like that, you really have to wonder if they're going to chance it with that over DT. They're going to go hidden. Now that... Huh.
I mean, they went hidden too, and they won it pretty comfortably, so maybe they're just saying, hey, you know, we feel good with this mod, and we're just going to pick the other option available.
Yeah.
You know, the hidden one, very, very different stylistically, obviously, than the hidden 2. Bubble Flower kind of throws a lot of different skills at you. It's got some aim, it's got some overlap reading, it's got that super cool swing rhythm part. I love that part of this song. It's mapped really, really well. But, you know, it's saying, hey, we like our hidden roster, and we like our hidden roster's chances. Whether or not the UK did poorly on the previous hidden pick because of them not being good at low approach rate or just not being good at hidden is, I think, what we're going to find out here with this pick from Singapore, who looked really strong on their first hidden pick.
They really did, and you know, we saw some flickering performances from teams on this in previous matches this morning. So, you know, we had it banned in the first match, but in that Hong Kong Turkey match, you know, you kind of flip back and forth on this. Some of the sliders in this really will catch you off guard, and I think that's, you know, not too much of a surprise for most people if you've played a Keqing map before. I think, you know, tournament mapping aside, I think that's kind of the style that you expect from this. But both teams, strong hidden rosters on here. I don't know if I could, you know, pin either one as having a distinct advantage. I guess you could give it to Singapore, but even then, it's a complete difference in terms of density and reading on this. You know, Era 9.2, while not ridiculously easy to read, for a lot of players, it certainly is a whole different beast than an AR8 hidden pick, especially with the aim styles being so different, less linear, it's less pattern aimed and more just going through the motions here. This is more mechanically oriented of a hidden pick, as you'd expect from a hidden one, which may make this a little bit more contested, but both teams are consistent today. I'm not going to make a prediction about this one.
Yeah, I think, excuse me, I think just in general, this is a little bit less of a binary pick. You know, hidden 2, it's kind of in that realm of you can either play it or you can't a lot of the time, even in early rounds, because a lot of people just aren't good at AR8 hidden. Whereas with a hidden 1, there's a little more room for people who aren't, you know, maybe 100% fully confident with the style of map to play, you know, to find at least something in it they can do better on, I guess. But this is actually, I think, one of the trickier maps in the pool, just in terms of its overall skill requirement, because it throws several different aspects at you. I think, you know, looking out for like another just Bubbleman FC, but the hidden name looked good on Singapore. Yeah, I think, like you said, I think this is going to be very contested. I think this is really a coin flip in the sense of it being able to go either way, rather than it being like necessarily a poor selection. Also, yeah, the Cat Gems, this is such a good song. It's really nice. Sound Solar just makes good stuff.
Gotta give credit where credit's due. This is the entertainer right here. Close pick, mind you, as well, at this pause section right here. Just a couple 1,000-point difference on the accuracy. And I mean, look at Tebby and Demonical up there, both holding double S's still without any issues thus far. And the map doesn't really change too much, so, you know, it's going to be hard-pressed to see massive act drops from them.
Yeah, you go through this middle third of the map with fairly consistent style. There is a break from Karthi, missing an entire burst. So that is going to give Singapore a pretty big advantage, but Lowslight tosses it right on back over, dropping his accuracy right down to join Karthi. Tebby, the second break from Singapore. That gets scary now. You still have the triple FC, and there goes Demonical as well. Oh, boy.
Oh, no.
All right. Well, this may have just ended, because that's now 3 FCs from the UK to just the 1 over on the side of Singapore. That was really unfortunate right there. Just about the 2/3 mark. That's going to be a bad score cap, and you come into this kind of swing rhythm section. There's not as much note density here, and that's going to be the UK running away with this, I think, in the last quarter.
Yeah, that is a very quick downward spiral for Singapore right there. They were so confident. Demonical and Tebby both holding a double S through that halfway point of the map, and just unfortunate breaks from them. Bubbleman and Carthy do break at the ending, but Gemsy and Blue both holding those FCs. Blue with very good accuracy, above 99% there. And it's just Amelia once again to come in for Singapore again. We mentioned that Amelia was a great addition for the team for Singapore this year. And, you know, despite maybe more tournament inexperience compared to some of the players in this lobby, that skill still very much shows through for Amelia, you know, in this lobby right here. Blue top scoring that map by a decent margin. They're 1.04 million on a hidden pick. The UK is going to take their 3rd point, going to take that one away from Singapore, mind you, as well. So now Singapore is going to fight that uphill battle, try and get back into this.
Yeah, very impressed, as we were saying, by Amelia. He is playing quite well in this match. The hidden aim, I think, a very good spot for him to be in. But the UK showing, I think, early on here that they are a pretty well-rounded roster. They've, you know, up 3-1. On the 4 maps, like a player from their team has top scored all 4 of the maps, and it's been a different player each time. You have Majora, Bubbleman, Kingling, and now Blue have all top scored a map for that team. So you can kind of get the sense that the UK is going to make use of everyone on that roster. They're all going to have a role to play in their given skill set. And we're going to continue switching over, going right down the mod pools, going into that double time section. DT2 is going to be the pick here from UK. I expected this one to come out eventually. This is the... it feels a lot like the Nomad 5, a little bit faster, a little more stamina requirement. But in general, this is going to feel right at home for these UK speedy boys.
Well, might as well stick to your strong suits here. I think that the UK is going to benefit very much from picking into the picks that they know that they can put up that 4-man performance on. I think that's, you know, that is the easiest way to know that you can work your way through these early stages. You know, every team that is qualified for this tournament, in some sense, is going to be fairly comfortable on a round of 32 pool, given that the qualifiers pool was, what, 2 or 3 rounds more difficult than what they are currently playing in theory. So when you kind of tone the pools down a little bit, being able to put up that 4-person performance as a team is invaluable for these rosters that, you know, not only pride themselves on maybe having a couple of skill cap players, but really have that solid all-around here. And, you know, unfortunately enough, when you're in early matchups between seeds like this, it's hard to kind of determine, you know, who's going to have the more consistent match. Singapore's got a whole roster of players right here that on any given day could whack an FC out on these maps like it was no problem. But so does the UK, and, you know, fortunately for them, they're having just a slightly better match in terms of overall performance and consistency right now.
Yeah, I think there's just this sort of sense of, typically, of confidence from the UK that you get. And I don't know, maybe Singapore has that as well, but it's not quite as visible as though we did see Blue with the first miss. But this is another map that I think should be pretty contested, despite the fact that UK won Nomad 5 going away. You've got some players who are very good in this skill set for Singapore. The one concerning factor I'm going to see that I'm going to be watching is going to be Amelia's accuracy, because on this type of map, you know, he is forced to do the alternating pen-tap key press, which is very hard to have good accuracy on. But he is staying right up there, a little bit above Blue, so it's keeping things pretty close, and still no misses yet from Singapore, so about 130 combo advantage to the good for their team, looking to bring this break point back.
Well, both teams strong right now, and again, you know, you mentioned Blue has had a little bit more trouble than most other players on the roster today, has found those, you know, early breaks compared to everyone else. There goes Demonical for Singapore.
Can't hop back on their team, too, up at 99.7%. So that's their best score. It's going to fall. It's going to be UK looking to take this lead back here through the middle portion of the map. It should flicker right on over, barring a break from one of their players. But it's Blue finding his second miss. It's actually,
Gonna
should
benefit
just
Singapore.
stay close. They benefit Singapore. It's going to stay pretty close still. Demonical up by just under 200 combo now. Will take the lead back. This is going to make sense. There goes, oh, there goes Malteser. Okay, wait a second. This could get very interesting.
Singapore's got the accuracy enough, too. Look at this. It's right next to each other. It's just that difference of Malteser now. That score lead has now shot over, well over 100,000. And everyone coming into the last couple seconds here, Emilia's the only one that's really shaking on Singapore for this pick. But it's GS Blank to find a break. It might be too late, though.
I don't think there's enough time. They still have the double FC on Singapore. That's going to hold on to this lead. And Demonical with a big combo. That can match Blue and Malteser. So this should be fine for Singapore. Not enough time left for UK to make the comeback happen. And maybe we were a little wrong about UK being able to mechanics abuse Singapore, because Singapore says, no, sir, we're not having any of that. And they're going to take the break point right on back with a great 4.1 million score. A double FC from Emilia and Megumik. GS Blank just a little bit behind, still 990k. Those breaks from Blue were unfortunately the downfall of the United Kingdom on that map. That is well done by Singapore, taking that quick break point right back their way.
That was unbelievably unfortunate for the UK. Malteser's miss right at the ending was the difference, I think, between them winning and losing that map. He had the second highest accuracy in the lobby aside from Demonical. 7 100s and 1 miss, 8 100s, 1 miss, and 150. If you don't see that break from Malteser at the end, despite everything that Blue, kind of misaimed in that map or kind of messed up, Malteser was a difference maker on that map, and unfortunately, not the time for him in that team performance from Singapore. Again, I can be as redundant as, we kind of like about this, but the team performance on these maps is really all that matters. You can put up whatever solo performance that you want, but if you don't have the backing players for it, it's really not going to mean too much. And, I think Singapore possibly a little bit underseeded out of qualifiers. Definitely could have worked their way up the seedings just a little bit more from here. This matchup is going to be a tight one, especially, we mentioned Singapore's early stage skill floor. Going to benefit them fairly heavily here. Emilia continuing to be a performance giver in the map, and they're going to go for Nomad 3.
Yeah, so Singapore are going to continue their trend of picking away from, kind of raw mechanics. Going to go into the alt Nomad pick here. This is it's that early round, really long alt pick, kind of hybrid of, I think, a little bit of snapping, a little bit of flow alt aim. But this one is going to be a consistency tester, man. 4 minutes is nothing to sneeze at, especially when you're in a close match like this one is proving to be so far.
This map is, I think, again, this may benefit the UK in the sense that I think, if you've played tournaments to an extent, this map fairly well. I think this has been used a couple of times. Not necessarily this difficulty, mind you, but this mob stiff. I mean, if you take a look at even like the leaderboards for this map, you got Kingling with #1 on this map with Hidden Hard Rock. So if you get the mods taken off for him, you kind of expect like almost a guaranteed FC in most senses. I mean, this map is not one of those maps that gets more difficult when you take off Hidden Hard Rock because of density or something like that. I mean, it's CS4 AR 9.4, which is kind of like dead smack in the middle of that perfectly comfortable zone for a lot of these players. So, got some contention here, but Singapore, I mean, I look at a roster of Artisan, Demonical, Lozlight, and Megumik, and I feel fear on a Nomad 3. I think that's just the name that the Singapore roster has made for themselves by this point.
Yeah, I think this is a really solid roster for this type of map for the Singapore side. So I think we are going to see another very close, very competitive pick here. UK, I mean, like you said, Kingling rank 1 on this on the leaderboard. Bowman, Karthi, Blue, obviously no slouches on the alt picks. This should be a very closely fought battle, I think. And I really feel like, you know, the length of this, we haven't seen too many players looking like they're all that nervous, but if you're ever gonna feel that kind of nerves, it might be on a map that's this long.
Yeah, well, there goes Blue with that early break again. I don't think there's been a single map thus far that we haven't seen Blue just break at the beginning.
Yeah, he's having some trouble early on in maps. I don't know what's going on over there. Fortunately, there's this kind of easy free combo first verse here to build up a little bit, but he's having a little rough go of things on the early stages of these picks.
It's the nerve eliminator. That's what it
yeah,
is. It is.
Yeah, yeah, that is the method. Just get the early break out of the way, and then you can FC the rest of it without having to feel like, oh god, I'm holding a full combo.
Yeah, that's basic. That's the strategy we'll chalk it up to. Blue is eliminating all nerves possible. I mean, he's not having a bad play. He's right up at 99% act. Bubble Man slider break.
That's not good. Oh. I mean, that's 400 combo in, and that's a 4-way FC still going on over on the Singapore side.
That was nothing.
Yeah, he just slider broke. I don't know if he just missed tapped or something. That was very strange. But that gives Singapore a pretty solid advantage. Demonical still holding on to the SS. Over 99 on our Tizen and Megamix, so very good spot to be in for Singapore here early on. About a third of the way in, that lead is going to start to grow slowly. With the map being so long, it doesn't grow all that quick, but it'll get there if they keep this up. There's a break from Carthy as well. This is not going all that well for the United Kingdom. 3 misses already. It's going to be Singapore just kind of rolling with this lead. Another break from Blue. I don't want to say this is already over because we're not even halfway through the map and the lead is like barely 100,000 points, but UK just does not look like they've got it on this map.
Yeah, I don't, you know, the UK is not necessarily a team that you would expect to struggle this much on an early stage, you know, Nomad 3 kind of flow aim alt map. So I don't even know if it's them struggling or if it's just Singapore is absolutely destroying this map right now. And I think it's the latter. I mean, you're halfway through this map right now, and I don't think a single player on Singapore has shown even a slight sign of struggling on any pattern yet. Oh, nope. Never mind.
Megamix missed most of one pattern, so
complete misread.
He's making a liar out of you very quickly there. It's okay. They've still got the triple FC. It's fine. Yeah, I mean, this is a very good performance from Singapore. You go 1,000 combo with 4-way FC, and you're a couple hundred combo past that with 3-way FC still. But I think, as Low Slate finds the next break, I think if you want to be a team that's competing to win the whole thing, you have to be able to put up a couple of FCs on maps like this, and UK is just not doing that. And I don't know if that's the consistency not quite being there for Nomad 3s, or if that's them just underperforming a little bit on this particular day. But you look forward at teams that, don't find the expected outcomes, and you don't necessarily have the best feeling for them.
Well, unfortunately, that double break for Blue and Carthy, and there's the FC, it's gone. Yeah, all right, well, and with Kingling goes the UK's chances of doing anything on this map if they weren't already gone already. Singapore is going to put up an absolutely ridiculous team score. Demonical and Bubbleman going to trade out, and Artizen is just going to continue doing things here. I will not mention until the map is completed in a couple of seconds, because that triangle at the ending is dangerous.
Yeah, alt maps always feel like you can break just about anywhere, and the players kind of do go to show that is pretty true. Boy, Artizen with a little bit of late shake there, but it was after the ending combo. So that is the Lone FC going to come out from Artizen. Very good performance. Whoa, okay, I guess we have an instant switch here to the next pick. Dear me.
Wow.
That is going to be... that's going to be Singapore winning their pick, taking it to 3-all. And UK... Before the map was even over on my screen there, UK already have Hard Rock 1 in, so it is going to be Mushiku Saikade Rhythm, the slightly higher BPM aim-focused Hard Rock pick. UK liked Hard Rock 2, and we're going to see if they like Hard Rock 1 also.
Well, luckily we had the map change switch without destroying the client today, so we can continue right on with the match here, but this is, the UK, their Hard Rock 2 performance was kind of as scary as what you would, kind of saw out of Singapore on that previous alt map there. So I am interested to see if the UK can replicate the performance that they had somewhat on the Hard Rock 2 on their Hard Rock 1. I think that Singapore has more of a chance of putting up a strong team performance on a Hard Rock 1, but with the consistency from the UK on mechanics-oriented maps today, and, Kingling seems like he's having a really good day, and it's pretty beneficial to have your best Hard Rock player having a good day on your Hard Rock 1 pick, so...
Yeah. This, I think, from what I've heard from player feedback, that to a lot of people, this map is fairly simple and straightforward, and if you are familiar with the map, it's not exactly untrue to say that anyway. Like you said, I think this is going to be more a pick where Singapore might be able to get a look at another breakpoint than Hard Rock 2. But UK mechanics, I mean, they won on the hidden one. This is, I think, you kind of have to assume that UK is going to put up a good score on this, but given how they're performing so far, I mean, nothing seems guaranteed.
I don't know. This is a sigh match right now because you can't really predict anything anymore. All predictability of this match has been lost right now because they're just going back and forth.
Yeah. I think what we have to do. I think what we have to do here is we have to watch, the first, like the intro first PI, and then kind of go from there. That still leaves half, 2/3 of the pick after that. I think by that point we'll be able to get a feel for who is looking more comfortable and more confident on this pick.
Blue did not miss in the first 200 combo.
Yeah,
the
it's
UK
true.
wins.
Blue holding an SS through 240 combo. That's a good sign.
Oh,
very good.
Never.
There we go. Okay, well, it's not a good sign anymore. It's a good sign for Blue. It may not be a good sign for the United Kingdom as a whole, but it was a good sign for Blue. Meanwhile, the four-way on the side of Singapore still intact. Very solid accuracy for everybody except the low slide as well, down at 96, low 97 for him. Meanwhile, the entire UK has over 99, so they do maintain that lead for now.
It's going to go back pretty quickly here, but we're going to keep it right down the middle. Oh, never mind. Light lost it.
That's always that concern, you look at the player with the lowest accuracy and you think maybe that's going to be with a break. And there goes Artisan as well. Yeah. So that is a big advantage to UK now. 3 FCs to just 2 going into the second verse.
Strong performance from the UK. I think we kind of expected this on a Hard Rock pick, this overall team accuracy. I mean, Kingling, from what we saw on the Hard Rock 2 and every map that Kingling has ever played with Hard Rock, I think we expected a strong accuracy. Blue is an outstanding consistency and aim player, so him putting up high ac on this is not a very big surprise as well. Carthy with a slight break actually would have right around the same accuracy as Blue and Kingling without that miss. Bubbleman bringing up the rear, but I guess if you're bringing up the rear with 99.5, you're in a pretty good spot right now.
Yeah, this active for the UK is actually pretty ridiculous. I mean, we know they're good at mechanics, but keeping that kind of accuracy on a Hard Rock pick like this is really, really impressive. Pneumatical and DS Blank doing what they can to keep things in check, but those breaks from Artisan and Low Slate not helping it. There is a break from Carthy. If the UK finds one more break, this could get kind of close at the end, but Artisan and DS Blank both break instead. Yeah. And it's still just over a quarter of the map, but I think it is pretty well decided with a 400k lead.
Kingling almost is done. Kingling is like 1/100 off an SS, 2/100. So this is... I mean, the chances of Kingling finding a break right now are very low, and the UK realistically only just needs one person to hold for... Actually, I don't even know if they do. I don't even know if they do.
This is out of reach for Singapore at this point. This is just a really good team performance for the United Kingdom. Last FC gone from Singapore. Oh, Kingling does find a break. Oh, man.
Oh, no.
Look at accuracy, too. He would have top scored. He might... No, he won't be able to top score now.
Oh.
But that act is so good, too. That's really sad. Bubbleman now will... take that top score honor, it looks like.
Yeah, Bubbleman no longer bringing up the rear, making an AC improvement for the entire map.
Yeah. Notably, a 3.67 million score with a 569k from Carthy. That's like a what could have been scenario there if Carthy had not found those breaks. UK looking very, very good on that pick, and now they push it out to match point. And you had mentioned earlier Singapore may be thinking about kind of coin flipping that Nomad 2 against a UK that is ridiculously strong at stream maps, but they are going to do it with their last pick of the match.
There it is. They have a strong Nomad 2 roster. I mean, I feel like even if you were to look past nobody on the Singapore roster besides Lozlight, you would say that they have a strong Nomad 2 team. I mean, that's putting aside the performance that we've seen out of players like Kitty in previous years, or even in, community tournaments for that matter. Emilia, unfortunately, not going to be quite as useful on the Nomad 2 map, especially a variable spacing like Nomad 2 like this, where you kind of have stream velocity that changes frequently, but...
It's always interesting watching Nomad 2s over the course of a tournament, because I feel like Nomad 2 is probably the type of map where there are the most kind of knobs to turn to adjust difficulty, right? You can increase BPM, you can increase spacing, you can increase the length of streams, you can increase the stream aim complexity. So there's a lot of little ways you can increase the difficulty of Nomad 2s, to fit the stage. You could take this same map, make the spacing bigger, and make the streams longer, and you would have something that was like a star harder. This being so early on, it's pretty straightforward, very comfortable 184 BPM. I don't think there's anybody in this tournament who's going to really struggle with this type of pick. So this is just going to come down to the basic early round Nomad 2 consistency here for these two teams. And hopefully, for Singapore's sake, they can come out on top and force a tiebreaker.
I hope for this tournament's sake they come out and force a tiebreaker right now. I think that would be very exciting to open up the round of 32 here.
We've talked about a little bit in some different servers and stuff whether there were any likely matches to go to tiebreaker, and I don't know that people necessarily would have said this one, but Singapore has come out in pretty impressive fashion. Worst case scenario, they put up 3 points against a UK team that people have been talking about as a potential top 4 candidate this year. So that's a good performance from Singapore no matter what happens, but they're looking to make it even better as we get into their last pick, and this will be the last pick before potential TV.
I mean, it's kind of funny. You look at this UK roster, and I feel like if this was any other time ever, I would look at these 4 players, and I would say that there is absolutely zero chance that they lose to any team. I mean, you look at Bubbleman and Carthy and Blue and Kingling in a map, and you can knowingly and willingly say that they are going to lose a stream pick. It really says something about Singapore at this point in their performance. You could think of a point like a year or two ago where that would never have even crossed your mind. And Carthy gonna find that first early break, so it is gonna give it over to Singapore, which means that they can see the light at the end of the tunnel for tiebreaker right now.
Yeah, this is, a middle length map. It's 3.5 minutes. There's a lot of time left. There's a lot of combo, but maybe just that bit of combo you can start to get built up from Singapore. There's nothing in this that's overly difficult. There's a couple of longer streams. There's that one, it's kind of like 2/3 of the way through, there's like an awkward overlap stream that I would not be surprised to see that catch people out. But in general, pretty straightforward, pretty comfortable. So it's surprising to see a player like Carthy breaking twice already, but there goes Tebby. So it is going to, kind of void that combo lead that Singapore would have been able to build up. But they do have about, a 70k lead or so. Yeah. That accuracy staying really high, though. Kingling 1x100, Bubbleman SS. That is to mash Low Slights SS and Tebby with another break. This starts to get a little rough now. It's going to go back and forth very heavily as Carthy finds a break as well, so no combo advantage either way at the halfway mark.
There's nothing they're going to be able to do about this right now. We mentioned Lozlight going to be a big performer on this map, still holding that double S right alongside Bubbleman. But we're going to start to come into that last quarter of the map within the next 15 seconds here, 15-20 seconds, and that's do or die time right there. They need Carthy to be able to hold the combo. There goes Tebby breaking it again, and that's the opportunity that the UK needs. They may be able to shut this out before tiebreaker. Tebby is struggling so much.
Tebby's having a really hard time, down all the way to 96% accuracy. UK should be able to take the lead, and there is seal goes as well for Singapore. That is probably going to seal the deal. Pun completely unintended, of course. But Kingling Blue Bubbleman, there was Megabic as well. All right, that's going to be the GG right there. That is unfortunate for Singapore. They look so good for the first half of this map, but UK just holding the stamina, holding the consistency down. Bubbleman saying, hey guys, don't worry, I've got this. The SS still intact for him. Kingling just a couple hundreds, and Blue a little bit behind on accuracy, but this is just a great team performance from the United Kingdom. A triple FC.
Oh no, he drops the double S.
And Bubbleman with the latest couple of... Did he just not play the last burst at the right time? Yeah.
Forgot about it. He just 50'd it. Oh no!
You hate to see it. Well, he doesn't even top score because of that either. Kingling ends up with the higher score. Oh man. Lowslight, shoutouts to Lowslight, by the way, maintaining the full combo with 400 is a very good play from him, but unfortunately, Tebby just fell off of the face of the earth on that, and there was no coming back from those late breaks for Singapore. So UK, they begin their 2021 campaign, I think, in a little bit of a rougher fashion than they would have liked. 5-3 against a pretty strong Singapore team, but I think they could definitely want to have a couple of those performances back, make this look a little cleaner. But it's job done for the United Kingdom. 5-3, they take the win. They go on to round of 16, where they will most likely, let's see,
They
already
face
do.
South
They are
Korea.
gonna be
It is
against
a
South
rematch.
Korea, the rematch.
It is a rematch.
2 years in a row, we get round of 16 UK versus South Korea. That's going to be a match that nobody wants to miss. That is going to be a hell of a round of 16 match right there. My goodness.
Oh, what more can you say? I mean, you got the round of 16 last year. South Korea, the team to knock the UK to the losers bracket. The question, I think, in everyone's minds is that with the improvements that the UK has made to their roster this year, can they reciprocate and return the favor to South Korea? The question, both of these teams full well deserve to move on to the next stage of the tournament in the winners bracket. Unfortunately, only one of them is going to be able to advance there. So, I guess all we can say is best of luck to those two teams. One of you will be advancing through, and the other one is going to have a little bit of a fun time maybe down in the losers bracket, where we are going to have just a whole competitive tournament from start to finish this year. There's not much else. What else can you say about that matchup? You cannot miss it.
Yeah, that's so 2019, that was the losers bracket final matchup. South Korea won on a tiebreaker. 2020 round of 16, I want to say South Korea won something like 5-3, if memory serves. And now we get it again here in 2021. Pretty crazy to see those teams matching up 3 years straight. And UK looking for their first win in the series, looking to avoid dropping to the 0-3. But a good job at the moment, at least, to United Kingdom. I think they know they've got their work cut out for them in round of 16. They've got some work to do over the next week. I'm sure Ballman will be whipping his boys into shape there. They're going to need everything they've got against a very strong Korean roster.
If there was ever a time, that's it. Right here, first chance.
And but that's going to do it. I think next up, we're going to get another good matchup here. We've got coming up Russia versus China in just a few minutes, 15 UTC. A very different look for both of these rosters. Some big changes for both those teams. I believe Russia without Allometry this year, China without Crystal this year. That's got to be one of the biggest losses that a team could take. So that should be an exciting one. I think we're going to be bringing in a couple of new commentators for that one.
One brand new commentator to
and
the
one brand new, we're gonna be seeing a commentator making his debut here. So
everyone show him some love.
Make sure to give Mr. Demarsh a warm welcome once he gets into the booth for that next match. He'll be joined by Doland, everybody's longtime popular caster there.
The one and only.
The one and only Doland, the hypecaster extraordinaire himself. So stick around for those two. Stick around for that match, Russia versus China, coming up just a few minutes, followed up by Brazil versus the Philippines, also guaranteed to be a banger. Those will be the last two matches for our Saturday morning slate here.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the 2021 OS World Cup. I am Doland, and I'll be joined by Demarsh for Russia versus China. How you doing?
Dude, I am so excited. I cannot wait. This is going to be an epic match. We've got, the best Russian players, the best Chinese players coming in. There's been a lot of substitutions from the China roster, but they have put together a very decent roster that I think is going to be insane. I'm really excited to see how these guys perform in the bracket stage.
Yeah, definitely kind of a stacked match for a round of 32, but these two teams being paired up against each other coming out of the qualifier. And they will do battle here. Some big names coming out here. Russia have always been chasing greatness. They've reached finals week a few times. They are looking for more. And China, obviously, a lot of new blood as we can see on the screen, with a few players we may know.
Yeah, of course, the biggest names that have dropped out, obviously Crystal, who is so well known as one of, if not the best Chinese player. You also have GGGBY stepping down as well, but you've got some very strong players, QQQY, I've casted for before, and is incredibly strong aim player. I think this team, while probably not the best all-round, definitely has its maps that Russia need to be careful of.
Absolutely.
I'm curious about this band stage as well.
Yeah, if the last match taught us anything, it's never to count out the underseeded teams in the matchups, especially on the first map pool of the tournament. Singapore giving the UK a little bit of trouble, but the UK getting it done 5-3 earlier, if you just missed that one.
No, a fantastic match that was. I think most people were expecting a bit more of a one-sided affair with the UK, but they pulled through. It was close, but they did it.
And you also got to factor in nerves. It's the first match of OWC opening weekend. There's a lot of hype around it, a lot of nerves, so we're going to be seeing a lot more misses than we're used to as these players kind of settle in to OWC.
Yeah. And as well, this Russia side, I think the strength with this Russian team this year is that their all-round consistency on a wide range of stuff is just so scary. Whether it be Hard Rock, Hidden, Nomad, or DT, or even Freemod for that matter, they will have a 4-person lineup, and it'll be tough to beat. So you can see, China banning out that Nomad 2 is very understandable. I think they had some struggles with that in the qualifiers. They had some good players from Genshin Phobia and QQQY. Oh, sorry, LOL 233. But the other two, QQQY and Joseph Joestar, they struggled a bit with Nomad 2, so it's understandable they ban it here.
Mm-hmm. And Russia are definitely a team that has strong fundamental base. So understandable ban there. Russia banning out Hidden 2, and they're going to open this match with Nomad 5.
Yeah, Hidden 2 is a really sensible ban from Russia. China had I think they had 2 700k scores and 2 600s on Hidden 2, which was really impressive for the weekend. It was one of the best scores overall, so in comparison, not to say Russia played bad on it, they just don't have the 4-man roster that China have on that map, so it makes sense to get rid of it. But this is another really good map for Russia here.
Right.
Sort of Nomad 5 it's just that raw speed. It's 240 BPM, so if you're able to tap 240, you should have no issues with this map whatsoever. Not a lot of finger control, very standard Nomad 5 speed map.
Well, let's see who's warmed up on speed here. The start command coming in from the official to start this match. Russia are going to go with Apostle, Aoi Kiseki, Red Pixel, and Mr. Future. China sending in Genshin Phobia, Burger Fox, QQQY, and Joseph Joestar. And there we go. The match is underway now. A very short map, just under 2 minutes, so got to keep an eye out for even those early misses. They could be a factor.
Yeah, so far a little bit of a slightly better start for Russia as Pack drops early on, but this is where we really sort of get into this match. See the speed coming in these bursts, 240. You know, everyone looking relatively comfortable on this.
Yeah, it's just a slight lead for Russia here based on accuracy. QQQY is going to be the first drop here from China, further extending the lead for Russia.
Yeah, early break. This isn't a long map. It's just under 2 minutes. So that is quite a significant break for China.
Yeah. Red Pixel and Mr. Future are looking so comfortable on this along with Apostle. That miss though.
Yeah.
Unfortunate break there right at the halfway mark from Joseph Joestar. That is going to score cap him pretty hard. And that is going to further put the advantage with Russia here. And I don't know if there's much China can do but hope for an absolute meltdown here from Russia.
No, yeah, Red Pixel holding that SS for his team, putting in the work, but all of them just holding those combos. Good accuracy. Aokiseki on the lowest at 98. But, oh, it does find a drop as long.
Double miss.
Possible.
Still Mr. Future and Red Pixel still holding on strong. Mr. Future, he's going to drop only Red Pixel now. Only 1 FC remaining for Russia. There is time here, potentially for China. That score bar is flying back rapidly. I don't know if there's enough time. Actually, it's going to be very close.
Oh, it's moving.
China are pulling it back. Do they have enough? Joseph Joestar will miss at the end. And it's close, but Russia will hang on by the skin of their teeth. 9K, the margin, and they will barely escape with their opening pick. Oh, take it and run, Russia. My lord.
That break from Joseph Joestar is what decided that. If he had held on and not missed, you know, if he not slider broke right there, they would have taken that because he had a decent combo going.
Wow, it just goes to show you anything can happen in OWC. The map looked all but over, but we said they needed a meltdown from Russia, and they got it. So close.
Man, that is a fantastic opening first play from both teams, Russia and China. You know, Red Pixel putting in the work there. Wasn't able to hold the SS, but, you know, pulling in that massive score definitely helped. But it was that triple break from Russia that really shook things up. China had a very good recovery. They still managed to hold on to those 2 full combos, but just wasn't quite enough with that second break from Joseph.
It was literally the perfect timing for China when Russia had that triple break. They had combos and they were ready to attack and almost overturn the deficit. But now China are going to have to find another way to get on the board here with their opening pick.
Yeah, they really have to. I'll have to think carefully about this. I know that they've probably got a decent hard rock lineup. Russia also have a good hard rock lineup as well, so it's really probably going to come down to consistency on these lower star ratings. But Nomad 1 should be a good option for them, but whether they'll pick it earlier or later, I don't know.
Yeah, it can be a little bit risky just because it is Nomad 1, and typically most teams are going to be able to have a roster for a map like that, but looks like they're going to go with Nomad 4 here, so they're going to feel him out more here.
Yeah, Nomad 4, interesting choice. You know, so it's a tech map. It's very different from the sort of qualifier Nomad 4 that we had. You know, there's a greater sort of focus on the sliders on this in comparison. There are some nasty slider ticks in some of these slider velocities that people have got to watch out for. But I suppose the advantage with Nomad 4 being just vastly different between this and the qualifiers is that it can present a bit of an unknown. You know, you're testing different skill sets, so it might work to China's benefit.
Yeah, it's also just a good idea to test as many skill sets as you possibly can early in the match so you can scout your opponents better for the later rounds. Could be what China's doing here. But also another very short map. 2 minutes, 13 seconds.
Yeah, both teams wanting to start off with these shorter maps. Not really wanting to test too much consistency early on, which probably is a wise decision. You know, with these longer combo maps, early breaks and mid breaks can be disastrous because you can have some really one-sided carries on maps like that. So
yeah, but as we've seen, misses are definitely more impactful on these short maps, as we've seen the comebacks almost happen right before our eyes.
Yeah.
So China opening things up here with this Nomad 4 pick. Not too many substitutions across the board. Lolol233 coming in for China, as well as Talala on the side of Russia.
So far, Russia off to the much more solid start.
Yeah, much better accuracy from Russia at the start. Leva, though, is going to find the first drop very early. So that accuracy actually might pad that for now and keep Russia ahead. Lala is going to drop. Leva will trade it.
Yeah, and everyone else still holding quite strong, but it looks like Russia's still holding that slight accuracy advantage. I'm a Burger Fox seems to be struggling a bit, only managing it just below 94, gone up to 95 now.
Ooh, 3 misses there. Double miss from China. That was Cuckoo QY and Genshin. The sliders are nasty. Leva is struggling quite a bit though, but unfortunately it's 2 misses on China to 1 on Russia, so Russia are now starting to run away with it, and we're near the halfway point. Talala is going to drop though, so that'll slow things down just a bit at the break.
Yeah, Burger Fox, there's the only one on China holding a full combo, and it's not a very high accuracy in comparison to Red Pixel and Aokiseki. Lolol is recovering. He's brought a nice supporting combo, which might help a little bit, but I think China need to hold all the way through and pray for another break coming in from Russia to have a chance at this point.
Yeah, they just might need a miss or 2 here. Maybe even just 1 miss from one of their bigger combos, but Cuckoo QY is going to go down, and Russia's looking comfortable here heading into the last Ki.
Yeah, it's all Red Pixel. There goes Aokiseki though.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. It's on Red Pixel and Leva right now for Russia. If Red Pixel goes, this could flip, but China not going to be able to do it, it looks like. Once again, they mount a comeback. Burger Fox and Leva will trade at the end, and Russia will take the 2-0 lead.
Again, though, another close point. That wasn't really decisive. Obviously Red Pixel coming in clutch for his team. Once again, he is really the star player of the Russian team. He's always so consistent, which is great for, just for your team comp. But again, China, they're looking dangerous. They seem to struggle very early on, but their recovery is fantastic. And Russia have got to be careful. Can't afford those late breaks.
Yeah, China definitely giving them a run for their money. It is going to be Double Time 2 coming out next.
Again, a beautiful classic Elchia map. This is all again, another speed focus map, similar to sort of Nomad 5. But there's no real massive spacing on the notes here. So these streams and bursts, it's all about can you tap 248 BPM, and it's very, very standard, but can prove tricky. A very solid pick for Russia, I think.
You see a couple of substitutions coming in here. Future back in, Apostle also back in for Russia. How many changes for China? I believe Joestar is back in.
Yeah, Joseph's back in. I'm fairly sure that they're sticking with the rest of the lineup. Lolol and Genshin staying in from the previous map, but
yep, so just 2 subs for Russia, 1 for China. And boy, Red Pixel so far putting in some work. Doomsday said it in chat earlier. So far, it's the Red Pixel difference, and that is reflecting that 2-0 scoreline right now.
I'll tell you what it is. It's because he's on the red team. That's what it is. He gets that red team buff. It's Red Pixel, Team Red. It's a fact.
If they got number 1 seed in the qualifiers, it would have been red team every time.
Oh, if only.
In the winners bracket, my goodness. The things he could have done. Here we go, on to the first double time pick of the match. Although Nomad 5 was in some ways a speed warm-up, it's not quite this. Early miss coming out from Lalo on the side of China. Russia with just better accuracy and more FCs now, commanding early advantage.
Fox also finding a break. It looks like they're actually struggling to adjust to this map more than anything. As Joseph off to a flying start for China in comparison. His teammates aren't holding up as another break from Lolo finds its way in.
Lolo is struggling right now. Burger Fox on the 1 miss. So far, all of their 6 players are holding FCs a third of the way through. Map's not over just yet, but right now Russia looking very good right now. We have seen China, though. They have stalled out in the early half of maps, but rallied in the latter halves.
Yeah, Russia Fox coming with a nice recovery, though.
Yeah, Russia have kind of done the opposite. They've jumped out to big leads and then kind of fallen apart the second half. But this lead is much bigger than the others.
This is such a comfortable play from Russia, but there goes Leva Russian, the first one to drop. But he's still holding 99% accuracy. That is doing so much work for his team. They all hold 99.
And the lead is over 400,000 points right now. China are going to need Russia to start literally falling apart for much of the rest of the map in order to take this point.
Approaching that last quarter, they're still holding strong with 4 99s. Leva Russian breaking again, but he's the only one. As long as these 3 hold, they've got no issues.
Man, look at this. It's 3 FCs to 2. But China had good supporting combos there for a while. Just Russia is not budging aside from Leva. Mr. Future finally will give up the second FC. The Red Pixel and Apostle putting in massive work here, along with Mr. Future. Joseph Joestar and Cuckoo QY just unfortunately didn't have the reinforcements they needed. Russia looking strong.
Yeah, again, the difference in comfort. 4 million team score on that. Incredible. Coming out from Russia. Red Pixel once again. What can you say? It's a Red Pixel day. Apostle also coming in clutch as well.
Yeah, Red Pixel, Apostle, and Mr. Future really playing well. Mr. Future's also played well on a few of the maps, not quite getting the FCs, but getting massive combos, which, I mean, obviously contributes to help putting points on the board. But Red Pixel is having an absolute field day on this map pool.
Yeah, China in a bit of a rough position now. 3 points in, they've not managed to pick one up. This next map pick could be their last if they're not careful. I know this is a very strong aim team, but they tested out the Nomad 1, but I think maybe they need to pull out something aim focused. I'm looking at that Nomad 1 thinking maybe it's time, maybe they want to risk saving it, but if it were me, I would go with that Nomad 1.
Yeah, this is going to be a very crucial point, because if China fail to take this, they will be down 4-0 on match point. Russia's pick, not the situation you want to be in.
As well, Russia have that tendency to break at the worst possible times later on in those maps, which could play very well into Nomad 1, and the history Nomad 1s tend to have with mid-map breaks. But we'll see what they come up with.
So China's still on the clock. They're going to go with free mod 2. And I think this is actually a really interesting decision here. Going with free mod, allowing for the flexibility of mods across the roster. It's a little bit of a gamble.
It is a bit of a gamble, but they do have those particularly strong players. I think of Genshin Phobia probably going on Hard Rock for this. Probably having possibly Garden coming in to do Hidden. I'm trying to think who else would be very strong sort of Hidden wise. Again, there's a lot of this roster would be very good on this. QQQY would be very strong on a Hidden map like this. I guess it's going to come down to who wants to do what, but you need to have 2 mods from players as well as unique mods. So you might see quite a few no mods coming in there just to make sure that the consistency's there for both teams, really.
I would not be surprised from China if we saw double no mod. Single no mod would be a little risky, but I could still see them going with just 1 no mod play if they want to try to go for that score advantage. This is kind of a do or die situation for them in this match, so we'll have to see what they go with. But plenty of substitutions coming in. Stripe 36 checking in. First play of the match. As well as Pivka.
Yeah, Pivka, an interesting choice here. Could go Hidden or Hard Rock. Very, very solid all-rounder across the Pivka. So it's hard to know quite what the strategy is. I mean, maybe Russia are over-modding here? It's definitely possible, looking at this lineup.
It's definitely possible, but I wouldn't be surprised if they didn't, just considering the situation. I think they know this is a pretty important point, that if they take this, they're going to be in a really good position. And no overmods at all from either team. Both team wanting to play it as safe as possible. Red Pixel and Genshin Phobia will be the hidden players. Mr. Future and Strife will be the Hard Rock players. Everyone else on no mod.
Yeah, again, Strife, someone who pretty much just came in mostly to do those Hard Rock maps in the qualifiers. So it's understandable why he's coming here to be the sort of Hard Rock carry that they need.
Early miss coming out of Red Pixel, but nothing to worry about, just a very early miss. Oh, but that's another one from Red Pixel, and now that might be something to worry about.
Yeah, the second one, a bit more significant.
It's going to put China in front for now. Already quartered the way through. And it could just be that adjustment from going to some speed into Hidden.
Yeah, it is 200 BPM, so the BPM adjustment shouldn't be too massive. But I suppose he's going to Hidden a different type of reading altogether. So far, everyone else holding really good, solid FCs.
Yeah, halfway through, and again, aside from those early breaks from Red Pixel, there's no one else missing. It just looks to be a slight AC advantage for China. Lowest accuracy is Strife, but again, oh, and Strife does go down right as I say that. That is going to be a problem. That's the Hard Rock FC down for China. Russia's going to start to pull this one back to the third of the map, but then there goes Burger Fox as well.
That is huge. That is huge. Losing one of your no mods is massive for this team score. And look, it just flips instantly. And the accuracy's gone out from Russia once again. Absolutely solid.
Into the final quarter here, and Russia are checking out. China are going to need something to happen. Something good to happen. Unfortunately, that miss from Strife is not what they needed. Look at that, 3-way FCs coming out of Russia. Red Pixel has not missed since the second drop.
That again, Genshin Phobia and QQQY, they're getting those FCs, but unfortunately their teammates not able to join them. And Russia, match point.
That is 4-0 Russia. One more to secure it, and they have the pick.
That is a crazy good play from Mr. Future there. He's the only one on his team who got a perfect full combo with Hard Rock, which is pretty nuts on a map like that. Highest score in the lobby, I believe, as well. So he is the standout player on that free mod too.
Yeah, the only player that also got above 1 million was Genshin, a hidden player for China. So an outstanding score from Mr. Future. Now we'll see where Russia go, and they're going to go with DT3, so sticking with the theme of speed, going into the half-slashed map.
Yeah, this half-slash map, I think this map is really brutal and tricky, but others seem to disagree with me. But it's very finger control heavy. But you know, it's Touhou, so what do you expect? Space bursts mixed in, you know, there's triples, there's doubles. There is a bit of an aim element to this as well, which can be tricky when you combine that with the finger control. So I think this is a very difficult map, but Russia seems to be very confident on DT right now.
Yeah, Russia have just looked good on all things speed. The Nomad 5 speed-oriented pick, all the double times. Mr. Future getting that brilliant FC on Hard Rock. I mean, Russia have just showed up today big. China was contesting those early picks in the match, but since then it has been all Russia.
Yeah, I think the thing I worry about for China on this is that in comparison to Russia, Russia's acts have just been overall much higher. And on a finger control map where accuracy is just so vital, it might pose some problems for them. So again, there is that aim element which possibly benefits them as well. So it's an uphill battle for China, but I wouldn't count them out of this one just yet.
They are going to need 5 in a row to remain in the winner's bracket. Another short map, about 2 minutes. But a good start here for China, aside from the miss from Lawlol. I mean, everyone else is holding pretty good accuracy. See that Aoi Mr. Future kind of had some rough starts there for Russia. Oh, and they both miss! So now China is going to be taking over that lead quite comfortably if they can hold combos.
Yeah, they're on hopefully very good form to keep this going. Like it was mentioned, very short map, so those breaks, right as we went into those breaks, it's quite significant. Josie does find a break as well, though. So it's going to even things out a little bit.
And unfortunately for him, he's going to get score capped pretty hard by that miss. That was near the halfway mark. Genshin Phobia is going to miss right at the halfway mark. That's going to score cap 2 of China's players. Russia now firmly in control.
We saw the score margin, it just flipped from one side to the other instantly with that break from Genshin Phobia. And going into this last quarter of the map, you know, Russia, they are there. They hit this slider, no breaks going into it. I think Russia are going to bring this one home. 200,000 score gap. They're all going to have to miss, I think, for China to pull this back at this point.
It is Red Pixel and Apostle right now, but Apostle is going to find a break. Only Red Pixel remaining, but there's still so much lead built up for Russia into the last sections here. It is going to be over. Russia are going to take this one 5-0, a clean sweep for them. China, unfortunately, nothing they can do. They really contested several of those maps. It's a very deceptive looking 5-0. But Russia, the better team today, they take the win.
Yeah, I think Russia played into the fact that they are very strong on the speed elements of this pool, and they just played that against China. And there wasn't there wasn't a lot they could do. They didn't have the 4-man roster that they needed to compete with Russia, but it was, like you said, a very good game. Those early points, very closely contested, but it just wasn't quite enough.
And there are your winners. The Russian Federation will be advancing in the winners bracket to the round of 16 next week.
Yeah, but it's not over for China. I feel like they could give this losers bracket a good run, as they do drop down into the losers bracket. So it's not the last we'll see of them, and I'm hoping they'll show us some even more amazing moments next week.
Yeah, they will have a second chance in that losers bracket. You can check the bracket to find out who's playing who at the end of the weekend. But that is going to do it for now. I believe we're going to have a short break before going into our next match, which is going to be, I believe, Brazil and Philippines. And there are the rosters on screen right now. Brazil, very storied roster here, a veteran roster. Some new blood coming in as well. Brazil showed up pretty well in the qualifiers too.
This match should also be a very good match. You know, Philippines, this is a team that's been constantly improving year after year, but they are up against a tough first opponent in Brazil. Like you said, veteran squad, Mauzizi, Koran Maluko, Mistia, Excurito. You know, if you play or even just spectate tournaments, you will know those names, and it's a scary roster to go up against.
Yeah, and this is the 16th seed Brazil against the 17th seed Philippines, so this statistically should be the match to go to tiebreaker. I'm just saying, you guys might not want to miss it. But we are also going to be getting a caster change, at least one caster going out. Mr. Demarche, I believe you're going to be taking your leave soon.
I will. I think OMG4's who's coming on is ready and raring to go, so I shall leave you in his capable hands.
Been lovely casting with you. Thank you so much, chat. Give him some love. Demarche, ladies and gentlemen. But now, welcoming the new co-caster. You may know him. You might have heard of this guy. It's OMG4s.
Hello.
How are you doing, Fours?
I'm doing fine. I mean, apparently planning was perfect. That the match only took half an hour for the next match to be well on its way, starting right about now. And man, I mean, coming from the Russia match into this one, I think it'll look way different now, because these two teams are pretty much neck and neck in seeding. 16th seed against the 17th seed, and looking at the performances all around, they're pretty similar. They could trade blow for blow on literally anything. So I'm really excited to see this match. Maybe you can see a tiebreaker.
It's a match that's only fun for the spectators. The teams hate it when you play against a team that has similar skill sets to your own.
Right. But the thing is, you know, you have to have at least a few teams in a round to have similar skill sets, or like similar at least placements and strengths. So we at least have some closer matches, which could be very hype, I would say. I think in terms of pick'ems, I'm really interested to see the winner of this one. Who are you rooting for personally?
Oh, it's I always got to go with Brazil, man. I'm a huge Brazil fan. Always been a big Mauzizi fan. But the Philippines have been getting more dangerous over the years in Standard. They've been kind of slowly creeping up, you know? And they've been getting, you know, to become a much bigger threat. That 17th seed is no joke. I mean, to qualify one seed behind Brazil, you have to be pretty good to do that.
Yeah, I think it was actually a lot of factors coming in. For example, one of them is Nissan missing this year, which is my fault for stealing him from the Brazilian team, taking as a playtester for the map building team here.
The sabotage.
I know. He's really good. He's really good. And I mean, he shows by doing like 90% of replays in the early stages.
Good. We have him do all the replay.
Right. Yeah. We had to nerf Brazil. Come on, just make it more interesting. But yeah, there's a few new people coming in.
It's too good of an offer. You can never be eliminated from the tournament if you are the playtester.
Exactly.
You're always in the tournament every week on the showcase.
You can't lose, right? And I think Nissan just took the winning bet here.
Well, the bans are going to be coming out now, and it's going to be Nomad 4 from the Philippines and Hard Rock 2 from Brazil.
Both these make sense because, respectively, they're the best performed maps for both teams, or like the biggest difference of maps. On Nomad 4, Brazil outperformed Philippines by like 1 million points, so that's gigantic. And on Hard Rock 2, On the other way around, Philippines performed 450k points higher than Brazil. So they just took the qualifier results, banned where the biggest differences are, and that's that.
The stage is set, and the Philippines have the first pick of this match. They're on the clock at the moment.
If they want to go for a safe pick, they could either go for the DT2 or Nomad 1.
Well, they have
And
gone
they're
for
going
the
for
DT2.
Alright, once again, just going off of qualifier results, this is what you expect to see. So far, pretty predictable.
Yeah, it looks like both these teams are ready to get straight down to business here. Brazil sending in Mistia, Korean Malico, Mouse Easy, and X Kirito. Philippines still waiting on a fourth to join Kagano, Elki, Milk Teism, and the fourth will be Xylos.
Alright, genuinely expected rosters, I would say, for the DT2 here.
Brazil's debating us.
I mean, I would expect Mouse Easy to probably play this. Unless... I mean, if there's a slight difference to DT1 in the qualifiers, that it has slightly less aim. So if you do not have any aim and only tapping ability, you should be better on this one than on the qualifier DT1. But I'm definitely sure that Korean Maluko is gonna play this and X Kirito, because both of these players should pretty much have seeded the DT1.
They are certified DT1 players. Brazil still trying to sort out their roster for this.
Okay, Mister coming in.
Could just be some connection issues at the moment.
Probably arguing who's actually gonna play this map.
No, I have better scores. No, I have better scores.
Yeah, I mean, mostly teams do have some kind of document where they put in there. There we go. It's Mouse Easy. Yeah.
Yeah, they're most
I was
teams
about to
that-
say, if he's not playing, we have bigger issues.
Yeah,
If
it
he's not
wasn't.
feeling
They didn't even change any of the players. It was probably just connectivity issues.
Yeah.
So, looks like we are ready.
Mistia did play in a different run, so and he's decently good at speed. So we'll see. Low spacing, just all about bursts. If you can't tap this, well, you gotta practice.
That's a bar. All right, Brazil and Philippines underway. Round of 32. And no early misses at the start, aside from Korean Malico and now Elki. So one miss apiece. Brazil still with the lead off of accuracy at the moment.
Pretty huge accuracy drop in the beginning, but generally players should be able to recover here.
And they're actually a slight combo advantage on Brazil. The difference between Korean Malico and Elki right now, it's about 80 combo, not massive, but it's slowly adding something.
The deal here is that you can pretty much miss on every part of the map because it's pretty consistently spaced and there's no complete spike anywhere. So it can throw you off guard like any time.
Brazil looking really comfortable on this. Some high accuracy plays coming out of Mouse Easy. Oh, Mistia, the other high accuracy player, is actually going to find a miss.
Yeah, it's Misty and Elki both trading misses here.
Milk Tea and Kagano for the Philippines, holding up those big scores along with Xylos. 3 FCs to 3, essentially. Korean Malico's a little behind, but it's essentially nearly good for an FC at this point. Oh, major act drops. That scoreboard jumping over to the blue team side there. A quarter of the map left. It looks like the Philippines are going to have enough time here. Double miss coming from Mistia and Mouse Easy. Elki will trade one of them, but the Philippines now storming in front with 3 FCs to 2.
It did get caught by the 11 node burst.
Double miss from the Philippines. Xylaz make it a triple miss. Milk Tea's the only FC remaining, and now Brazil pulling it right back over near the end. Unless there's a miss from Korea Malika or Kirito, it's over for the Philippines, and I don't think there's enough time. Little tug of war game at the end, but Brazil will win it back. 1-0.
No spin to win to change anything. And, well, pretty much as we expected. Misses all over the board. Not really predictable. Mystia did get a really good accuracy, but was lacking quite a bit in combo. That almost gave the win to the Philippines, which is a solid freeway, just high combos on the Philippine side. I would say pretty much as you expected, right? Neck and neck on almost any map we saw in the qualifiers, and neck and neck on the first map here.
So far the match delivering a little bit of hype at the start. So now Brazil are on the clock for their first pick of the match. That was a break point. So a chance to go up 2-0 here.
Brazil can't pick the Nomad 4, unfortunately. That probably would have been the angle to go for. Otherwise, I can definitely see them just going for Hardrock 1 straight up. They've pretty much outperformed Philippines on Hardrock 1.
Yeah, I mean the Philippines, not Philippines, but Brazil did ban out Hardrock 2, but again, a little bit different from Hardrock 1 in many ways.
Yeah, there's also no CS 6.5 in the free mod they can take advantage of on Hardrock. So, they're actually going
too.
Ooh, okay. Yeah, Philippines here might have a slight disadvantage that they do not really have that much of a four-man roster on this Hidden 2. Kageno will probably be the weakest link here, unless he performs a lot better on this style of approach date Hidden.
point with Brazil.
Wait. Okay, no, that shouldn't be enough. Rambo did miss at the end, which scared me a little bit, but there wasn't enough.
For a little bit. But it's good for the Philippines. We're tied at 1. So far, kind of just jolting. Philippines are second pick of the match. But when it comes to their teams, they got that early rally back. Solid performance by their 3-man hidden roster there to really kind of just get them that point the hard way.
Yeah, I mean, they did try something, and so far they were just trading points left and right. But coming to the next pick, it's gonna be Nomad 3. All right. I can see it. I can see this. The score was pretty close, as was any other score so far. And having both teams just trade back and forth with points, we'll see if Philippines can actually win on their own point on this the pick finally, and Brazil maybe goes for another break point, and then Philippines goes for another break point. I mean, well, you can't really argue here that the teams don't know their strength, because in the end, this is all about execution. Because when you have teams that are this close, it's not really that much about strategy. Obviously, it helps to know exactly where you're slightly more favored. But if it's not a 50-50, it's more of a 60-40. And those odds are still pretty well in your team's, in the enemy team's favor. So you can't really expect anything, but you can try and just take advantage of the odds a little bit.
A 4-minute Nomad coming in next.
Alright, we've seen this plenty of times. It's a consistent Nomad alternate map. As you saw Nissan in the replay for the map showcase, you see this with single tap. You can single tap this. Most people will alternate this. It's 4 minutes, has a bit of snap aim, flow aim. Ending is slightly harder, so if you miss in the first half, you're gonna have a bit of a harder time. Also, despite being the map pool selector, I wasn't aware of how many bangers are in this pool. Just everything is a blur across the stages, so I don't know if we can even keep the banger ratio up for the next stages. Jesus Christ.
The banger ratio must be on point, alright? This is the law. But it looks like we're going to get started here on the third round. Seeing Defon's checking for Brazil, his first map of the match.
Alright, this is up for anyone to grab here.
Some early misses from both sides here, but a double miss coming out of the Philippines. It's going to favor Brazil here at the start. Better accuracies too from them.
Yeah, people missing on pretty much the first half part, 3 of them. I mean, it is a consistent pick, so the early misses won't say too much about the result of the match yet. They will, however, if everyone keeps us seeing, but I don't think that everyone will keep us seeing. Oh, Rambo missing on the repeat slider there. Another miss by Hyuk, 2 misses by the Philippine side. This is looking pretty good for Brazil right now. That's almost the end of the first KI, and Brazil is looking pretty strong with a commanding lead here. There's still more missed potential to be had. Also, for holding for the first half, definitely gives you a way better chance for the second half.
Yeah, Brazil's looking super good right now. Lots of nice combos, and Hyuk and Ramu still trying to recover.
Alright, we're just before the solo, and this is where things just start being slightly harder. So Ramu, who missed twice in the KI, hopefully these were just fluke misses, because things are about to get really spicy now.
So far, it's Milk Tea, Mousy Z, Mistia popping off with the FCs. Kagano is holding on to a massive combo as well. Ramu and Defons are going to trade.
That trade does favor Philippines, because Ramu's combo was way lower, and that's a miss by Mauzizi, I believe. And we're getting right into the first solo. The only solo of the map, and
Defons dropping once again. It's only Misty and Korea Maliko for Brazil. Milk Tea and Kagano are fighting them off quite well here. Oh, but Milk Tea is gonna drop. And that is massive for Brazil. Korean is gonna trade it. But now they're running out of time.
it's only Kagano holding strong for the Philippine side, but he had an early miss, so he's missing 100 combo.
Now heading into the final section, it's all going to be on Mistia and Kagano, but Philippines are going to need Mistia to melt down and a lot to happen, and that is not happening. And Kagano is going to be the one to drop, and that is going to seal this one. Brazil will go up 2-1.
Yeah, no combo left for the Philippine side. That's a done deal.
Yeah, just sadly that miss from Milk Tea there. The beginning of that last section was the dagger.
Mistia did miss right at the end. I think in the last 5 notes, he missed twice. He didn't get the FC, but he did get the win for his team within 955k score here. Yeah, just a really good performance by Mistia and a decent team effort from Brazil.
That's also another breakpoint.
That is true. That is another
breakpoint. 3 breakpoints in a row. Do I hear 4?
I mean, the chances are decently high. There's still a few options left for Philippines, like number 1, which they seem to be pretty decent on. But otherwise, I think Brazil is mostly favored 60-40 on most of the remaining picks, I would say. But Philippines, I mean, 60-40% is still a really good chance for every single pick. You're slightly, you're slightly behind, but I mean, we've seen upsets. Even if the odds are like 10-90 for your team, we've seen USA lose a point early on, right?
Yeah, we actually, in 2019, the only time the US ever trailed in a match was against Turkey, the 32nd seed that year.
Yeah,
and they were down 1-0 at one point.
I mean, and that is a very low order of happening. And you know, if you take a 5.95 and you win it, I mean, 40-60 still seems pretty good.
We're still gonna go with Fremont 2. Nodder's time.
Okay.
I love the difficulty, just death.
I mean, it pretty much fits the song, right? It's death metal. Different songs, hopefully, for people coming right from a Japanese song into this one.
It seems Brazil have chosen death for their second pick.
Hopefully they're gonna make a statement here and finally win their first point. Or actually, a team wins the first point of the match they picked. would be wonderful.
Philippines is going to look to continue the trend of breakpoints.
Yeah, I'm not too sure who's truly favored here. I would definitely compare it slightly with Hidden One in qualifiers. And both teams, once again, pretty much the same performance.
Yeah, it's also really hard to kind of, again, these are two teams of like similar skill sets on free mod too. I'm pretty sure both these teams have enough depth of players to have comfortable mods for everything here.
Oh yeah, because both these teams perform pretty similarly on Hard and Hidden. They should have at least one person on Hard, one person on Hidden who's really comfortable, and then two people on Nomad. And that should be the solid roster there.
I wouldn't be surprised if we saw the Philippines try to overmod a little, maybe have one no-mod. If they feel like they're not favored on this, you know.
I mean, it hasn't been a 4-way C yet, and I don't think you will expect a 4-way C easily from these teams. They can happen, sure, but I would bank on the two nomads, 100%. Because so far, every single map has not been about ecking or like have an egg battle, but rather just about combo. And you just have an easier time on Nomad on this, 100%.
Well, we'll let the client load again. We'll get those mods back on the screen. So, no overmods. It is going to be Korean Maliko and Milk Tea, the Hard Rock players, and our hidden players are going to be Kirito and Ramu.
Alright, the 200 BPM, slightly tappy with a bit of an alt pattern in the middle of it. Let's see how they will perform on them.
Some early misses coming out from Milk Tea and Kirito. It's going to favor Brazil because Milk Tea is the Hard Rock player. And Milk Tea is actually struggling quite a bit here in the intro. So Brazil with a fair lead at the moment. About 50k.
This is a way shorter song, so those early misses actually hurt quite a bit.
Milk Tea is finally starting to recover that combo a bit. So far, everyone else is looking really good. Building into the middle sections of the map, nearing the halfway mark. Let's see if anyone gets score capped here.
Alright, and the slowdown.
Oh, Milk Tea gets caught out there. And Brazil just looking so good. Looking so comfortable on this.
Ooh. That's a miss by Brazil. There is a chance.
Yeah, the Philippines are going to need a little more, though. Just a little more from Brazil. They need one, maybe two more misses here in this last quarter of the map.
Yeah, the Philippines do need another miss because Milk Tea isn't going to hit 600k, which is a missed score here. They need another miss.
Yeah, they really need that miss to come from Korean Maliko or Malseasing at this point. Ramu is going to drop, and that might very well seal it. This time it will not be a break point. 3-1 Brazil.
And we finally have a win on their own pick for the first time in this match.
Well, the Philippines now down by 2 are going to have to go to work, and they're going to have to get to work pretty soon here.
Could we call this the break point to the break points?
The break point to the break point? Oh my. I guess you could say we're at the breaking point.
Oh no.
Oh no, I gotta stop. I'm sorry, Chad, I'll stop.
Hopefully not. I don't need another Team Liquid documentary.
It's only round to 32. I gotta save the puns.
Right. There's plenty of matches left.
Yeah. You got like 2 months of OWC left. Anyway. Philippines. The map pool's still fairly open here, and now do you think they go for that no mod 1 pick?
I think no mod 1 could be decent. I don't think Philippines would ever go for DT3. DT1 is a map which is a bit unknown, or there's a bit of information missing. Nomad 2 is also pretty different from the qualifiers Nomad 2, so if they would just want to do a Hail Mary, Nomad 2 could be a decent shout. Not sure what Fremont 1, but I can definitely see Nomad 1, Nomad 2. They're going for Nomad 5. Speed. They did win DT2, but this one's, I mean, sure. They won the 50-50 on DT2, let's go for Nomad 5.
Makes sense.
Yeah, Brazil still has two or one really good pick left, and if they win this one, they should be in the driver's seat to actually just win the match easily.
This is a little bit of a gamble, but again, a shorter map, meaning that those misses are going to mean more. They could just have it well scouted, but electing not to go with double time, not to go with the Nomad 1. And this is a very crucial point. I mean, if they do not get this point, Brazil will be at match point with the pick.
Yeah, I can easily just see after this map, Brazil responding with DT3 or responding with Hardrock 1, which they should be decently favored to win. And well, as decently favored as favored as you can be in this match.
As favored as you can be in a 16 seed against a 17 seed match. So it looks like the team's still finalizing their rosters. Brazil figuring out the fourth player. And this could be a good sign here for the Philippines. Brazil kind of struggling to find a fourth player here at the moment. But the Philippines definitely need to generate some momentum. If they want to get back in this match, they need to take this point, get a break point, start building something.
Yeah. Brazil just copying their DT2 roster. And I believe that's also pretty much the same roster for the Philippine side.
Yeah, not too many changes here. I think it actually is the exact same.
Actually, I think Hyuk was playing DT2.
Yeah, I think it, who's the sub? I think it was Kagano. It's either Kagano or Xylaz that didn't play the first DT, if I remember right.
Well, let's be surprised.
I
This
could
one
be
has
wrong on
slightly
that.
more aim, and it's short and sweet. Let's see how well they perform. Early misses are going to be really harsh here.
Yeah, misses are going to be absolutely punished to the maximum on this map. And Philippines, I'm sure they're aware of the situation. A little bit of a gamble. They need to win this point to secure another pick in this match at least.
I can definitely see 5 or 6 of C's here.
Kagano is going to be the first drop there for the Philippines. Early advantage to Brazil. They had an advantage off of accuracy as well, so they're banking some pretty good score at the moment. Elke is the second drop for the Philippines.
Massive miss aim by Elke.
Oh, Xylos is down. That's three
no.
FCs down. Fubuki is the only one remaining. And Brazil still have 4-way FCs. That score bar is rocketing to the left. Unless they all just drop and we see 4 players get score capped, I mean...
This is looking really doomed. I don't think Philippines has a high chance of ever coming back in this map.
Yeah, and again, like every Noke Brazil combos from now on just further seals their fate. Philippines need them to melt apart immediately, like right now, because they need map to come back. But it doesn't look like that's going to happen.
Yeah, and I think that's pretty much a win by Brazil in this map.
Yeah, 4-way. Now only 3-way FCs. Kirito is the first miss for Brazil near the end. It's not going to do anything. Brazil are going to come away with a massive win. 4-1. And they will have the pick at match point.
Yeah, when you miss free time, when you have 3 players missing this early in the map, it's pretty hard to come back from that when the map is only 1 minute and 50 seconds long. Pretty good performance by Brazil. I think Philippines underperformed slightly, but, you know, can't accede every time. If it was that easy, then, well, things will be a lot more predictable.
Now Brazil have a chance to put it away here.
I mean, Brazil can do a lot here. They could just go back to 3-1. They could go for the Harik one. Or just throw a Hail Mary with the Noma 2. They have a lot of options here. DT3 I think would maybe be the safest one. But it is easy enough for, I think, both teams to have a decent Foreman roster, so they might not want to go for it.
And Brazil not rushing things here, but let's hope they do get the pick in time. How about just an RNG roll pick?
I can see that. There's only 2 maps I don't want to see from Brazil, which is Nomad 1 and DT1 here. Otherwise, I think everything else is fair game.
Again, we're still waiting on the pick. It's going to be DT3. So we're going to be seeing the half-slashed map once again.
Pretty similar in identity to the qualifier DT2, in which Brazil performed really well, like really well, compared to, I think, even most other teams. But generally there was a 1.1 million difference between both teams on DT2 and qualifiers. Obviously this one being a lot easier, so people who got stamina gated on the qualifiers one shouldn't get stamina gated on this one. Slightly more spacing though on some of the bursts, but otherwise between the bursts there's not a lot of spacing. It's all about taking control and stamina.
So it's going to be Lily, Hyuk, Xylos, and Kagano from the Philippines. Tone's waiting on some teammates in the lobby for Brazil.
Okay, Milk Tea is not gonna play this one. That's interesting. He's the only player who has seed on their counting run on the DT2 and qualifiers. And they're opting not to go for Milk Tea. Maybe he's just not feeling it today.
Must be something they know we do not.
Yeah. Maybe everyone has seeds in the practice runs and Milk Tea didn't. Who knows?
Misty also checking in for Brazil.
This should still be a mouse. Yeah, that.
Yeah, Mouse Easy, Korea Malico. Okay.
Same DT1 roster. Pretty much just ship it.
Oh, and Tones at the end is going to debate. Check out. Kirito is in.
Yeah, now it's the same DT1 roster and qualifiers. There we go.
Tones was just vibing. All right, so for the Philippines, it is their last stand here. They need 4 in a row to remain in the winner's bracket. And we are going to get underway here shortly. Round number 6.
Let's see if the Philippines also get skill capped on this BPM and stamina intensity. It's quite a bit lower, so who knows? They should perform better.
Xylos very early miss. Kagano also an early miss. So 2 early misses from the Philippines. But again, those misses were so early that as long as they start comboing and get the accuracy up, it shouldn't be too bad for them in the long run if Brazil finds misses, unless Brazil 4-ways. But already 80k advantage for Brazil at the break. And already a quarter of the way through, I might add. Still no other misses to report just yet. Brazil still four-weighing at the moment. Approaching that halfway mark, though, will anyone get score capped?
So far, it's a huge accuracy gap, but combo gap is also a thing. Just one miss is enough to, even if you have an SS, to render that accuracy advantage.
Yeah, the Philippines might need one or two, but a double miss could happen. That's very possible. So, I mean, the Philippines still doing a good job holding their combos, waiting for an opportunity. Question is, will Brazil even provide that opportunity? Right now, they are all crushing it.
Alright, is anyone gonna miss a slider?
Oh, Hyuk!
No one. Oh! We do have one miss. Oh no.
And that may very well seal it right there. Brazil just so strong on DT. The consistency is going to win them this match. It was a little ugly at the start, both teams trading breakpoints for a little bit. But Brazil will come through on double time and get the job done and put this match to bed. 5-1 Brazil over the Philippines. They will advance in the winner's bracket. The Philippines not eliminated. We will see them in the loser's bracket next week.
Yeah,
But-
even if Hyuk didn't miss, it will still be a Brazil win. Huge accuracy leads here. Insane accuracy by Mist here and Mouse Easy. Well fought, but that's just how the cookie crumbles sometimes. Congratulations to Brazil.
Oh, now I'm hungry.
I mean, you're right on time because there will be a break.
Oh, perfect. A break, you say? Well, be sure to grab you guys some food, go to the bathroom, do what you gotta do. You don't want to miss these World Cup matches. It's OWC time. You've been waiting for it all year. Why would you miss it? But here are your winners. Brazil, 5-1 over the Philippines. Very convincing fashion, especially in the latter half of that match.
Oh yeah, Brazil is still a strong powerhouse, but we'll see how far they get this year. But Philippines is gonna join the losers bracket, and we'll see them, both of these teams, next week. For now, the next match is gonna be in quite some time. Actually, there's gonna be a longer break, so you can probably even take a nap until that match. It's gonna
12
be
hours. Oh, that's quite
Yeah.
the break indeed. Yes. Didn't have the spreadsheet open in front of me, but 12 hours from now, we'll have Indonesia against Mexico. And we're going to have a lot of matches coming up after that, as you can see. It's a big block coming up for tomorrow's matches. You don't want to miss it. Follow the channel, and you can also buy banners for your favorite teams in the All Store, I believe.
That's a good question. Usually it's live, like 2 or 3 weeks into the tournament.
I'm not sure if it's live, but hey, you never want to miss a chance to plug a banner.
Exactly. But you know what else you can 100% do? Subscribe to the Twitch channel.
Or just follow, but you sub to, yes, But anyway, it's going to be 12 hours, Indo, Mexico, coming up. Don't miss it. Forrest, it's been a pleasure.
Thanks. It was a pleasure as well on my side. And thank you guys for watching, and we'll see you in the upcoming matches. Goodbye.
Bye-bye.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the OS World Cup 2021. We've got a pretty spicy match here in Indonesia versus Mexico. I believe it is our 5th match of the round of 32. I'm, of course, Azer, and commentating with me today is Mr. Will Stetson. How's it going?
Hello. I am doing pretty good. Yeah, this match is set to be, I think, a bit more contested than some people may initially be anticipating.
Yeah, although I think the main takeaway, of course, it's round of 32, so I think a lot of the matches are kind of bound to be one-sided. After all, Indonesia is like seed 5 or something, seed 4. Like they're showing up huge this year, and so they get a little bit of a lower seed as their first match. But this is the first time we're seeing Indonesia on stream, and I think a lot of people are very excited for that after like all the hype that people gave them before qualifiers, and then they play those qualifiers, and then they just live up to all of it, right? Like all of the team has been playing so well.
Yeah, I think that was probably, even though like a lot of the people who are like more into the community tournament scene might have been anticipating this, I think that a lot of people aren't really familiar with the majority of Indonesia's roster, because it's like, with the exception of Lifeline, it's like, you know, number 3 player at some point. But this is going to be, I think, a lot of people's introduction to the powerhouse that is Indonesia.
Yeah, I'm sure you're going to be seeing a lot more of Indonesia, and for a long time. I think for the first time, I would say you could consider them like being top 3 contenders. So I'm pretty excited to see them. And what I like a lot about their team as well is that it's very much like a team effort, at least for the time being on the lower pools. There isn't really like a single player carrying them or like a single player not pulling their weight. And that's like exactly what you want to have like in a round of 32 match, especially, right? So I think they've got pretty good odds for this match. But of course, we also have Mexico, who have been playing OWC for a long time. Here, a lot of the names are the same people that have been playing OWC for, I think, like 4 or 5 years now. You'll see like Wolfie Hebel.
Yeah, for sure. Hebel makes his return, though. Hebel was not on the team last year, notably.
Also, most notably, Hebel was not played during the qualifiers, so Mexico may be a lot scarier than their seed may imply. I think their seed is, what, like 27, I believe?
Yes, thereabout.
Somewhere around that, like, but they didn't have Hebel, which some would argue may be their best player, right? Or at least one of their best players. It could be a key part of their roster. We don't really know, and I think that the thing is, Indonesia probably doesn't really know either. So might have a couple of surprises.
Yeah, I think that for strategy, we can probably expect to see Indonesia just sort of like sticking to their strengths. We know that players like Krez are very, very strong on hidden. Tech is like a very, very staple skill set for most of their known players, like Skydiver, Rowe. And then I don't think we have the knowledge on whether or not Mexico's roster has the depth to match them on that, but we're probably going to find out coming up pretty soon.
Yeah, I actually don't think we're going to be seeing somehow. Even though those players are really good at that, I don't think we're going to be seeing much tech, if any at all. In qualifiers, neither team really showed up on the tech pick. Really, it is like both teams almost their weakest pick and their weakest placement. Of course, Indonesia still has like a pretty large advantage. Like Indonesia, like if you just look at the score differences from qualifiers on every single map except for the hidden one in qualifiers, Indonesia has like a 500k or more score lead over every single map, right? So it's a bit of a monumental task for Mexico to show up to this match. But yeah, they've got to pull some. They have more opportunities, I think, now that the pool is a lot easier and more accessible.
Yeah, I was going to say this pool is considerably easier than qualifiers pool, at least in my opinion. And we also have to consider that Mexico's core like skill set is DT for sure. Like players like Hebel, Riot, and Pundice, and I think Wolfie as well is also pretty skilled at DT. Like they can absolutely take points here if they pick properly. But as we just saw, Nomad 3 going to be the first select. Oh wait, that's a ban. I am not looking at the chat properly.
So quickly talking about bans, because there's some pretty, I think, obvious bans that both teams are going for. Nomad 3 was one of them. So Mexico banning Nomad 3 is a very smart ban. The reason is very simple. Indonesia in qualifiers had the very best score. They had the #1 score, I think, above just Canada for Nomad 3, almost rocking 4 FCs. I think they had a score of 3.8 mil, which is monumental for a qualifiers score.
I think it was a 4-way, actually. They did have 4 FCs.
The lowest score, I think, was Skydiver at 936, so I don't know if that's maybe a miss at the end or something, but we can say it's 4 FCs.
Yeah.
Like
they're really good at all.
The score difference on that map alone is ridiculous. Like they almost doubled Mexico's score, so it's a very smart ban to go for. Indonesia will go for Hard Rock 1, which that I was not expecting. I would have expected, like we said earlier, the only map that really is close in terms of qualifier scores for both of these teams was Hidden 1, which was only like a 15k score difference. So Indonesia going with something a little bit different, getting Hard Rock 1 out of the way. And Mexico already with the Free Mod 1 pick. So that's nice. That's something new. We haven't really seen... of course, there's no free mods in qualifiers, so there's not much to go off of here, but like based off of mod performances, I think this is a pretty good pick for them. I think Mexico's game plan is to go for a lot of the simpler picks. And this map, I think, is one of the relatively simpler ones. You don't need to have that many people like tank the mods or anything, right? It's relatively simple for both of the mods as well. So love to see who plays what, but I think you might have a good idea.
Yeah, I do think this is a pretty good pick for Mexico, all things considered. I'm surprised that they're not sticking to mechanics, but I think they're worried because, like, we know that Indonesia also has a very strong mechanics roster, so the consistency may be like not in their favor. But like you said, this map is pretty simple. We can probably expect to see someone like Riot taking the Hard Rock, and then probably Kevstrak taking Hidden for Mexico. And then for Indonesia, I don't really know. I mean, Krez is like known for his Hidden prowess, so it's probably expected that he'll be taking Hidden. Either Skydiver or Roe taking Hard Rock would be kind of expected, and then just whoever wants to take Nomad can. I don't know. I mean, this is pretty I think most of this pool is kind of favored to Indonesia just on the basis that they have more tournament experience, but we're going to find out.
Yeah, I will also say, I think I'm looking forward to what Mexico's picking. You briefly talked about how they're mostly a DT team. The very important detail here, though, is that Indonesia is also kind of a DT team. At least showed in qualifiers, they have the strongest score of any other team on DT1, and I think they have a top 5 score or so on DT2. They're really, really proficient at it, and keep in mind, those maps are much harder than what's available in round of 32, right? So Mexico may not be able to play to what they would like to. I think they might be pulling out a lot of their like secondary things that they may have an advantage of. I'm looking at Hidden and Hard Rock picks specifically. Fremont is a good option though, potentially. So we're seeing a lot of mods here. Actually, 2 Hiddens for Mexico.
Yeah, I'm very surprised by this overmod from Mexico, but they might just be expecting that there's an 8-way, and then if they all FC, then they'll just win by mod advantage, which is not a bad strategy, but very risky on a map like this, especially with Wolfie missing immediately. That is not a good look.
I think it's early enough, and it is the first map, so I think you're bound to get some of those whoopsies sometimes.
Yeah, this is also their first like actual match, so I mean we can expect to see some nerves coming on, and yeah, he has recovered quite nicely. However, still no drops from Indonesia, also all holding pretty solid accuracy. Lowest one on Lifeline with 96 on Hard Rock, 97 actually. But yeah, this map is pretty straightforward. Not too many crazy spikes, so this is more of a consistency test, testing those mod players. But Saint dropping, that is not going to be good. That is actually really bad. We are halfway through the map already.
Saint was actually holding really, really, really high accuracy as well. I think he was at 99.8 before the break.
He is shaking.
Timing.
Oh man, he seems very nervous. I don't know if this is going to be this is not going to be a good map for him.
Yeah, the damage is already done, right? Not much you can do after that. Kevstrak actually following that up as well. So this is a pretty solid showing for Indonesia, actually, especially on the other team's pick.
Yeah, 3/4 of the way through, and we don't have a drop yet. This might actually be a 4-way coming here. Skydiver is shaking a little bit, seems a bit nervous, but he is on the Nomad, so this is just like by default a little bit easier. Let's see if they can pull out the 4-way, because I think this is just, there's a 1,000,000-point difference. It's just not coming back.
I'm liking this a lot, honestly. Krez is showing. Keep in mind, this is Krez. Technically, his first OWC match like ever, right? So he played qualifiers, but it's the first time being in an actual match. He shows up getting 600s on this 600 FC. That's pretty monumental. I think all credits to him for, especially on the first map like that. Usually, nerves would get a lot of people, but not for Krez.
Yeah, it's also worth noting that Lifeline did FC with Hard Rock as well with 95. This is, I think, his second OWC, if I remember correctly, but I don't remember if Indonesia got very far last year, so I think I
believe they got 8th, top 8, I believe, so pretty good still, actually, for Indonesia. I think they had a pretty good result. I think we're all looking at them doing better this year.
Definitely.
I mean, clearly, they're showing up to play though. 4-way on the first map though. Very, very, very solid job, and it's their pick now. So we'll have to see what they end up going for. I thought Indonesia might have liked to play a lot of Nomods. I think they're looking to probably play around Prez and Lifeline, who were probably their top performers, I would say, in qualifiers, especially on various different Nomods. They do pull out the DT2, which I also kind of expected. I thought they would have more priority on the Nomods, but both of the DTs, again, very solid pick for them. Even though Mexico definitely has a chance on this, they're pretty good at DT as well.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think it is surprising from Indonesia to pick something like DT, just because, like, yes, Indonesia has a good DT roster, but I think that's Mexico's strongest skill set. So, and in a group stage match, like, if I were Mexico, I would not be even considering the things that Indonesia is, like, really good at, because it's probably safe to assume they'll be, like, FCing most maps in this pool. So you should really try and, like, raise the odds that you will FC everything. Like,
it's always
as much as you can.
Super hard to play against a team like this, though. Like, when there's a pretty, there's a pretty clear, like, disadvantage, right? Like, it's seed 27 versus seed 5, I believe. It's very hard to find the right picks. Very often, the things that you think you are the most comfortable at, like your own strongest picks, there's a good chance that the other team is even stronger at them, right? So, and we're kind of seeing that here as well. DT2, I think a map that Mexico would probably like to play. We're about to find out, hopefully. But Indonesia is picking this, right? So,
yeah,
you kind of have to you have to figure out what you're doing. You have to maybe hope for a little bit of the more random picks, right? And we've seen a lot of lower teams go for the typical, like, DT1s, Nomad 1s, the more, like, stable picks that pretty much everybody can play, and just hope that, like, they'll have more random misses than you do, right? I think that's a common strategy that's gotten a lot of the lower teams some points. But
yeah, that is true. Yeah, and because you say that, I think it's possible that we see something like Nomad 1 come out at some point during this match from Mexico, but we're gonna have to find out later. In the meantime, we did have some roster changes. We had in place of Wolfie, we have Jalapers coming in, who I do not recognize very closely.
It is one of the newer players. It's been making a couple waves in tournaments and in regular play, so pretty excited to see him. Hebel as well coming back. First map being played in this World Cup, as again, Hebel did not get to play the qualifiers. So here he is.
Yeah, I'm very interested to see how he does. Also worth noting that Vino has come in place of Ro, and then Rexy's also coming in. Both of these players have improved, like, substantially. Specifically, Vino has been destroying community tournaments for the last year. So I'm very excited to see how he does.
So one thing that I really like about the Indonesian roster this year is I said this earlier, they don't really have a carry, and they don't really have anyone getting carried. Like, all of these players are able to just step in on the maps that they want to play. They don't really have to step out of their comfort zone, and I think it like really allows them to, like, shine at the things that they're best at, right? So, like, a lot of their players could probably play everything, right? Like, Ro can 100% play this, Prez could 100% play this, but they make room for these other players. Unfortunately, not working out so well for Rexeasy, though, so far.
Yeah, but matched by Jalapers, that's going to keep us relatively even. Mexico actually winning on the accuracy, just because even with Jalapers, like, continued misses, they are up by about 20k here. But we do see Jalapers, yeah, his accuracy is suffering just a little bit, but the rest of Mexico's FCs are just keeping the score at bay. It seems that Indonesia is still holding very strong, though, with the exception of that drop from Rexy's. And they do have a combo advantage, so they have actually taken the lead back. And it's only going to grow here, unless we see another miss.
Yeah, we're really seeing how much accuracy, like, matters in here, though. A lot of it's swinging back and forth just purely due to accuracy, but it's going to go back in Indonesia's favor for good now, I think, with that break from Jalapers again, not having the greatest showing. Ooh, Saint as well.
Saint, yeah, that's really bad, too. That is going to just have the score skyrocket, especially now. Like, this is a DT map. This is a 1.2 multiplier, so the score is about to shoot up for all those FCs. Man, Jalapers not having a good time. But we do see Rexy has recovered very nicely. Even though Skydiver just dropped there, that score actually is going to start to... Oh, never mind. We do see a double break from Mexico. Hebel and Riot, though, looking pretty good on this.
It's pretty much even now. It's all just pretty much on Vino and Lifeline to keep going. These breaks don't really matter. It's just the 4 players that keep breaking, but it's 2 FCs to 2. Indonesia just has, like, a 400k point lead to play with. It's only a quarter of the map left, though, so not much room for error here.
I think this is kind of nail in the coffin status at this point. With Jalapers' continued breaks, I don't even know if they could bring it back with their 2 FCs.
Just one last section here. Yeah, I think the score lead is just too big at this point, but I mean, very respectable showing from Hebel and Riot, and I think when you look at the Mexican roster, those are definitely the two players I think that you would look at the most, probably along with Wolfie on other types of maps. And I mean, they can play pretty well. Like they showed up easily matched Indonesia's best scores, right? Actually getting the best score in the entire lobby, right?
Riot's score is very impressive.
Yeah. They've got some fight in them, but unfortunately just doesn't really happen for this map. But again, like it's not necessarily a bad showing. Indonesia is just really strong.
Yeah, I think that if we are talking about like gaps between maps that are to come, this is probably going to be one of the closer ones. And Mexico is probably, even though they did lose the point, are seeing that like, okay, we can definitely hold our own on this skill set, and it may be beneficial for us to pick it. Maybe we'll see them pick something like Nomad 2, which has like a bit less aim, but it is streamy.
I think we're looking at a Hidden 2 pick here, maybe, or maybe the other Fremont actually, which is fairly similar to Nomad 2 at Orcazora. That last Fremont is very stream heavy. It's one of the higher BPM ones. Again, I would like to see them play some more Hidden. I think it would work out in their favor, or at least have the best chances to do that.
It's difficult because I think that picking it Hidden into just a player like Krez is a very scary decision. Even though he's only one player, like that FC potential is there. Like it's not something you can discount.
Yeah, there we go. So we've seen Fremont 2. To answer that though, the thing that's really super important to remember is that it's round of 32. There is no carry potential here. Like the maps are very easy. It's a team at this stage. This is about the team. Your individual players cannot really do anything, right? It's more about who is not able to play these things versus who is playing them well, because it's kind of expected that everybody's playing well, right? So like as we've seen, like there's 2 or 3 FCs on both sides, all of these maps so far. So there's not much that like a monster hidden player like Krez could really realistically do to affect the outcome of this, right? So I think it's just you need the 4 players to show up. And I mean, Indonesia has had their 4 players show up for all the maps so far, looking really good. We're going to be seeing Noose now, a bit of a different pick so far. We haven't really seen any other map like this, so we'll have to see if there's any new players.
Yeah, I am not too sure if we're going to see any more like intense roster changes. I do think Ro is going to come back. Yeah, there he is. Ro back in the lobby. Oh, we do see Dito making his first appearance. I'm very excited to watch Dito play. He's one of the newcomers on Indonesia. This is his first year playing OWC. Known consistency player. Very, very good at stuff like aim and basic streams. I think we will expect to see him take it. I'm surprised we're not seeing Krez though.
Maybe because this is a little bit of a streamer. This does have a couple of fairly lengthy 200 BPM streams, so maybe that could affect it. It's worth noting Dito only has played 1 map in their qualifiers run. It was the Nomad 3 run where they top scored, so they 4-wayed that map, and so I think he technically has one of the highest averages of any player, because his average is like 960k because he played 1 map and FC'd it, right? So far Dito is not, well, we'll just word it this way, Dito has not yet missed in the World Cup. So
yeah, one of the best FC potentials, and he is taking Hidden as I kind of expected. This is something that is within his skill set, so I'm very interested to see how he plays. Also worth noting that Wolfie is not playing for Mexico on this, which is kind of surprising. Instead, they're opting to take Flame Shock on Nomad. Very interesting. Also, Hebel running Hidden and Riot running Hard Rock. Those mod picks are kind of expected, but still surprised. I'm very surprised that Wolfie's not in this lobby.
Yeah, we've seen Flame Shock. It seems like Flame Shock is a bit of their fill player, I would say. At least in their qualifiers run, he was kind of present for a lot of it. Never really having a moment to shine, but never really doing badly either. So maybe just not having a solid 4th player here. We did see Synced have a really, really good Nomad run, I would say. Like, for like about half the previous Fremont one. It was pretty solid, so we'll see if he can redeem himself on this one.
Dito with a very early miss on the Hidden pick, but this map is on the Hidden, but this map is very short, so even though it's only a quarter of the way in, breaks do matter at this point. And with no breaks from Mexico, they're actually going to take the score lead by about 30,000 points very, very early into this. And they are looking quite comfortable. Saints' AC is a little lackluster, but it's not going to matter just yet. It'll only matter if we see any misses coming from Mexico.
There's a pretty nasty slowdown in here that's been catching a lot of players. Obviously, if they practice it, they can see it coming, but it can definitely...
Oh, Riot with that...
Here it is. Okay, some act drops. No other misses though.
No misses. That's very impressive. But Indonesia does have that combo advantage now with Riot dropping, so they are going to take this back very shortly here if we don't see another break from Indonesia. Which it doesn't appear that we do. Yeah, they're now ahead by about 20,000 points, but this is coming down to the wire. We're 2/3 of the way in. This slowdown is going to start to get some nerves, and there it is from Row. That's a bad drop. Mexico is gonna very slowly claw their way back into this, and yeah,
the ending can be pretty rough though. It speeds back up, and
Hebel is shaking.
There's not much left, but I mean, like they have to hold it together here. Here we go.
For their sakes, I hope their scoreboards are not on because those nerves are about to kick in really hard here. But Mexico pulling away, but Hebel misses. That's gonna be close.
I think they got it. I think
they have it. I think they have it.
It's so close, actually.
Oh god,
it's really.
Oh, just don't miss. Don't miss. Don't get 100. No. Nope.
Right.
And Mexico is on the board. Let's go.
Nice. I like their game plan. They're picking the free mods. They're out of free mods now, but I mean they come in pretty strong for both of them. The other one was pretty close. It's pretty good that they can get a point here. I think they definitely needed this. We really have to wonder what they go for next, though. If free mod was their priority, well, they've exhausted that, right? So now they've got to dig into a couple of the mod pools. We'll be seeing that next, though. I think next pick is Indonesia. So
yeah, I think we might expect to see I think here we might expect to see no mod 2.
It's still pretty early on, so they've got a lot of choices, and of course for a team like Indonesia that's super well-rounded, they can probably just pick anything, really.
Yeah, that is true. Maybe they'll do the song strat. They'll just decide, what's the song I like the most? We're gonna pick that.
Nomad 2 is a good choice.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Noah, excellent artist. But if we're talking about if they're sticking to what they're initially going with, they'll probably pick something like VT1, just because it is a faster map, much more mechanically demanding. Even though it is only round of 32, I think that they might be trying to abuse Mexico's consistency, but we will see. They do have a few more seconds to pick here.
Mod 5, okay. So this map was not really a style of map that was in qualifiers at all. I'm a little bit surprised by this one because it is quite similar, I would say, to the last map, more or less. It's pretty speedy. I think this clocks in at 240 BPM. This is a map that most people are going to be familiar with, though, that have been playing tournaments. This has been used in, I think this was originally made for Corsair's 2020 and has been used in a lot of tournaments since. Like, a lot of tournaments.
Yeah, this was in Timeskip Trials this week, actually, in Hard Rock.
Yeah, it's a pretty solid map. It's pretty straightforward, but it's a bit of a mechanics check, right? It's 240. It's got a lot of bursts. The streams are not too long, but most notably, I think it's also really short. It's under 2 minutes, right? So you've got to hit those.
Yeah, it's incredibly short, and it's also pretty awkward, I would say, for a Nomad 5. Zelk is not known to be a very conventional mapper. This is it's by no means an easy map to read. You need to be very, very concentrated to play this. And I don't think we'll be seeing many swaps. We do see Lifeline coming back in place of Dito. Dito is not the fastest player, so that does make sense, and we all know Lifeline.
You definitely want Lifeline in for all of the Nomads. He's been basically their top performer for every single Nomad pick, right? And I think
I'm so happy about that.
Lifeline. I mean, he's rank 3, right? Lifeline definitely has the highest skill cap as well, right? So any of these maps that are more simple, you can expect them to be consistent on.
Yeah, absolutely. His tournament redemption has been very, very motivating to watch this year.
A lot of people were discrediting him last year because solo play does not translate very well to tourney play, and he just decided to shut everyone up and showed up huge in so many different tournaments. It's very nice to see that, like you said, a little bit of a redemption. So.
Yeah. And starting this out though, we do see Hebel missing. This is also a very short map, so any miss is absolutely catastrophic. But Ro is going to match him, even though he does have the accuracy advantage. So Indonesia is going to be keeping the lead by about 50,000 points here. Already though, we're we're halfway through, and there's not too many drops. So I think this will come down to the wire if we see any misses from Indonesia.
Yeah, it's really short. So again, it's just about keeping combo. You miss one pattern, and it has a big impact here, right? So
Yeah, you can tell Skydiver's tensing. At the end of that pattern, his cursor was shaking incredibly hard. Yeah, this is a lot of snapping as well, so it's not just a speed check. However, both teams actually looking to have recovered. They have recovered like very, very well, and Mexico actually has a combo advantage. So towards the end, they might actually take us. Oh, but no longer. Hebel with the drop. That is going to be horrifying news for Mexico. And Indonesia's just going to start to pull away from this, especially with the accuracy just looking unstoppable right now for Indonesia. Every player over 99, but Skydiver does drop. I don't think it's going to matter, but especially with Riot dropping as well. But very impressive showings from both teams on this map. I did not expect to see both scores hitting almost 3-0. Vino does drop, but I don't think there's enough map left for Mexico to take this back.
Oh, no FCs actually.
Yeah, there are no FCs from Indonesia.
Mexico with the only 2 FCs on this map, and they still unfortunately lose the pick. That stings a little bit. But these maps are pretty close, honestly. Like these are really close. You got to give credit where it's due, right? Mexico really shows up on these, especially when this isn't their pick, also, right? So
yeah, I think this is actually looking more and more like I don't know if I want to say winnable, but definitely competitive from Team Mexico. And also, this just does like complement what you were saying about it's not the player performance, it's the team performance. We don't see FCs from Indonesia, but we have 2 from Mexico, but they do lose the point.
yeah, and the map was so short. I think that middle miss, the first miss from Hebel, probably had a large impact on this, quite unfortunately. But yeah, it's just it's the nature of maps like these, man. I don't know. It doesn't last long, but you got to show up for the whole thing.
Yeah, I mean, all right. Well, and there it is. They have fulfilled your wish. Hidden one.
I wanted to see this. All right, so I think this is a good pick for Mexico on paper. I mean, I don't really know, but if you just look at qualifier scores and like some of the players that they have, this is arguably their strongest pick. So I think they might have wanted to just put the free mods out of the way when they're more nervous and keep their strongest pick for now. Maybe I'm just wrong and they thought free mods were their stronger picks, but I'm totally expecting Mexico to put up a good fight on them.
Yeah, I think that this is going to be pretty competitive. I know that Kevstrak last year put up some pretty good performances on Hidden, especially in the earlier stages. And we can see if he's going to replicate that again. Notably, this pool did get harder than last year's round of 32, but it's still possible. He does have to... I do remember he had pretty bad nerves, if I remember correctly. So I want to see if that's changed. It has been a year, so it's very possible that he's improved on this. And as expected, we do see Krez come in immediately for Team Indonesia. Their star hidden player. And I think they're looking for a 4th. I would expect Dito. And Dito does come in, yeah. I don't know if Fuma's here.
Well, that's true. Fuma did play a lot of the hiddens. Actually played both of them, both runs, I believe, so...
Yeah, you are correct. I'm kind of surprised that we haven't seen Fuma yet, but... Dito is like their up and coming talent for hidden, so I do want to. I'm interested to see how he does. And well, hey Puma, what's up, man? Puma gonna be taking the place of Dito, as it turns out. I guess they're probably, if I had to guess, they probably both have like really good scores, and they're just like debating internally who wants to play.
Yeah,
since Dito already played, maybe they're just like, hey Puma, come in.
It's kind of how these early stages go, especially when you're a team like Indonesia and your team plays everything. It's pretty hard to determine who's playing exactly, because you have like, in most cases, like 6 players or even more that can play just about everything, right? So it's very hard to decide who is playing. It's always dependent on who's feeling it, like at this current moment, right? So maybe Fuma had a little bit of a hesitation. Maybe Dito was planning on going in, but Fuma's feeling good, something like that. So
yeah, it's also worth noting that Pundice is in the lobby, and this is his OWC debut as well, I believe. I don't think he played last year, so I'm very interested to see how he does. He's also the pretty good at hidden, surprisingly. He has had a pretty remarkable tournament redemption as well over the last year. But yeah, this map is very consistent, but very, I think, misleading in terms of the difficulty, as we do see Fuma drop immediately there. So Mexico going to take this very early lead in terms of combo, just up about 200.
Definitely looking at Wolfie on the side of Mexico here, definitely their key player. They do need everybody else, but expected to have the top performance on his team for this map. So he's got to show up. I would say.
Kevstrak already shaking a little bit. There's a long break here, so they are looking at the scoreboard. They're probably like, oh gosh, we're winning. We now need to don't let the nerves set in.
The infamous tournament, the tournament break, man.
Yeah. Oh, and Pundice
there it
with
is.
that drop. Yeah. All right. So then Indonesia is now leading by combo just a little bit. They are gonna take this back very shortly here, but you can miss on anything in this map. And we see Saint, but matched by Fuma once again, actually chain missing the stream. Doesn't matter though, because now Mexico is down 2 FCs, whereas Indonesia only down 1. And Wolfie with the drop, that is really bad. But it's matched by Vino. This is gonna stay kind of even. Oh, but Kevstrak drops as well. Krez and Skydiver now just absolutely destroying this map.
Yeah, Mexico just collapsing there on probably the hardest section of the map here, and I guess this is where the experience comes in. Krez and Skydiver, with all of the things they've done this year in the last, not a problem for them.
Yeah, Krez still also holding 99. I think this is now all but done for. Mexico is just does not have the combo to back this up. Let's see if Krez can pull out this 99% FC, along with Skydiver's inch in there, but I'm not sure if he's going to make it. He needs to SS the rest of the map here. But he is killing it, and he actually gets it, I think. Wow, very impressive. 2 99% FCs for Team Indonesia. Followed up pretty closely by Vino, 600k. Fuma also putting up a respectable 400k. And
Those
Mexico...
are 2 really good scores.
Yeah, those are just actually so impressive. I am very, very surprised to see such good scores come out on this.
Yeah.
And yeah, Indonesia now has forced a tiebreaker. Things are looking a little bit grim for Mexico. And it is Indonesia's pick. That was a break point, so I don't know how this is going to go here on out.
I mean, I think by this point, both teams have picked at least 2 or 3 maps, right? This is going to be Indonesia's third. They probably exhausted their preferred picks. So it's definitely not over for Mexico. But I think Indonesia, one of their strengths, especially this early on, is the sheer depth of maps they can pick from, right? Like, they didn't really have any clear like weaknesses or strengths in their qualifier scores. It's very hard to prepare for them, and especially when you're against one of the stronger teams, they can kind of just play everything, right? So
yeah, and you're also talking about they've exhausted their preferred picks, but the a preferred pick for Indonesia is like a fleeting dream for Mexico, most likely. So it's like it's almost like not even comparable. But I think we are having a little bit of a difficulty here. We'll probably be back in just a moment. I'm not sure what we're going to see Indonesia pick here, though. They did just pick 2, like, not very aimy mechanics-based maps in a row, so we might see something like, dare I say it, No Mod 2 get picked, but who knows?
I think this matchup is probably a little bit unfortunate for Mexico. Of course, they would be up against a strong team, but when you look at Indonesia, again, they share a lot of strengths. I think Mexico would have liked to probably play around Riot, who was arguably their best player last week, right? And Riot wants to play DT. You mentioned Mexico also wants to play DT. They want to play around that. They don't really get a chance to do that against Indonesia here, so they've got to pull some weird picks. We'll see if they get 1 or 2 more. After all, Indonesia just gets a chance to close the game out here.
Yeah, I will also say that DT3 is not the Mexico DT, I don't think. I'm not sure if the old style DT is what they're going for here, but we'll have to find out. I don't know the depth of their DT on this. I just know they're very good at speed and very good at aim.
Mm-hmm.
So they could surprise me. I know Riot is pretty good at just DT of all types, so we can see if the rest of the roster can back them up. We are going to be seeing Rexyz making a return into the lobby for Indonesia. I think looking to redeem himself from the misses on his previous map, but we are going to find out.
I would definitely be looking at their other 3 players, though. If you think about how strong their DT roster can be, it's definitely with those 3 other players, Skydiver, Lifeline, and Bro.
Yeah, absolutely.
Showed massive performances, not just in OWC so far, but in tournaments this year. It's definitely their preferred. We're in their territory here, so Rexyz is, I think, a little bit along for the ride. But it's still
he is
respectable.
very good at speed. Yeah, he is not no one to slouch at. He's actually quite good at speed. But we're gonna find out coming in here. I'm very curious to see what goes down.
I would say this map is pretty comparable to what DT2 was in qualifiers. Not as much, but yeah. I mean,
It's more
there is
control
some,
oriented for sure.
yeah, there's definitely some new territory here, but I think they might have a solid idea of what to expect just based on that map, because that map also did have a fair amount.
Yeah, this map is also pretty short. This is not a 4-minute map by any means, so breaks are already important at this point, especially because there is such a break right here at that first quarter. No misses immediately. It's just an accuracy. Okay, Rexy's missed like 20 combo, but he's basically FCing. Indonesia is winning on accuracy by just a little bit. Jalliper is at a 92%. That is not going to help, especially because he drops his combo. That is going to be devastating, especially because we're already at almost halfway through. And Indonesia is showing no signs of slowing down.
Still not done though.
Yeah, it's by all means not done, but Hebel missing there, not going to help out the cause from Mexico. Still no drops from Indonesia. We're 3/4 of the way in. It's 300,000 stones something. Yeah, we're getting there. No, it's really still not done, but it's still not done. Okay, now it might be done. We are now, yeah, we've hit the slow slider.
It's so hard to play against Indonesia, man. You got to give credit to Mexico. They certainly tried.
Oh yeah, absolutely. They got a point. That's respectable.
And honestly, a lot of their losses were really close, right? So we saw like what a 20k difference map earlier that they lost, right? It could have had a couple more points on the board, but
yeah, the match score is not at all representative of the fight that they put up. I will say. But yeah, that is a almost 4-way FC, or no, it is a 4-way. No. Lifeline trolling, but
Rexy's as well at the beginning, right?
It's a slider break. It's an FC.
It's 23 missed slider ends. Don't mind the fact that he doesn't have 23
Yeah.
200. Don't worry about it. But yeah, Indonesia, solid performance. Honestly, I think as expected, showed up on many different parts of the pool. Showed that they came here to play, and yeah, I think I'm very much looking forward to seeing them move on in the winners bracket now that they get some different opponents on a harder pool. I think we're all looking forward to see them play.
Yeah, 4-ways, even on a pool of this caliber, are nothing to scoff at. Like, it's so easy to just lose your focus for half a second and miss. So to have multiple in a round of 32 match is actually like quite impressive. I feel.
And of course, it is round of 32. It's no teams are playing for the last time here. Mexico does unfortunately lose this match, but it's not over yet. There is a losers bracket, so they get a chance to keep going and play against some of the other teams that have lost this week. So it's not over for either of these teams. Fortunately, it is a little bit over for us today. That was the last match we've got for quite some time, but tomorrow is a very, very, very stacked day. We've got a lot of matches.
Yeah, they're starting very early in the morning too, if I remember. 5 hours from now we have Australia versus Norway. That is going to be that's an interesting matchup, actually. I think.
There's a lot of storylines that you could talk about how a lot of the teams placed in qualifiers. Australia is probably the most notable one, who did not have MREC for their qualifiers, so they placed like 16th, I think, 14th. It's much lower than a lot of people would have placed them at, and it's also a lot lower than they probably play at, right? So Norway, a little bit of an unlucky opponent, I would say.
Yeah, absolutely. This is what we call the strategic Smurf, but we will see. We'll see what happens. Norway's a pretty good group stage team and a low stage team, so like, I don't think Australia's. They're not going to have an easy time, so we're just gonna have to find out in about 5 hours from now.
A lot of really good matches after that as well. I think a lot of people are looking at Romania, Taiwan, who would probably be like a quarterfinals matchup or something. Like those are two top 8 teams facing right off the bat. So like, what's happening here? You know, it's
yeah, that's just so unfortunate. We also have Sweden, Netherlands. That's not a joke either. As well as Sweden and I think the Netherlands is also a pretty interesting early stage match.
Yeah, I think by far the next two are going to be the most interesting, though, in terms of how close they are, and I think like the levels of the teams. Just match quality is going to be really high for the next two matches. It's going to be in a little bit, though. It's the action will resume at 11 UTC. It's 5 hours from now, and like I said, there's a very long day of matches tomorrow from 11 UTC all the way to 21 UTC, almost with no breaks. So make sure you tune in for that. Support your favorite countries, and of course, Will, there's another way to support your favorite countries, is there?
Oh, do tell.
Yeah, I mean, everybody can head on over to the store page and grab yourself a nice little banner you can have on your profile that supports your favorite team. If they win, you get to keep it for the whole year. It's pretty cool.
Very interesting.
Hopefully, no strangers to that though. But yes, they are back. Of course, a staple of the World Cups. I think that's gonna be that's pretty much it for us now. Though we're gonna wrap things up. Thank you for commentating, Will.
Of course. And yeah, thank you all for watching as well. Tune in 5 hours from now, Australia versus Norway. Be there or be square.